Hello everyone. If you are new to my channel, then consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do it, thanks. By the way, I also have a Luffy fan fiction channel. If you are interested, the link is in the description. Dragonslayer by KitsuneDragon. He said he saw great potential in my small body and he raised me. Because of him I lived, I learned, and I finally found someone I could call friend, even if he didn't call me the same. I am his son. I am his student, the Dragonslayer of Acnologia. I don't own anything. Adios.
Northern Wood Sea, Fury Nirvana. Nirvana was once an important part within the culture, the religious aspect to be specific, of a now lost part of the world due to the Fourth Dragon War. Nirvana referred to the state of being free of suffering, to be able to rise to the top of the utmost heavens. A once revered term, Naruto knew for a fact that this combination of arachnid and architecture had absolutely no relation to the definition of what Nirvana was. As he had claimed before, this weapon of mass destruction was practically the opposite of Nirvana. It would cause suffering and it would destroy all in its path to send many to the depths of hell itself. Even from their location in the skies, Naruto could tell that this monstrous creation of the Nervate race would raise everything in its path if used the way it would be used now. Kurama. I already know the plan. Drop these two off somewhere far away, you go in and finish your fight with Brain and his last remaining member of Oracion Siete while I do what I can to hold off that thing that is supposed to be Nirvana. Naruto's blue eyes flashed with amusement. You know me too well, mangy cat. I'm your partner, asswipe. I'm supposed to know you. Kurama grinned before hovering over to Naruto's location. Extending his tail, the fox-costumed Exceed wrapped his fox-like tail around Jalal's waist, the unconscious blue-haired man hanging like a broken puppet with its strings cut. He then stretched out his arms. Come on Wendy, go with Kurama. He'll take you somewhere safe. Naruto urged the young Sky Dragonslayer. The brown-eyed girl hugged her fellow Dragonslayer. You're not going to leave me again, are you? Wendy asked with a fearful tone in her voice. Naruto shook his head. Dragons adhere to their promises and I will stick to my word. I promised I'd come back for you and now I have. I don't plan on leaving you again. Once this is all over, you will come back with me and you will stay with me. Naruto's eyes flickered white for a moment. I swear an oath of the dragon that I will carry out this promise to you, Sky Dragon. Thunder rumbled overhead despite there not being any nearby clouds. The roar of the heavens sealed his promise. Wendy's eyes widened before she grinned toothily. Oni-san, she leaned up and pecked him on the cheek, for luck. I am a Dragonslayer, Maimo Udo. Luck is not needed when one has skill and strength. Oni-san. Wendy whined, you're ruining the moment. The blonde rolled his eyes before handing her over to Kurama. Make sure it's far from here. He looked to Wendy. After that, you get your ass back here and hold the Nirvana at bay until my battle has reached its conclusion. The Dark Guild will fall this day. I know, Kurama said. Kick their asses, Oni-san. Naruto's eyes flashed white and a black and blue shroud of magic energy coated his form. The wind whipped wildly around him as they obeyed his will. Oh no, my dear Sky Dragon. Kicking their asses will not suffice. His tone took on a much darker aspect, an almost guttural one. Absolute annihilation will come to them. The fires of the apocalypse will rain down and none shall escape the dragon's fangs. A pair of sonic booms echoed through the air as Kurama headed to the southern areas of the Wood Sea while Naruto ventured forwards, towards Nirvana and towards Zabrak and Brain. Atop Nirvana, Brain chuckled, holding one his hands over his face, the other clutched Claudoa tightly in his hands. You are squeezing a bit too tightly, Brain, even though I am a skull and I feel nothing, Claudoa said, looking to his wielder. Brain's chuckles grew louder and louder alongside the rattling of the chains of shadow. Zabrak growled, gritting his teeth at his former master as said master's chuckles evolved to become full-blown mad laughter. So many years, Brain muttered to himself. As he spoke, the lines that were once permanently drawn onto his face began to recede, vanishing into the collar of his cloak. His dark eyes flashed crimson and his grin grew to become even more maniacal. I spent so many years preparing for this moment. I studied at the Bureau of Magic Development to find this ultimate creation of the Nervate. I collected the resources needed to carry out this venture and now, my prayers have been answered. Brain spread his arms out wide and Zabrak and Claudoa could only watch the man before them suffer the beginnings of a mental collapse. The world will bow before the might of Oracion. The prayers to a god I had believed never existed, the Dragon King, he truly smiles upon me as I bring about the subjugation of the continent. With the power of Nirvana, the power to control the scales of light and darkness, nothing can stop me. I am God, Brain howled with laughter. However, the man suddenly stopped his laughing as his ears heard the sound of a sonic boom. Huh? Looking to the skies, he noticed a white trail, a jet stream, tracing itself in the now fiery-colored sky. The red-orange rays of the setting sun made it seem as if the jet stream were a trail of fire before it burst apart with the deafening crack of another sonic boom. Brain didn't even have time to react as a powerful force impacted with his body. He tumbled across the massive city of the Nervit, crashing through a spire and brought the stone construction toppling atop a nearby building. Both pieces of ancient architecture crumbled from the collision. Brain groaned as he used Clodoa to hoist himself back to his feet. His clothes were covered in dust and pieces of rubble, and the cloak he wore had its left shoulder area completely torn apart. Wincing, Brain looked down at his chest where he found a growing purple bruise due to internal bleeding. His red eyes looked around before zeroing in on the image of the one that struck him. Hovering a few inches off the ground, Naruto's snarling form slowly settled itself on the ground of Nirvana's upper layer. His sharp teeth held flecks of crimson from when he tore out Cobra's throat, and in conjunction with his fierce heavenly white eyes, it only served to intensify the intimidation factor of his image. Naruto panted heavily as if he were restraining himself. Madman. Mad from one perspective, history in the making on the other, Brain countered. You cannot stop me, Ogo no Fujin. The symbol of Oracion will forever hold itself in the eyes of the people of Earthland. You are a god and nothing but title. You are a mere mortal. I am the one true deity of this world. I am the one who will bring about the unity of the world under one symbol. You're right, human. Naruto growled out. I am not a god, but I can assure you that I am not a mortal neither. Oh, you humor me, Fujin. Brain chuckled. So tell me then, what are you? A demigod. The Dark Guild Master's laughter was quickly silenced as Naruto unleashed a terrifying roar. I am not a human. A shockwave shot forth around him, the ground caving beneath his feet. I reign as the incarnation of death and destruction, the son of the apocalypse. Magic energy burst out of his body and swirled around him, the winds bending to his commands. Brain watched in fascination as the magic energy swirled and then condensed to take on the ethereal image of Acnology of the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse. What I am. Naruto bared his fangs and claws, his eyes shining even brighter than before. Is your executioner. Stamping his right foot down behind him, Naruto then pushed off and rocketed towards the dark mage and was already in the white-haired man's face. Brain quickly sidestepped the strike and watched in fascination as Naruto's fist caused the ground to crack. Naruto then rose to his feet and lashed out with a powerful spin kick, but the white-haired man defended against the strike with Clodoa. Ow! The bone staff yelped as the powerful blow impacted with his form. Brain skidded backwards from the force of the strike. Naruto raised his hands and wind swirled around, bending to his will as it condensed into a compact sphere. Futon. Atsugai. The spheroid of swirled towards the dark mage, but Brain quickly leapt into the air, landing beside his restrained subordinate as the spell crashed into the ground. The wind sphere suddenly exploded and generated a massive dome of wind that compressed the ground, which formed a noticeably indentation due to the pressure that was exerted by the attack. Oh, you certainly were telling the truth. Brain smiled at the blonde. You definitely aren't human. I was a scientist back in the day, and now I get those old urges to dissect things that interest me. I capture you and open you up to see what divine blood flows through your veins, little wind god. However, Brain frowned and his crimson eyes gained a look of disappointment. I have much more important things to deal with at the moment. Nirvana possessed the world's first Jupiter cannon, you know, and it's time I test it out. And I know just the place. You don't touch Kate Shelter, Naruto roared. Brain chuckled before sending magic energy through Clodoa's form, said magic energy ejecting from the base of the bone staff. Brain quickly spun in a circle as the sharp magic construct sliced through the stone. Bye-bye, have fun with Zabrak. Brain snapped his fingers and the stone suddenly fell, Brain and Clodoa falling with it. As he did so, Zabrak's restrained form was immediately freed and the silver-haired titan looked to Naruto's flying form as it had gone to strike at Brain. Naruto's high-speed form arced as it went to descend through the hole to go after the now mentally unstable Dark Guild Master. However, Naruto released a grunt of surprise when he felt himself being held back. With his eyes flickering back to blue, the son of two wizard saints glanced out of the corner of his eye. Zabrak had lashed out and gripped Naruto by the back of his cloak, his powerful grip holding the blonde Dragonslayer back and preventing him from moving any further. Naruto's top speed exceeded the speed of sound, and despite him not having hit it, when he moved to go after Brain, he knew he was moving incredibly fast if the indentations in the ground from when he pushed off had been any indication. The large man would have to possess extremely high levels of speed, great reflexes, or both, and judging from the fact that he was caught, Naruto knew the muscle-bound former slave possessed both. His eyes then widened when he felt Zabrak's killing intent. Such a large amount of killing intent coming from a human? Impossible. The masked Dragonslayer looked to the masked giant of a man. Zabrak's silver eyes burned with rage and he pulled Naruto away from the hole in the ground before he lashed out with a large fist. Naruto quickly reacted, and when Zabrak had let go of him so that he would have been able to fly through the air as a result of the force of the blow, the blonde used his high level of speed. Insert music. 2 steps from hell requiem for destruction. Futon. Shunpo no Kazejin. The blonde appeared to vanish into the wind as the air current swirled wildly around their user. Zabrak's blow missed completely and the wind swirled wildly behind him. Zabrak's head snapped around, but he was too slow as Naruto had already materialized as if he had come out of thin air due to the abilities of his wind god's flash step. The blue-eyed Dragonslayer snarled and readied the strike and spun, rearing back his leg. The wind swirled wildly around the assaulting limb with the speed and force of a powerful tempest. Fuuton. Senpu Kyaku, the blonde roared, crashing a powerful high-speed kick to Zabrak's head with the force of a cyclone. The force was enough to send the large man skidding along the ground before he slammed into the side of a building of the once-lost Nervate city. The building cracked and broke apart in numerous places and as a result, its equilibrium was compromised. Zabrak only managed to glance up before 3 stories worth of stone came crashing down on him, kicking up a smoke cloud. Naruto growled as his eyes flashed white, gripping his skull in annoyance as it pulsed. He felt his brain seemingly burn, but he shook it off. He hovered in the air as he continued to stare at the pile of rubble as it began to shake and shudder. Naruto gritted his teeth as he felt his 5-point elemental seal's healing factor kick in. The human's bone density is quite great. I would have compromised my ankle had my healing factor not been present due to Tuchan and Kachan's seal. Naruto thought. The pile of rubble suddenly exploded outwards revealing Zabrak. The man twisted his neck and a loud pop echoed through the air before he rolled his shoulders. I've been meaning to get rid of that kink in my neck. Can you do my shoulders next? Zabrak asked with a mocking tone. Naruto growled. He hated being mocked. He was Dragonslayer. Dragonslayers do the mocking, not the weak, annoying meatbags that stood before him. You insufferable lower being, how dare you mock a Dragonslayer? A Dragonslayer you may be, but your physical prowess has much to be desired. Zabrak retorted. Naruto roared in rage. I'll show you desired. Naruto sped forth and crashed a punch to Zabrak's chest. A loud and powerful shockwave moved outwards from the point of impact. Naruto followed up by twisting and slamming his elbow against the Titan's ribcage and then spun around to get behind Zabrak. Reaching back, he grabbed the muscle-bound man and with terrifying strength, hurled the silver-haired giant over his head. Zabrak flew through the air in an upside-down position as Naruto ran up and slammed the bottom of his boot into Zabrak's stomach. Zabrak rolled on the ground, but dug his fingers into the ground, carving trenches in the stone before he came to a stop. As he rose back to his feet, Naruto didn't stop there and instead plowed several harsh punches to the abdominal area. 2 punches to the middle before going to an uppercut to the chin. The silver-haired giant's head snapped upwards before Naruto leapt into the air and reared back his right hand and coated it with his Dragonslayer magic. A flare of blue and black blazed around the assaulting fist and took on the image of a large set of black claws. Mokashiryu no Hakai Sume. Naruto announced the name of his spell with a bestial roar. The blonde brought down the alleged haymaker in what, like most of his attacks, would have been a killing blow. However, Zabrak's silver eyes flashed with annoyance and he stamped his feet harshly against the ground for stability as he held his arms skyward. Naruto roared and his punch generated visible waves of air resistance before it impacted with his opponent. The ground cracked and shuddered before it caved inwards from the downward force acting upon it. A large shock wave burst forth and slammed into some of the closer dilapidated buildings which ended up falling to the ground as a result. When the smoke and dust cleared, Naruto grunted as his white eyes flickered to blue, but even as they did, they remained wide and full of disbelief as Zabrak stood in the center of the crater caused by the impact of his punch. Zabrak's hand was clenched tightly around the fist. Wisps of magic leaped through the spaces between his fingers, but blood dripped to the ground as Zabrak's palm had been slightly damaged from the strike. However, it was only an insignificant amount to Zabrak. He had lost far more flesh and blood during his time in the Tower of Heaven. He felt a slight draft funneling through his cloak, the draft being greater on his left. Turning, the 7-foot-tall mage's eyes narrowed as he saw that he had lost a large portion of the left sleeve, from the wrist to the shoulder area, of the brown cloak he wore. Zabrak spoke through his own mask that covered his lower face. That last punch actually hurt my palm. However, like I said before. Zabrak pushed down and bent his opponent's arm backwards so it was positioned at a painful angle. Your physical capabilities leave much to be desired. Zabrak clenched his hand even tighter around Naruto's fist and the blonde growled as he felt the bones in HPS and cracks due to the pressure as they actually began to break from it. He then reared back his right arm and clenched the hand into a tight fist. Now let me show you a real punch. Zabrak brought the fist forward and it slammed harshly into Naruto's stomach. Bryoku. Acting in conjunction with his already monstrous strength, Zabrak's force spell augmented the force of his attack as it made contact. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the air leave his lungs and he coughed up a mixture of blood and spittle. Zabrak's fist was coated in an aura of silver and black magic energy as it twisted within his opponent's belly before he was sent rocketing through the air. The son of Agnologia was sent spiraling due to the rotation put on Zabrak's blow and crashed through 3 towers and 2 houses, all of which came crashing down, before he landed on the ground in a crater. Naruto groaned. He turned to his side and coughed heavily before spitting out the little bit of blood that had pooled in his mouth. His sapphire orbs flashed with rage as he climbed back to his feet. Naruto stamped his feet and scuffed the ground as if he were a raging bull, baring his fangs and claws at the man before him. Naruto stormed towards his foe and reared back a leg for a kick, and Zabrak raised an arm to block it, but as Naruto made contact with the man's arm, he used the power of the opposing force generated by Zabrak's arm to reverse his rotating and slam a roundhouse kick to the side of Zabrak's face. The masked former slave stumbled a bit to the side. Naruto then leapt and went to bring down a hammer blow, but when Zabrak went to block it, his eyes widened when Naruto stopped in the air and flew around his raised arm. The son of 2 wizard saints was rewarded for his efforts, and a tornado swirled around his fist. Zabrak skidded backwards as the attack slammed against his solar plexus before Naruto stepped forward, getting inside Zabrak's guard and slammed his palms against his adversary's chest. Futon. Daitapa, a gray-green magic seal formed on Zabrak's chest, and the powerful gale force winds slammed into his chest, which sent him skidding backwards. Naruto then took advantage of his opponent's stunned form and rained blow upon blow down on him. However, Zabrak's sturdy form proved to be the real challenge as Naruto felt his bones and muscles strain from when they made contact with the iron-hard skin and dense muscles of the muscle-bound young man. Naruto growled and aimed for a wind-infused punch to the throat, hoping to collapse the man's C-shaped cartilage and watch his opponent choke as he tried to call upon his precious air to save him from dying of suffocation. However, that was not to be as Zabrak reached out and grabbed Naruto's right arm before forcefully straightening the limb. With a loud cry, Zabrak brought his hand down in the form of a chop, and the blow crashed down on Naruto's right arm's elbow, which broke with a sickening crack. Naruto's arm hung limply beside him as he leapt away from Zabrak. However, Zabrak kept pace with his tactically retreating opponent. Deception and theatricality, powerful agents to the uninitiated. Zabrak chuckled as he ran alongside Naruto. But we are initiated, aren't we, Golden Wind God? Naruto snarled as he tried to find a way to keep away from Zabrak while his seal worked as quickly as it could to snap his elbow back into working condition. Give me the control, human half. No, I can handle this, dragon. The best defense is your offense, and you do not get as offensive as a dragon's power. Naruto hissed in pain as the pounding headache from his mentality switching made him stumble. His eyes turned from blue to shining white, however his stumble had made him susceptible to Zabrak's attack, and he was caught in his chest, which sent him soaring through the air. He bounced along the ground and smashed against the side of a thick stone tower. Naruto shook his head as blood flowed from his cracked skull and lips, but his healing factor healed those wounds easily. As he rose to his feet, he channeled his magic energy, and the comforting crimson aura of his biological parent's seal washed over his right arm as he focused on his elbow joint. He smirked inwardly as the joint snapped back into place and the torn muscles stitched themselves back together as tough as ever. His white eyes then snapped in the direction of his laughing opponent as the lumbering giant of a man headed towards him. My name is Zabrak Granful, and let this day be known as the day the Ogo no Fujin almost. Beat me in hand-to-hand combat, Zabrak bellowed. Naruto snapped and he took off at a high speed. Zabrak's body gained an aura of silver and black as he used his density magic to lower the density of his body, which allowed him to move faster. The two combatants raced towards each other, the earth quaking from their heavy yet quick footsteps. Time seemed to slow down for the two as they neared each other, and once they reached a suitable distance, they leapt towards each other and reared back their primary punching arms. Insert music. Fate, 0. The battle is to the strong. They threw their arms forward and they clashed. A massive shockwave erupted from the collision point, however Zabrak had used his magic to increase density in the middle of his punch. Force was equal to mass times acceleration, so due to his mass increasing due to his increase in density, as density is mass over volume, and due to his previously lower density giving his punch a great deal of acceleration, the force at which Zabrak's punch met Naruto's easily overpowered the son of Agnologia's attack. The two were returned to ground zero, but with Naruto being in the most pain due to the punch that landed to his chest. Zabrak had immediately gripped his foe's collar, however, and the two rolled on the ground. Using the momentum of their rolling, Zabrak took the lead and went into a forward roll while keeping his grip on Naruto and hurled the blonde through the air. Naruto slammed through a large stone spire, but Naruto quickly recovered and manipulated the winds to make his new weapon hover in the air. He then directed the sharp spire at Zabrak and sent it rocketing through the air towards the silver-haired giant, but the former slave took a deep breath of air and used his magic energy to manipulate the density of the air in his lungs before exhaling forcefully. Kyojin no Dugo, Titan's Bellow. A powerful bullet of dense air shattered the brittle stone spire like it was made of glass, but Naruto had flown through the smoke cloud that formed and stabbed his arms forward. Futon. Kei's no Yaiba. The wind blades sliced through the flesh of the middle of Zabrak's left upper arm as the large man had pivoted to avoid the dual strike to the heart, but Naruto's eyes widened when he saw his blades had barely pierced more than an inch of flesh. Impossible, my blades can cut through solid steel. While I can manipulate the density of my muscles and my bones, I can be as light as air or stronger than steel. Zabrak grabbed Naruto by his left arm and swung the blonde into the ground with a thunderous crash. A thin slash wound formed as the wind blades had still been inside Zabrak's arm and left behind 2 lines of crimson from his upper arm to his shoulder. He then kicked Naruto in the ribs and sent the Dragonslayer through the air before firing off a dense bullet of air. Ryusei. Naruto flipped in mid-air and righted himself before inhaling deeply and feasted on the magic energy within the air bullet. Zabrak's eyes widened at that and he quickly lowered his density and shot off towards his opponent. Quick and accurate were his strikes, but at the cost of them being weaker due to his musculature decreasing in mass and volume as a result of his becoming lighter. Naruto, used to moving at speeds faster than sound, avoided the attacks with ease and even managed to land some counterblows, but Zabrak's skin was still as tough as ever and the blonde gritted his teeth when he saw no noticeable form of damage nor a reese. The silver-haired man's endurance and durability were surely exceeded Naruto's ideas of what it could be. The blonde quickly raised his leg and blocked a kick to the side, but Zabrak lunged forward and wrapped his hand around the son of Acnologia's throat. Bryoku. With a roar, the density magic user slammed his opponent into the ground before breaking into a run. He carved a trench in the earth as he dragged Naruto along, causing bits of stone and gravel to tear away at Naruto's face, ripping apart the mask that used to cover his lower face. He then spun around, lifting Naruto into the air as he did so, and let go before bringing his leg up in a powerful straight kick. Naruto leaned backwards when he was thrown and gritted his teeth as he felt the wind blowing past him due to the speed at which Zabrak's attack had moved. He then crossed his arms and released a sharp yelp as both his radius bones released cracks as Zabrak aimed to punch him in the chest and he was sent back. Zabrak bent down and dug his fingers into the earth. As Naruto's healing factor worked on the bones of his forearms, the blonde watched and raised an eyebrow to show he was very impressed when Zabrak wrenched out a large piece of earth that was twice the size of a full-grown stallion. Zabrak hurled the rock through the air after increasing its density to be akin to that of steel's. Naruto snarled and his eyes flashed white as Nirvana took its hold on his different mentalities once more. Naruto then reared back his fists and punched them through the large boulder. With the rage of a dragon, Naruto's physical capabilities increased to very high levels. The boulder crumbled and fell into large pieces. As they did, Naruto stabbed his arms through 2 of the larger pieces of stone and then crashed them together as if they were boxing gloves. Physical capabilities showing much to be desired is what I believed you had said earlier, human? Naruto spat out the word as if it were acid on his tongue. Then allow me to fulfill those desires for you? Zabrak's eyes widened when Naruto took off at a monstrous speed. Zabrak twisted to the side and avoided the strike to his face, Naruto skidding along the ground due to being unable to turn due to his high speed. Naruto dug his heels into the earth, carving a pair of trenches behind him, before pushing off the corner of one of the old Nervate households, breaking off the stone when he did so. He crashed into the side of a large tower before leaping over to another piece of infrastructure. Zabrak's head snapped every which way and if he had been focusing on it, he would have wondered why he hadn't gotten whiplash yet, even with his dense and strong forms of musculature. Naruto was nothing more than a blur and in some cases, Zabrak didn't even see Naruto move, only a hole in the side of the building he had recently kicked off of. In the end, Zabrak stopped hearing the sound of stone breaking and infrastructure falling as the stones in front of him were scattered. He looked down and his eyes widened as Naruto was crouched beneath him with his right arm reared back, the stone around his fist seeming to glow with magic energy as it swirled into the form of a dragon's head. The dragon's ebony form bared its fangs and with that, the blonde struck. This is gonna hurt, Zabrak thought. He increased the density of his body to a higher level, but that did nothing more than ease the pain as he felt his lower jaw meet his upper jaw with a resounding clack. Mokashiryu no Kuroi Kiba, Zabrak was met with a second rock-encased fist that slammed into his chest. He released a gasp and the silver-haired titan found himself flying through the air, but Naruto reached out and grabbed Zabrak's cloak with his teeth. What the fuck? Zabrak exclaimed as Naruto held Zabrak in place with only jaw strength. Naruto then let go and raised up both his stone-gloved hands and brought them down on Zabrak's skull. A resounding slam echoed through the air and Zabrak released a grunt of pain and was brought down to the ground from the powerful hammer blow. He quickly reacted when Naruto went to follow up with another hammer blow. The Dragonslayer's stone-covered fist slammed into the ground as he rolled to the side. Zabrak then kicked Naruto's left knee and a loud snap was heard. Naruto roared in agony as his kneecap was now bent to the right, a direction it shouldn't be facing. Ochita Hoshi. A silver and black magic seal sprouted forth in front of its user's outstretched hands and a dense orb of black and silver magic energy accumulated at a rapid rate in front of them. With a roar, Zabrak unleashed his falling star spell, which moved much too fast for Naruto to be able to eat, so he did the next best thing and called upon the automatic defense of his parent seal. A red barrier flickered to life before the spell struck. When the smoke cleared, the barrier flickered away and Naruto smirked cockily. "Is that all you have to offer? As strong as you may be, human, your magical abilities leave much to be desired." Zabrak growled as the blonde had twisted the words he himself had used earlier. He then turned and grabbed a piece of fallen infrastructure that was at least 3 times his own size and appeared to be just as heavy. "The problem with you mages is that you never work to train your bodies as I have. Magic is not the only thing that makes a mage, and I will prove that to you. Ogo no Fujin." With a roar, Zabrak brought down his new weapon of choice. Naruto released a roar of pain as the piece of stone slammed into his body and embedded him further into the cratered stone floor. Zabrak raised the roof, literally, and brought it back down on Naruto's fallen form, harder this time. The earthen roof broke off each time Zabrak swung it down. It took 7 more swings of the roof-turned bludgeoning tool before he had lost it completely, as all that remained was a piece the size of his hand, which he quickly decided to crush. Zabrak panted heavily before calming his breathing. "And that is what spending one's entire childhood in a hellhole can do to you." Zabrak spat on the pile of rubble his foe was obscured by before turning to walk away. A whole 10 seconds had passed before Naruto's deafening roar echoed through the air. Zabrak turned around in surprise. "Impossible," he exclaimed. A burst of black and blue magic energy tore apart the rubble that had buried him and had increased the size of the already large crater he had been laying in. Naruto snarled at Zabrak before he shook his head in annoyance, his eyes losing their glow. Naruto's eyes flickered back to blue as his more intellectual persona took charge. "The impossible is what I excel in defying, Zabrak Grandful. Now let me show you why they call me the Ogo no Fujin, Commander of the Winds." He hovered in the air and he flew towards the hellspawn of the tower, but said hellspawn went into a backward roll to avoid the strike. A crater was formed as the punch collided with the ground, but Naruto immediately flew after his opponent and Zabrak could only stare with wide eyes as Naruto spun around like a top as he neared him. The rock-gloved fists were completely covered with raging winds that took on the images of dragon heads, crimson eyes included. Futon. Ranryuken, the storm dragon fist strikes slammed into Zabrak's body. They almost cracked his ribs, but his high bone density kept them from doing so. He rolled with the momentum of the strikes and climbed back to his feet. He crossed his arms in front of himself as he did so and dug his boots into the ground as Naruto slammed another punch to his dense form. Futon. Shunpo no Kazejin. Zabrak released a roar and went to strike at his opponent, but Naruto vanished into the wind. Zabrak had strength, durability and endurance, but Naruto had speed and agility. Plus, with his hands being covered with rock as dense as Zabrak's own skin, it was obvious these strikes would hurt. Zabrak found himself being attacked from seemingly everywhere. A punch to the stomach followed Boulder. He released a grunt of pain from the kidney strikes before he was struck behind the kneecap, knocking him off balance and bringing him to his knees. He was then hit on each of his floating ribs, causing the bones to creak before the blonde finally materialized in front of him with both stone-covered arms reared back. Futon. Mugon no Inatsusha. He stated coldly before he swung his arms upwards and nailed the titan in the chin. The former subordinate of Brain grunted and the dense rocks began to crack due to the force of said strikes. Plus Zabrak was secretly sending small bursts of his magic energy into the stone gloves to reduce their density bit by bit. Zabrak was continuously hit against his chin or against his chest when his body hunched over from the repeated uppercuts. Once they were high enough, Naruto gave 2 final uppercut blows which resulted in his stone boxing gloves shattering upon impact as their density had finally been lowered to a low enough level, but that didn't matter to Naruto as he flipped in the air and as he completed it. With his arms brought back, a shroud of blue magic energy swirled to life around his arm before it condensed into a massive sphere the size of a basketball. 3 smaller orbs of pure magic energy that were approximately the size of baseballs swirled around the larger sphere as if they were moons orbiting a planet. Naruto's blue eyes blazed with fury. Energy make. Wakusei Rasengan. Zabrak's eyes widened as the 4 spheroids of energy drilled against his chest. The smaller orbs moved rapidly around their larger counterpart, moving faster and faster, their proximity to each other decreasing in under a second before they all collided with the larger sphere. The 4 orbs of pure magic energy glowed with blue and white light before unleashing their true power. A massive vortex of wind and magic energy blasted against Zabrak's body and sent the massive man spiraling to the ground at an angle. He plowed through 3 towers and 2 houses, all of which were destroyed as a result of course, before he made impact with the ground in a crater twice his size and circumference. Zabrak lay in his crater and groaned in pain. Those last few blows had actually hurt. Making that boulder as dense as he was not a good idea, and he made a mental note to never do that again when facing an opponent who could use rocks as makeshift punching gloves. He winced when he tried to sit up to pull himself to his feet, He opened his silver eyes and they widened as they saw a massive spiral-shaped burn mark in the center of his pectorals, where his sternum was located. The skin was red with blood and torn quite roughly, however the heat generated by the magic energy had managed to cauterize his wound and kept it from bleeding any more than it already had. Suddenly, the whole complex that made up Nirvana suddenly shook and Zabrak felt as if the large weapon was slowing down in movement. Glancing ahead, Zabrak's eyes widened as he saw a large mound of red fur with 7 tails waving wildly behind it. What the hell is that? However, before the Hellspawn could try to take a closer look at this new being, a shadow covered his form and he glanced skyward as he began to rise to his feet. His leg glowed with red magic energy as the 5-point elemental seal finished healing his leg and a loud crack echoed as the kneecap and twisted muscles shifted back into place. The son of 2 wizard saints raised up his leg before it came down upon Zabrak's face. The winds that swirled around his leg immediately became replaced with black and blue magic energy that looked like the talons of Agnologia's rear feet. Mokashiryu no Jinshinkyaku. Zabrak roared in defiance at Naruto's attack and raised his arms. The ground cratered even further and the force of the blow combined with the massive amounts of explosive magic energy tore through the thick stone. Zabrak remained rooted to his position, but the ground didn't and finally the earth caved from having to support the stalemate between the 2 titans of destruction. Naruto and Zabrak tumbled through the air and Naruto utilized his ability to fly to try and get away. But Zabrak grabbed Naruto by his ankle and wrenched him back into his arm's reach, also known as punching distance, and rammed his fist against Naruto's stomach. Naruto coughed up a glob of blood, but slammed a knee against the spiral scar on Zabrak's chest. Pain flared across his body as a result and Naruto was freed before slamming an axe kick on Zabrak's skull. The silver-haired titan's endurance allowed him to power through the strike and he once again grabbed at Naruto. However, Naruto twisted his body and hurled Zabrak over his head as they fell and slammed a kick to the chest and pushed the silver-haired man downwards. Zabrak gripped Naruto's legs painfully and caused the Dragonslayer to wince as his eyes flashed back to their original blue color. Zabrak looked back and his eyes narrowed when he saw the approaching floor that waited for them below. He held the strong tibia and fibula bones of the son of Agnologia before rotating his body so that Naruto was now beneath him. He pulled Naruto away from his body and then fired off numerous rounds of dense air bullets that sent Naruto careening downwards. Zabrak then streamlined his body and pushed off one of the many pieces of rubble that fell from above due to the ground breaking. His velocity increasing with each obstacle he pushed off from, Zabrak extended a fist and broke through the stone that separated him from his target. As the large broke apart as the silver-haired mage tore through it, with a roar he flipped and slammed his boot-covered feet against Naruto's chest, knocking the wind out of him. As a result of this, the 2 slammed through the floor of Nirvana's inner complex when they reached it and left a gaping hole in their wake. Unknown area, Wood Sea, Fury Natsu and Urza stormed through the foliage. Natsu was on a warpath, just as Urza predicted, as he literally stamped through every piece of foliage and punched holes in tree trunks. Urza glanced back and frowned as she looked at the far too visible line of destruction caused by her enraged friend. But who was she to question it? She was physically stronger than the rose-haired Dragonslayer and if she chose to do the same with her Sword of Merlin, she'd have a forest fire that would burn for an entire week, or more. The 2 suddenly skidded to a stop as a series of branches cracked and snapped from above, scattering in front of their feet. Laying on the ground, Wendy groaned as she pushed the unconscious Jelal Fernandez off of her smaller frame. Kurama-chan is so mean, dropping us from that height. Wendy rubbed her aching back and rear before she took notice of the other 2 scents in the area. Her brown eyes widened before brightening with joy. Natsu-san, Urza-san, Wendy grinned, you're alive. Natsu and Urza nodded their heads and the re-equipped mage bent down to pick the leaves and sticks from Wendy's blue locks. Yes we are. But Wendy, what happened? How did you fall from the sky and who is? Urza froze in her speech. Just as she was about to ask who it was that Wendy had fallen with, she ended up answering it herself. Jelal, she exclaimed. Natsu was already kneeling beside the man's body and inspecting it. A flash of anger crossed his face before he raised his right fist, engulfed it in orange-yellow flames and brought it down to crush the man's face into a bloody pulp. However, Urza quickly tackled her guildmate and stopped him. Urza, what the hell are you doing? Natsu exclaimed. Urza blinked away the tears at seeing her childhood friend having survived the explosion of Etherion during their mission to the Tower of Heaven. As Urza got off of Natsu, she slowly walked over to Jalal's unconscious form. She slowly went down on her knees and touched his face with her armored fingers. She touched him lightly, as if he were made of glass and would break apart if handled too forcefully. She brushed aside some of his sapphire to Wendy. How did you? Where did you? I didn't. Brain did. Wendy replied. Urza's eyes widened before narrowing. Explain. Look, Urza-san, I understand your confusion and your need for answers, but right now I can't talk. We need to get out of here. Brain unlocked Nirvana, an ancient magic of the Nervate people. Nirvana? Urza asked. What's Nerva? Urza was cut off when the sounds of trees being crushed underfoot and the shaking of the earth drew her attention skyward. She, Natsu and Wendy all looked up and were in awe at the massive size of the arachnid-like piece of architecture. The ancient nerved weapon of mass destruction trudged along through the wood sea, trampling all in its path. However, their eyes widened even further when they saw a massive flash of red light accompanied by fire. Standing in front of Nirvana was a massive seven-tailed fox. Its crimson and black color scheme made it look very intimidating as it howled to the fire-colored skies. The gargantuan kitsune roared and slammed into Nirvana, digging its claws and tails into the ground in an effort to slow down the massive weapon. It worked at first, but the kitsune's crimson eyes widened as the monstrosity continued to push itself forward, albeit slowly. "That is Nirvana," Wendy said. "Kurama-chan will handle Nirvana though because we have to stop Brain. He's controlling Nirvana and no doubt he's going to do something bad with it." "Kurama-chan?" Urza raised an eyebrow. It was obvious that the massive canine was the Onibi Myobu, but why did Wendy refer to it as if it had a name? However, before the scarlet-haired mage could ask anything, Wendy spoke. "By the way, what's wrong with Natsu-san? He's been glaring at Jelal really harshly." Urza frowned deeply. "It's a long story, Wendy, and one that we just don't have the time for me to retell. Much like with you and your tale involving Brain and Jelal." The Sky Dragonslayer nodded in understanding. "However, Wendy, speaking of Natsu, I need you to fix him." "What do you mean?" Wendy tilted her head in confusion. Urza looked back at the son of Igniel who was still staring in awe at Nirvana. Urza walked over to Wendy and knelt down beside her. "We were in a fight with Cobra and Natsu got hit with a redirected sound wave resulting in his hearing abilities being compromised. If you could you heal him?" Urza asked. "Natsu wants to get revenge on our enemies for our guildmate, Lucy, who injured in a battle against the Oracion Siete member, Angel." Wendy walked over to Natsu and looked at him. The son of Igniel was about to turn to face the daughter of Grandine, but the blue-haired Dragonslayer held her fire-using counterpart's head still as she stared at his ears. She channeled her magic and a soft green glow flowed through the young man's ear canals. Wendy nodded her head in understanding before turning to Urza. "Though his inner ear has been damaged severely, it hasn't been damaged to the point of no return. The hearing loss is only temporary and his body is already working on repairing the damage. He should be back to normal hearing capacity by 2 months with his natural healing, but I've managed to inject some of my magic to aid the process and decrease the time dramatically. He'll be hearing by the end of a week. I'm sorry, but I can't restore his hearing." "No need to apologize, Wendy. You've done more than enough. To be able to reduce a 2-month healing process to a mere week, the power of the dragons is truly amazing," Urza commented. Wendy grinned toothily, baring her fangs. "Grandine Ka-chan taught me everything I know." She then glared at Nirvana. "Now then, Urza-san, we need to go back to the others and tell them about this." "Natsu-san." Wendy walked over and tapped the Fire Dragonslayer on his shoulder. She leapt back in surprise as the son of Igniel's head shot up as his back was facing them. He was hunched over Jalal's body and turned around, but sighed in relief when he saw it was just Wendy. Natsu rose to his feet, slipping his hands into his pants pockets as he did so. Urza and Wendy looked to each other and back at Natsu when they saw how he tried to pull off the action as casually as he could, but they didn't question it. He was probably trying to restrain himself from pounding Jelal into a mud hole in the ground. Probably. Wendy pointed to her lips as she walked up to Natsu. "Natsu-san, your hearing has not recovered completely." Natsu nodded, but when he turned to glare at Nirvana, determination fused with the anger he already felt. "I know, Wendy, but no one hurts my nakama and gets away with it, especially when it's Lucy." The Fire Dragonslayer saw his air-using counterpart frown at him. He was obviously fighting to control the volume of his words and that meant he would be fighting to remain alive. More than usual, that is. A Dragonslayer's hearing was one of the physical elements that made them who they were and Wendy knew that with that handicap, Natsu would be placed at a serious disadvantage. "I'll be fine, Wendy," Natsu said as he knelt down to her height and ruffled her hair. "I've got eyes in my nose. Even if my ears are gone I can still use them. Not to mention I've got my boys with me." Wendy and Urza's sweat dropped as Natsu clenched his boys tightly, encasing them in flames. Natsu then turned to Urza and grinned toothily before offering her a mock salute. "Take that blue-haired bastard and get out of here. This is my fight," Natsu yelled before leaping into the air. As he did so, he channeled his magic to the bottom of his feet and flames ejected out of the magic circles that formed beneath them. As Natsu flew off after Nirvana's slow-moving form, thanks to Kurama, Wendy and Urza silently wished him luck before Urza picked up the blue-haired man who lay on the ground. "We need to warn the others," Urza said. Wendy nodded stiffly before running alongside Urza to go meet the other members of the Light Guild Alliance. Natsu glanced off to the side as he raced towards his target and nodded in satisfaction as he saw the two females with their unconscious tag along running off into the distance. Natsu gazed back towards Nirvana and channeled more magic into the flames beneath his feet to generate a larger amount of thrust. He shot off through the air like a rocket before crashing into one of Nirvana's legs. Right at the joint area that connected the leg to the body. Natsu sniffed the air and his eyes widened as he felt the large amounts of magic energy waving off from the top of the large structure. What's the Fujin doing here? Natsu questioned as he recognized the malicious magic energy signature. However, the loud shockwaves that echoed from above quickly made him rethink his feeling of curiosity as to what the hell was going on up there. Besides, he had his own fight to enter. Natsu shimmied around the cylindrical limb of Nirvana before sniffing the air. He focused on brain scent and also decided to put his newest form of sensing into play, magic energy signature sensing. He always used to find his opponents by scent and never cared for learning about their magic energy signatures. After all, who would care to do that when you were about to royally stomp their asses into the ground? But training with Roshi opened a whole new world to Natsu's sensing capabilities, and after much training, and many whacks to his body from Son Goku, he finally managed to get it down. The fired Dragonslayer looked at the base of Nirvana as he searched for his target. After a few seconds, he grinned widely, his slanted eyes gaining a glint of malicious intent. "Gotcha!" he yelled, pushing off of his perch with great force. Karyu no Kenkaku. Natsu's body surrounded itself with fire before he tore through the thick stone as if it were paper. The thrust generated by the flames allowed him to easily climb through the layers of stone and clay that made up Nirvana. With a roar of effort, the son of Igniel gave one final burst of magic energy that sent him rocketing through the stone and bursting out of the stone floors. All too ire marked his movement before he crashed down onto the floor. The steel-gray stone cracked and smoked from the force of his landing and the intensity of his flames. The hole he had formed was shown to have molten rock surrounding its circumference. Natsu looked around the room he was in. Positively massive would be an understatement to describe the size of the room. The room was very plain, generally circular in shape, and was steel-gray in color. The floor he was standing upon was flat, but had been encircled by slanted pieces of concrete that seemed to give the chamber a dome-like characteristic. There was only one actual entrance to the chamber, and it had no door, just a rectangular cutout in the walls of the room. In the center of the massive room, a giant energy lacrima that was held in place by two mighty pieces of cylindrical stone stood in all its glory. The energy being emitted by the object was enough to make Natsu almost lose himself in amazement. Insert music. One Piece Let's Battle. However, his amazement was cut short as he turned harshly to the side. He caught the pure scent of his enemy's disgusting magic and scent, and lo and behold, the owner of those two foul characteristics was standing right in front of him. Brain clapped his hands together as Claudoa clacked his teeth against the sphere that was clenched in his bony jaws. "Brain!" Natsu roared. "So it seems what Cobra said is true. The tightening of the muscles of your head near your ears shows the strain you are putting to try to hear, but to no avail. Which means my words are pointless. My words literally fall on deaf ears." Brain chuckled. "Your words technically fall on deaf ears on my part as well, Master Brain, but then again I am a skull and I have no ears to begin with. Yo ho 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 ho." Claudoa laughed jovially. "I don't need to hear you to know that you're mocking me, but know this, Brain." Natsu bared his fangs as his pupils became vertical slits. "You will burn by my claws." Brain raised an eyebrow when he felt the killing intent and bloodlust from the fairy tale mage. "Oh, this may actually be an interesting bout," the dark mage thought as his crimson eyes glowed with their own lust. A lust for battle. He could feel the throbbing of restrained power in his belly, but he wouldn't let him out. Not yet. He needed to test the little Dragonslayer, to make sure that his counterpart wouldn't be wasting his time dealing with such a weak opponent. My, Master Brain. Seems the dragon does have claws." Claudoa commented. Such a large amount of killing intent from a light guild member, and a member of Fairy Tail at that. Say, don't they frown upon killing? I mean, you can't kill me, after all I am already dead. But then again, I was never alive to begin with because I am merely a skull. Yo ho 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 ho. Sorry, I'll shut up now. The white-haired man rolled his eyes at the feathered hat wearing staff before turning to said skull companion. Fairy Tail Toki Hinata. He spun him around before slamming him into the ground. A blast of green and black magic energy shot forth from the point of impact with the floor, and Natsu quickly jumped to the side. He tumbled through the air before planting his feet against the stone lacrima support structure, the stone cracking from the force as he pushed off. However, if he had taken the time to glance back, he would have seen the stone instantly regenerate and return to its original form without a scratch. Natsu tore through the air and went into a front flip, fire swirling around his arms before taking on the shape of massive wings. Karyu no Yokugeki. The wings of flame sent ripples of heat everywhere before they slammed down on Brain and Claudoa. However, before the spell could make contact, the sphere in Claudoa's jaws glowed brightly with magic energy before it expanded outwards in the form of a defensive dome. A large explosion erupted from the collision of the conflicting magics, and Natsu was sent back from the blast wave. The dome of energy then swirled around, condensing into a tight sphere of power. Dark Rondo. The spell rocketed forth as a spiral-shaped beam. Natsu raised his arms in a feeble form of defense as the attack sent him skidding backwards. His arms burned from the intensity of the spell, but he had dealt with worse. The image of Naruto and Kurama formed in his mind's eye. Much worse. Karyu no Yokugeki. The wings of flame dispersed the attack and Natsu quickly ran towards his opponent. Brain chuckled as he began to fire blast after blast of magic energy. Natsu jumped, skipped, twisted and ducked under each and every attack, getting closer and closer to his target as he did so. "Yes, little dragon, dance for me," Brain laughed. Master Brain, if you don't mind my telling you, but he is getting closer to us. He won't hit us, I guarantee it." As he said this, Natsu had closed the distance between them and leapt into the air, gathering fire in both his hands before crashing them together. Karyu no Kowan. The raging fireball streaked towards the two members of the Balam alliance. Brain twirled Clawdo around to build up some momentum before swiping the staff upwards. An arc of darkness magic met the fireball and the two attacks exploded upon contact. But Natsu immediately burst through the smoke cloud with his right fist engulfed in fire. He brought down the spell, a streak of fire marking its path. Karyu no Tekken. The blazing fist came down, but Brain quickly raised Clawdoa and blocked the strike. "I told you he wouldn't hit us, you mean he won't hit you?" Clawdoa's empty eye sockets narrowed at his wielder as his magic-enhanced form held off the high-temperature fires. However, Natsu suddenly uncurled his fist and gripped the horizontally positioned staff and used Clawdoa as a way to swing down. His feet engulfed in fire. Natsu slammed them against Brain's bare chest. His skin scorching and his lungs deprived of air from the harshness of the blow. Brain could only release a gasp of pain. Karyu no Kajitsume. The full force of the blow suddenly registered with Brain's body and he lost his grip on Clawdoa before he was sent flying through the air. He tumbled along the ground, leaving behind a trail of dust as he did so. Natsu ran towards his rising opponent who was wincing from the burns he had gained and grabbed the man by the collar of his cloak and held him up high into the air before dropping him and striking him in the stomach with a ferocious fire-covered uppercut. Karyu no Tekken. Natsu followed up with two punches to the face, searing the flesh off of the man's two cheeks before twisting and catching the man on his sternum. Karyu no Inchu. The flaming elbow sent Brain into an unintelligible mess of pain-filled cries. Natsu turned around once more and used the momentum to strike out with a powerful rising kick. Karyu no Kajitsume. He slammed the kick into Brain's abdominal area before leaping after his rising opponent to deliver another upward kick. He then raised both his hands over his head and slammed them down on the former magical scientist's skull. Brain rocketed to the ground as Natsu inhaled deeply. His body sold as fire and magic energy swirled into his belly. Karyu no Hoko. The powerful stream of fire scorched the very air itself and Brain unleashed a cry of bloody murder as the attack washed over his already burned and pain-filled body, further increasing the speed of his descent. A massive explosion of dust and flame formed as a result of the impact and Natsu fell to the ground and his deafened form bore a wild grin. "You're weak, Brain. You may be a guild master but you have no power and you deserve the hand that dealt the card of death to you," Natsu roared. The smoke and fires rose into the air, spreading out a bit as they climbed to the ceiling above. 2 steps from hell-moving mountains, the fire Dragonslayer's victorious expression was suddenly replaced with complete and utter shock. Within the flames and ebony smoke, the shadowed figure that he knew was Brain suddenly rose up. Natsu could see through the flames Ain should not have been able to stand, in fact, he shouldn't have even been alive. The man's body was thoroughly covered with third-degree burns and was naked in every definition of the word as his clothes had been reduced to ashes from the intense flames. His arms and legs were bent at angles they should not have been bent at and his neck looked to be painfully shifted to be positioned at a horizontal angle. However, all of that damage was for naught as Natsu's ears were met with the sickening sounds of regeneration. The loud snaps and cracks of bones shifting back into place were also mixed in with the sounds of dark laughter and Natsu could only watch in disgust and horror as he saw every single movement of Brain's body as it began to heal itself. A spire of dark magic suddenly flew forth from the cloud of fire and smoke which effectively dispersed it. The magic energy generated a powerful gale force wind that had Natsu gritting his teeth as he dug the heels of his sandals to try and remain glued to his location, but to no avail as he was pushed back little by little. The winds and pulses of magic energy then died down. The smoke and fire had Brain's figure had literally been replaced with the form of another. While bearing the same physical characteristics in terms of height and musculature, it didn't take Natsu long to confirm that Brain had indeed been seemingly replaced with another individual. His crimson eyes had taken on a much deeper shade of red, more akin to that of blood. His straight, white hair had become slightly longer and had a wavier appearance and his skin tone shifted from being a dark brown to a very light tan. The most noticeable change in appearance was the clothing Brain had previously lost had been replaced with a more military-styled set of garments. He wore a dark, olive-green shirt with a single, vertical, white stripe running down the middle and a brown belt wrapped securely around his abdomen. The belt had a white buckle with the dark blue image of Oración Siete's guild mark emblazoned on it. He wore a pair of dark blue pants which had gray fur lining the edges and were tucked away into the brown combat boots which adorned his feet. The new figure raised his head and Natsu took a step back in surprise as he witnessed the level of insanity and bloodlust within those crimson orbs. The manic grin on his face did little to ease Natsu's uneasiness. The son of Ignil swallowed the lump that formed in his throat before glaring at the newcomer. Who are you? Flashback Bureau of Magical Development. Unknown location, Fury, year X 773. It had been a few years since the young Ultir Milkovich had been administered into the Bureau. While under the guise of helping her control her large amounts of magic power, the Bureau had actually been committing experiments on the young girl to actually increase her power even further. Brain had been watching the girl each and every day during the experiments. The screams that filled the room as magic energy flooded her system through forceful methods made him chuckle with glee as he watched her endure. A maniacal sadist is what many would call him, but it was all for the sake of his research. The research needed to make himself more powerful. After many years of enduring the experiments, the girl's screams no longer echoed through the room as she had become immune to the magic energy input. The 8-year-old girl was adapting and growing stronger, and Brain's dark eyes held the glint of satisfaction within them. Finally, he thought, I have found the best test subject. Milkovich, you truly gave birth to a wonderful creature. After the daily experiments on the young girl had concluded, Brain turned to one of his researchers. Tuya? Yes, sir? The brown-haired researcher turned to his commander. What are the results? He asked. Brain, the numbers have exceeded our expectations. Ultir Milkovich, after 5 years of many experiments, has gained a dramatic spike in her magic energy reserves. Tuya replied as he glanced at the screen and looked at the digital display of the graph that showed the results of years of Ultir's experiments. Since the child had grown to a suitable age to endure the tests, Brain had her hooked up to the magic inducer every single day, 8 hours a day, with rarely any food or water to give her. For 5 years these hellish tests had been thrust upon the young girl, and it seemed Brain would finally achieve the results he wished for. By how much? The researcher glanced at the screen before him, adjusting his glasses as he read through the calculations before grinning widely. The scientist turned back to his superior with a glee-filled laugh. Sir, you aren't going to believe this, but her magic energy has increased by 110%. She has about as much magic energy as a fully accomplished rune knight. Brain glanced at the screen his researcher was looking at and glanced at the graph before looking at the calculation sequence next to it. His black eyes shone with glee, and he couldn't help prevent the wide grin that threatened to split his face. Brain chuckled before turning to Tuya with a wild look in his eyes. Think about the possibilities, Brain, Tuya exclaimed, obviously not aware of his superior's facial expression. Once we finish off Ultir's latest tests, we can finally prove that once and for all magic energy can be used as an actual resource to be used by the common people, not just mages and creatures that have the capability to use magic. We could finally be able to release this to the Magic Council, magically enhanced super soldiers to replace the second-generation Dragonslayer project. Being able to make normal humans become manufactured mages to allow for the increase in the magic-using population of Fury. The possibilities are endless. Yes, indeed. Brain said. Tuya, cancel all of Ultir's experiments and begin testings on myself. Tuya's face of joy was replaced with one of complete and utter shock. He turned slowly to the 6-foot-tall man, his mouth agape like a goldfish's. WHWH what? Brain. Tuya released a small laugh. Why, you can't be serious? And why can't I be? The Bureau of Magical Development was constructed exactly for that purpose, magical development. If a child can endure the procedures needed to increase the magic energy reserves by a significant amount, then why can't I? Sir, Ultir has been taking these magic energy injections at a periodic rate over these past 5 years. It has only been recently that we have been able to flood her system with such a large amount of magic energy. If you do this now with the amount of magic that Ultir has been taking, then it could very well kill you. Brain chuckled. Believe me, I can handle the repercussions of my actions. After all, Ultir Milkovich hasn't been the only one taking periodic amounts of magic energy over these past 5 years. Tuya's eyes widened as he watched Brain turn away from him and began to walk out of the experimentation room. Ready the equipment tomorrow and calibrate it for my body, Tuya. Fail to do so will result in your immediate eviction from the premises. Tuya gulped as he felt the spike in magic from Brain's body before nodding his head rapidly. Why yes, sir. Brain's grin grew that much wider as he exited the experimentation chamber and walked through the hallways of the Bureau, back to his office. As head of the Bureau of Magical Development, the muscular man had access to every single piece of equipment and data in the facility, and he had made sure to put that research to good use. For himself. He quickly closed the door behind him and walked over to his desk, where he placed the tips of his fingers against the top left drawer's surface. 10 small magic circles appeared upon contact with the containment unit. As Brain injected his magic energy into the runes, the locks quickly undid themselves and the white-haired man opened the top left drawer. In the drawer were a few tiny lacrimas, about the size of a small pebble. The small crystals released occupied the drawer's interior space. Brain took out one of the lacrima that held the largest quantity of magic energy, which he could tell due to the intensity of its glow. Utilizing the law of conservation of energy, energy could not be destroyed nor created, only changed from one form to another. So why couldn't the same be done for magical energy? After the failure of the second-generation Dragonslayer project, Brain had decided to make magic energy into something akin to soldier pills. Boosting physical capabilities, increasing magic energy input 3 times over, Brain had created the greatest manufactured body enhancement drug since steroids and body enhancement magic itself. Having also dabbled in the darker arts of magical research, Brain had found that by fusing a bit of darkness magic into the lacrima pills would serve to give a greater effect. A branch of magic that Brain had long since mastered before he gave up on being a Rune Knight commander and decided to be a researcher. What? You think a man like Brain could get a physique like what he has now and not have been a man of the battlefield? Brain looked at the small lacrima before taking up another and popped the 2 into his mouth and swallowed them. Brain grinned widely as he felt the magic energy flow through his body, pushing his magic energy coils to expand to handle the large amount that had just entered his system. But this was only the beginning. Soon he would have more than enough power to take control of not just the Magic Council, but possibly gain enough power to take down the Wizard Saints, even the 4 gods of Ishval. And in the end, he would become a one-man army and take control of Fury by killing Tomoe Fury, the current king. As Brain continued to ingest the drug pills he had created, he never noticed the physical changes he was undergoing nor the mental ones. Yes, crave the destruction, my little pet. I will bring it all for you: carnage, gore, blood, cries of the helpless as they are crushed beneath out heel. The voice in Brain's mind echoed in his skull as his eyes suddenly warped from coal black to blood red. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Denkuseka. And so, the next day, Brain was hooked up to the magic inducer machine. This massive contraption had a structure akin to that of a spider's web made up of numerous amounts of magical energy conductive cords. The test subject would be bound by the hands and legs to prevent any unnecessary movement by thick black cuffs. Said subject would then lay in the center of the web and the magic energy would flow along the cords to the point of conjunction where a long syringe would be injected into the magic energy coils before said energy rerouted to the test subject. This would force the magic energy coils to expand consistently as well as increase the subject's levels of strength, speed, durability and muscular and cellular regeneration if Ultir's results were anything to go by. Brain looked at Tuya, who was setting up the final calibrations for the inducer. Is everything ready? Tuya flipped a few switches and then pressed a few buttons and then nodded his head in satisfaction. All ready for your procedure, sir. The white-haired man nodded before his brown-haired researcher spoke into the microphone to alert his fellow researchers that the procedure would begin. Beginning procedure for test subject 001189, Director Brain of the Bureau of Magical Development. Procedure will include the injection of. Tuya gulped. 300 gigajoules of magic energy into the subject's system in order to test the effects of magic induction on the adult human body. Tuya pressed a few buttons on the magic inducer's apparatus. The other researchers readied the other materials and apparatus before nodding to Tuya. Commencing magical energy output along spider coils now, Tuya exclaimed before pressing the large red button. Magic energy sparked like lightning before racing along the white conductor coils. They pooled at the center of the coils as another researcher inputted a few commands into the system. Initiating injection process into Director Brain's magic energy coils. Rate of flow of energy has been calculated to be at a steady rate of 40 kilojoules per second. Inserting syringe now. Start the flow. Brain winced as he felt the large syringe needle bury itself into his back, spearing through his tough muscle as if it were made of water. When the needle tore through his magic coil's epidermal layer, Brain's eyes widened before he started his little plan. Calling upon the use of his darkness magic, the magic energy flowed through his body before the magic energy entered his body from the syringe. The tainted magic energy then began to race through Brain's body and the man's sensory nerves exploded with white-hot pain. The other researchers could only remain stoic or give looks of pity as they watched their superior tried thrash about wildly against his restraints, but to no avail as the braces kept his body all but completely still. Their eyes then widened when they saw the burst of black and green magic energy explode out of Brain's body. Oi, what was that? Tuya exclaimed. We don't know, the magic energy, it's bleeding off of his body in wild shockwaves, a female researcher exclaimed. Keep it contained, Tuya ordered. If it continues, his body may explode due to the bursts of energy pushing against his magic coils. The researchers and scientists ran about, calibrating every single piece of equipment they could get their hands on to try and stop whatever it was that was happening to the white-haired bureau director. However, as this was all going on, Brain's body had been to shudder wildly. His hair grew wilder and more wavy in appearance, his skin lost its dark brown tone and his eyes became blood-colored. And so it begins. Brain spoke with a voice that was not his own. The magic energy then exploded outwards and the dark magic energy tore through the air, ruining the machines and destroying a large portion of the experimentation chamber walls and formed a gaping hole in the ceiling above. The chaos then ended when the spiderweb of magic conductor coils exploded and sent Brain's body soaring through the air, engulfed in fire and magic energy. Director Brain. The researchers and scientists all ran around the balcony towards their fallen superior. Tuya pushed aside those that reached before him before he let loose a gasp as he looked at the ruined body. Burned by electricity, fire and magic energy, Brain's body was practically a mass of peeled skin and was coated in blood. Tuya fell to his knees with a sickened look on his face. He struggled to hold down the mixture of his bile and stomach contents as it rose up to his mouth and failed just like a few other of his colleagues. Giving the man some space as he vomited, the other researchers continued to watch as Tuya reacted to seeing Brain's body. However, one researcher pointed at Brain's hand. His finger twitched, Tuya wiped his mouth and his eyes widened. The brown-eyed scientist looked at Brain's burnt body in shock before pressing his head against the large man's chest. He stayed still, not even breathing as he listened. "We got a heartbeat." Tuya's eyes nearly bugged out of his head, along with many other scientists, when Brain's body suddenly acted and wrapped its hand around the brown-haired man's throat. Tuya and the others watched in fascination and disgust as Brain's skin peeled away as if he were shedding and displayed the blood-covered muscle beneath it. However, what shocked them the most was when Brain's skin regenerated. Black and green magic energy raced across his body before dying away to reveal a fresh coat of skin that lacked any form of blood on it. Tuya looked at Brain, but he saw that something was extremely different as he took in the new attributes of his director. Who are you?" Tuya managed to gasp out. The man before them chuckled, which sent a shiver of fear racing down their spines. "Who am I? I was created by the darkness forged in the magic, mind and heart of Brain. I am Brain, but at the same time, I am not." The second personality grinned widely. "Though if I do deserve a name, I believe I shall name myself by the number of people who will survive my destroying this entire piece of infrastructure." His crimson orbs flared with bloodlust and power before he twisted Tuya's neck, the loud snap echoing through the cavernous structure. Zero. End flashback. "Uh-oh, Zero-sama is here," Cladoa muttered. "I better get out of here before I am killed. Even though I am a skull and never lived." Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Cladoa flew towards the hole that Natsu entered through initially. Ah yes, the convenience of protagonist characters and the after effects of their flashy entrances. Insert music. Shingeki no Kyojin DOA. My, looks like you weren't bluffing when you said you would kill me. Zero chuckled as he cracked his joints after they settled back into place. Had Brain been a regular man, he surely would have died from your barrage of attacks. You have done well to summon me to the forefront of this battle, Fire Dragonslayer. Natsu growled as he read Zero's lips. I don't need to bluff and I won't burn you this time. I'll tear your fucking throat and heart out if I have to, if that's what it takes to make you stay down. Your deafness surely does not inhibit you in any way so far. Let's see how well you can take me on, Dragon Spawn. Zero spread his legs apart, shoulder width, as he entered a strong horse stance. Natsu growled before racing towards his opponent with fists ablaze. He aimed for a punch to the skull, but Zero avoided the attack and went for a palm strike to the chest. However, the pink-haired Dragonslayer twisted his body harshly so that he rotated out of the way and went for a low kick to the back of Zero's knee. The attack struck home and Zero was sent off balance before Natsu sprung upwards to deliver a powerful uppercut to the chin. Zero leaned backwards and avoided the strike before Natsu went to deliver a straight punch to his sternum. Zero caught both arms and grinned widely as he proceeded to kick Natsu in the chest. Natsu's eyes widened as he felt the force of the kick as it dug into his body. He coughed up spittle and a bit of blood before was sent rocketing through the air. Zero then brought his arms backwards and then thrust them forward with a great deal of force. Double helix. Two blasts of black and green magic energy shot forth from Zero's hands before they began to spiral around each other to create a double helix shape. The double helix collided with Natsu's body and sent him into the ground and continued to push him along, carving a trench in the earth. Natsu was even forced through the wall of the chamber he and Zero were fighting in, resulting in him appearing in another chamber similar to the one from before. Natsu grunted as he rose to his feet. Though he wondered what these giant lacrimas were for as he noticed the identical interior, he didn't dwell on it as Zero towards him. Natsu slammed his feet on the ground as a trail of fire rushed forth from his point of impact. Zero leapt to the side to avoid it, only for Natsu to suddenly kick a few pieces of rubble into the air before setting them aflame. Natsu hopped up and delivered a series of rapid kicks to each burning piece of rock. Zero quickly erected a shield of dark magic to block the first two before blowing up the third with a blast of darkness. The fourth and fifth pieces of flaming rock were caught by giant hands made of darkness before being flung back at their user. Natsu ran forward and skidded on his knees, leaning backwards as he did so that the projectiles passed over his head. Once he bypassed his reused weapons, he pushed off from his position on the ground to propel himself at Zero and flipped in the air as he did so. Karyu no Saiga. Natsu delivered a flaming fist which looked like a dragon's gaping maw aiming to eat the dark mage. Zero chuckled before raising his arm and deflecting the blow to the side. "Quite a devastating fighting style you got there, Natsu Dragneel," Zero commented. Natsu growled and sent forth 2 punches to the torso, but Zero slapped them aside before raising his knee to block the follow-up kick. He then pushed Natsu away before delivering 2 crushing punches to the stomach that had Natsu keeling over. "However, I have had years of military training when I was once a Rune Knight commander. Let me show you how a hand-to-hand combat specialist deals with little whelps like you." Zero delivered a strong knee to Natsu's face as he was still hunched over, snapping the boy's head up. The son of Igneel roared in pain as he held his pain-filled face only for Zero to deliver a kick to the side of Natsu's leg at the knee, forcing the pink-haired Dragonslayer to lose his balance. As he fell to the side, Zero spun around and slammed his elbow against the side of Natsu's head, discombobulating him as the blow slammed against his ear. Natsu shook his head and went for a flaming elbow strike to the chin, but Zero blocked it by erecting a shield of shadow. The shadow shield then pushed forward to send Natsu skidding backwards to give Zero some room, which he took advantage of by deciding to finally exploit Natsu's lack of hearing. Zero aimed numerous blasts of darkness energy at the ceiling and sent a literal rock slide at Natsu as he rose to his feet. Natsu ran towards Zero as the shield of shadow finally vanished from view. However, as he was running, a small rock knocked him against the back of his head. Natsu winced, a bit distracted from the blow. However, the pain didn't subside as 3 more pieces of rock nailed him against his left shoulder and another slammed against his forehead. Blood flowed as the rock tore away skin and pieces of flesh. A larger rock then fell right atop his right shoulder with enough force to cleanly remove his humerus from its socket. Natsu grunted as the loud, yet unheard, pop of the ball and socket joint being removed echoed alongside the sounds of falling debris. The fire Dragonslayer snarled before glancing upwards. His eyes widened when he saw a numerous amount of stone falling from the broken ceiling, and unlike the rocks from before, these were possible of absolutely crushing him. The fire Dragonslayer then did something that was completely out of character. He thought quickly. Natsu spun around quickly and a twister of fire sprung up from his position and shot skyward. Karyu no Habashiri. The tornado of orange-yellow flame blasted apart the rock slide before dispersing. Natsu panted slightly in exertion and wiped the blood from his grazed forehead and shoulder before grabbing his right arm and, with a gasp of pain, shoved it forcefully back into place. He flexed the muscles to ease the, ironically, burning pain in his arm before glaring at Zero, who watched him with a maniacal grin. "The boy certainly is proving to be a much better combatant than I thought," Zero thought. Zero and Natsu then rushed towards each other and reared back their fists, one encased in darkness and the other surrounded by fire. However, before the two could make contact with one another, they were forced to skid to a stop and leap away as a series of mighty crashes were heard from above. The final and loudest crash was shown when a massive hole was torn through the ceiling above them, right near to the ones Zero had formed with his makeshift rock slide, and sent a shower of stone and concrete raining down upon the chamber. The cause of the seemingly cataclysmic crashes was then revealed as the two combatants slammed into the ground. Zabrak stood over Naruto's fallen form as they settled in the crater they had formed. "You took away the people I saw as my own siblings, you monster," Zabrak roared. "You slaughtered them as if they were cattle, and now you will receive your punishment. Now, stay down." Zabrak growled out as he prepared to deliver what he deemed the finishing blow. Naruto's eyes flashed white. "Do not command a dragon, you human piece of filth," wound himself airborne and crashing into the far-off wall as Naruto kicked him off. The blonde rose to his feet as Zabrak tried to wrench himself free from the imprint he formed in the wall, only to be pushed back further as Naruto slammed into him. "Your brothers and sisters in arms, they tried to take my Imouto away from me. They tried once and I stopped them by brutalizing them. I warned them, I threatened them with death. But still they chose to go after Wendy, still they chose to go after my student, my little sister, the young girl that I raised as my own flesh and blood. You do not target a dragon's kin." Naruto dropped his voice to a dangerously low tone. "And due to your affiliation with such despicable humans, I will grant you the same fate, but not until I make you go through 100 lifetimes worth of pain and agony." "As if you could," Zabrak roared in defiance before pushing Naruto away. The blonde skidded backwards as Zabrak wrenched himself free from the wall once more. The two combatants then froze when they felt the two other magic signatures in the chamber with them. They turned away from themselves and narrowed their eyes at Natsu and Zero. "Brain!" Zabrak leapt high into the air towards Zero. but the red-eyed personality merely ducked under Zabrak's raised arms to get into his guard before using the momentum of Zabrak's fall to flip him over his head and slam the silver-haired giant into the ground. Brain is gone, Zabrak. I am Zero, the personality that has been sleeping within Brain's subconscious, the thing that Brain had been keeping sealed within himself with the runes that were linked to the lives of the other members of Oracion prior to your joining. Zabrak lashed out with a punch, but Zero quickly leapt away to avoid it and the silver-eyed man climbed to his feet to stare at Zero with a calculating gaze. Zero, so you're the thing Claudoa has been talking about all the time? A pleasure to meet thine acquaintance, Zabrak-san. Zero bowed mockingly. The former slave gritted his teeth beneath his muzzle-like face mask. Don't mock me, you low-life. You may be a different personality, but you are still Brain and thus you are still the same piece of shit human being that stains the world. I'll be sure to remove that stain. Zabrak crashed his fists together, thoroughly. You can try. Zero said only for the red-eyed man to suddenly get nailed in the cheek by a blazing foot. Natsu snarled as he embedded his Karyu no Kajutsume against his opponent's face and sent the man spiraling through the air. Zero slammed into the floor before going with the momentum of it and climbing back to his feet before leaping away as a blast of wind impacted with the ground. Naruto cracked his neck and snarled, shaking his head from side to side as his eyes flickered between blue and white. That attack should have been a direct hit. Naruto growled and thought. Our fight is not over, Zabrak Granful. I am aware of that Fujin, but I have a pest to deal with. Zabrak turned to Zero. As do I. Zero glanced at Natsu. The deafened Dragonslayer didn't say anything as he looked between the three enemies before him. He crashed his fists together and the image of Ignil sprung to life behind him. 10R3, I don't care, I'll take you all on, Natsu roared before inhaling deeply. Karyu no Hoko. A large stream of intense fire flew from Natsu's jaws. Natsu moved his body as he did so that the fire stream formed an arc that aimed to strike at all three of them. However, those three all countered the fire blast with their own methods. Naruto called upon his 5-point elemental seal barrier to block the impact of the flames before ingesting the magic within them. Zero deflected the draconian attack by creating a shield of dark magic energy and Zabrak increased the density of the air before him to effectively force the spell to collide with a wall of dense air. The three then all narrowed their eyes at Natsu who growled at them in return. The four combatants began to circle each other and when they thought they had seen an opening, they all leapt forth. They reared back their fists. Naruto's was surrounded by swirling winds that took the form of a dragon's head. Zero's had been wrapped in a blob of darkness. Zabrak had his assaulting limb outlined with black and silver magic energy and Natsu had his surrounded with blue and white fire as he chose to up the intensity of his flames. Time seemed to slow as the four mages neared each other as they thrust their fists forward at the opportune time. Futon. Ranryuken, Shadow Impact, Ryoku. Karyu no Tekken. Insert music. RWBY this will be the day. The four attacks collided with devastating force. A massive shockwave tore the earth asunder and caused more pieces of the ceiling to fall from above. The four mages skidded backwards from the force of their collisions before Naruto leapt into the air. He spied the four largest pieces of rock that fell from the ceiling and lashed out at them, kicking them each at his opponents. Zero and Natsu shattered theirs by sending forth blasts of fire and darkness while Zabrak merely caught his projectile. Zabrak dug his fingers into the rock and didn't even shift backwards as he caught the piece of earth. He then shifted to the side and looked to Zero before pelting it. The boulder soared towards Brain's counterpart, but as Zero went to blast apart the fallen piece of ceiling, Zabrak was shown to have leapt after the stone and crashed through it. Stone clouded Zero's vision for a moment and Zabrak reared back his fist to crush the white-haired man's skull, but was sent rocketing to the side as a certain pink-haired Dragonslayer intervened. Karyu no Kenkaku. Natsu roared as he slammed his fire-encased body against Zabrak's side. The silver-haired giant tumbled through the air, but managed to right himself in midair so he skidded along the ground as he landed on his feet. Nobody messes with my fights. However, before Zabrak and Natsu could attack each other, Naruto suddenly flickered into existence above Natsu and crashed down on his body, flooring the young man with enough force to crack the ground. Naruto sat in a crouched position, his hands pushing Natsu's face into the stone floor. I could say the same for you, Fire Dragon. Naruto growled out. He then leapt off of Natsu as Zabrak fired a Ryusei spell at him and dove at Zero. Zero fired off a blast of shadow-like energy, but Naruto inhaled deeply and ate the magic in the attack, reducing it to nothing. Zero's eyes widened at the ability Naruto displayed before quickly deciding to cross his arms above his head when Naruto brought down a wind-encased axe kick. Futon. Senpu Kyaku. The kick struck true to its name as Zero felt the force of a cyclone bear down on his arms. The earth shuddered and cracked beneath him and the razor-sharp air current tore apart the forearm area of his sleeves. Zero then pushed away Naruto and grabbed the blonde by his leg and swung him into the ground. Naruto grunted as he was lifted overhead once more and swung into the ground again. a small crater forming as a result. He was then picked up and swung around in circle as Zero built up the necessary momentum. Zero then let go and the Ogono Fujin was sent flying through the air, only to be sent into a gasp as Zabrak's hard bicep impacted with his body. His body appeared to arch around the muscular Hellspawn's arm before the momentum carried him over it and he resumed his flight path. Or at least he would have had Zabrak not grabbed onto the tail of his cloak. Naruto was reunited with the ground once more and Zabrak wrapped his left hand around the blonde Dragonslayer's throat before rearing back his right fist. He brought down the fist, cracking the ground when Naruto was struck in the face. Naruto roared in anguish, but Zabrak was forced away from Naruto when he was struck by a massive blue and white fireball. Zabrak skidded backwards from the blast, but his eyes widened when he saw Natsu continue his assault and slammed throminal area before striking out with spin kick to the side. Zabrak teetered a bit from the kick, but he chuckled as he saw Natsu clenching his fists tightly, the pain from crashing his bones against his iron-like hide registering in his mind. What is this guy made of? Zabrak punched Natsu away and the boy rocketed into the massive lower support column for Nirvana's Lacrima. Zabrak then raised his arms into the air and brought them down with great force. The ground tore apart as a massive shockwave raced forth from the point of collision. Zero and Naruto, who was now getting back up, were sent skidding along the ground as a result, but dug their heels into the ground to stop themselves. Ochida Hoshi, a dense spheroid of air slammed down on Zero and Naruto, forcing them to their knees due to the force before Zabrak followed up by sending two powerful bullets of dense air. Ryusei. The bullet slammed into Zero and Naruto, but they had managed to block the attacks. Zero with his shield of darkness and Naruto with his seal barrier. Zero and Naruto noticed their proximity to one another and quickly turned towards each other and crashed their fists against each other's face. However, Naruto's struck with much more force and Zero felt as his lower jaw was effectively removed from its original place, and though Zero's own blow was painful in its own right, the blonde was born to fight and had the endurance to back up that claim. The son of Acnologia was much quicker to recover and slammed a powerful headbutt against Zero's nose, the crunch of cartilage echoing through the air. Naruto then coated his arms with wind. Futon. Kei's no Yaiba. Naruto raised his left arm to slice off Zero's corresponding limb. But the former military commander managed to twist his body to the side to avoid his left arm being severed and instead received a long laceration stretching from his shoulder to the tip of his fingers. Zero then ducked beneath the follow-up horizontal slash before he was met with a kick to the face. Naruto's kick sent Zero spiraling through the air and Naruto vanished into the wind when he saw Natsu strike at him with a raging fireball. Natsu sniffed the air and his eyes widened when he felt the wind shift beside him. He quickly ducked under the move that would have decapitated him before rolling forward and pushed himself into the air. He positioned his body so he was upside down and coated his arms with blue fire. Karyu no Yokugeki. Natsu sent the wings of flame as his opponents. Futon. Tatsumaki. Naruto spun around rapidly and a large tornado sprang up around him, shielding him from the flames as well as infusing them into the tornado. When the fire tornado had been formed, Naruto stopped spinning and allowed the winds to fly outwards as a massive pulse. The circle of fire tore through the air and slammed into all three of his opponents. All three were sent crashing into the walls of the chamber. Naruto's eyes flashed white and he gave a "come hither" motion with his hand. "Let me show a dragon's might." Naruto watched Zero, Zabrak and Natsu race towards him from their respective directions. Zero sent forth a blast of dark magic at him, but Naruto ate the energy before vanishing from view as Zabrak had dug out a large boulder from the ground to throw at him. Energy make. Rasengan. Naruto's compact sphere of pure Eternano drilled through the rock and slammed Zabrak into the ground as the attack drilled into his steel-like skin, leaving behind a noticeable swirl mark, but failed to do any blood-spilling damage. Naruto then leapt and backflipped as Natsu came down with a crushing axe kick that slammed on Zabrak's already downed form, but Natsu pushed off of Zabrak and followed after his opponent. Natsu ejected flames from his feet and Naruto mockingly clapped. "So you can fly now? Interesting concept to use your own fire as form of thrust." Natsu of course didn't hear his fellow Dragonslayer's words and instead focused on trying to pummel him. Naruto played with the fire Dragonslayer, shifting to the sides to avoid the punches, kicks and fire streams that came his way. Natsu then gathered fire in both his hands and crashed them together. Karyu no Kouen. The massive fireball launched itself at Naruto, but the blonde raised his leg and sliced the spheroid in half with an arc of wind. He then flew towards Natsu at a speed the Rosette could not hope to match and slammed his fist against the boy's chest, knocking the wind out of him. Naruto then delivered a sharp uppercut to the chin that sent Natsu further skywards, but Naruto grabbed his fellow Dragonslayer by his ankles and flew to ground zero, front flipping as he did so. He then stopped flipping to hurl Natsu between Zabrak and Zero, who were in the middle of deflecting each other's blows, though it was more of Zabrak not feeling them as he did nothing to block them due to his borderline superhuman endurance and durability. Natsu formed a crater in the ground between Zabrak and Zero when he collided with the earth, and Naruto landed atop of the boy's body, earning a yelp of pain from the deafened Dragonslayer. As this occurred, Zero took the chance to shift his broken jaw back into place. Naruto then leapt into the air and delivered a split kick, one boot impacting with Zero's face and the other scoring against Zabrak's chest. However, the hellspawn of the Tower of Heaven grabbed onto Naruto's leg and straightened out the limb before bringing his hand down on the leg, breaking the limb. Shit! Naruto cursed as he once again felt the pain of his leg being broken. Zero then ran over to them, jumping off of Natsu as he used the rosette as a springboard to gain a higher altitude. He gathered green and black magic into his hands. Dark Rondo! Zero exclaimed, and the bursts of dark magic impacted with both his targets. Zabrak held his face while Naruto was dropped to the ground. Zero then fell down and slammed his boots against Naruto's chest before punching Zabrak in the abdominal area and then delivered a front kick that had the Titan stumbling backwards. Ignoring the pulsing in his feet and fists from hitting the durable human, Zero grabbed both downed Dragonslayers and hurled them at Zabrak. However, Natsu and Naruto recovered during their flight, and though they didn't notice it, they had unknowingly performed a double team strike by slamming their fire and wind-covered feet against Zabrak's body. The fire and wind combined to generate a massive explosion that sent the density magic user soaring through the air. As they landed on the ground, Naruto then punched Natsu in the side of the head before spinning around to block Zero's blast of darkness with a blade of wind. Zabrak rose up from his place on the ground and barreled towards Naruto, but the blonde backflipped over Zabrak and sent a senpu kyaku straight between the shoulder blades of the giant man. The 7-foot-tall man instead barreled into Zero, and going with the flow of it all, Zabrak slammed his former guild master into the ground before going into a forward roll and hurled the dark mage through the air to slam into the lacrima support structure, but was cut short when Natsu caught him with blazing uppercut. Zero coughed up blood as he was hit straight in the stomach, but suddenly found himself spiraling to the ground when Naruto caught him with his own attack. Energy Mate. Double Rasengan. The two energy spheres slammed down into Zero's back. The grinding spheres of Eternano tore away flesh and sent blood flying every which way before he was sent to the ground, forming a crater upon impact. Zero grunted as he struggled to rise to his full height once more, but the pain of being struck 3 times over made the task very difficult. The effect of the pills Brain had taken to create him had granted him a high-level healing factor, but it still had its flaws. The fact that Zero was the only one able to utilize it and not Brain was the biggest one, hence why the bone breakage and third-degree burns from the earlier battle with Natsu only came into play when the second flaw was that Zero had to focus on what he wanted to heal, as it was not completely automatic like Naruto's. Zero was hoisted into the air by Zabrak, and the silver-haired former slave shifted his grip so that both hands were clenching tightly around Zero's dense skull. "I'll crush your puny skull and your lack of a brain with it." Whether it is a pun on my other half's name or not, I will never know, Zero commented. "But I will not die that easily, my former subordinate." Zero kicked Zabrak in the throat, and though the man's C-shaped cartilage was now extremely dense, the fact remained that a kick to the throat was still a devastating move, as the former slave had been placed into a coughing fit. Zero fell to the ground and felt the remainder of his healing factor patch up the wound caused by Naruto's double Rasengan. He quickly put his military training into play as he coated his hands with dark magic and punched Zabrak in the stomach 3 times before leaping into the air and crashing a wide hook shot to the side of his neck. Zabrak shifted minutely to the side before Zero slammed twin blasts of dark energy at Zabrak's knees. Zabrak fell onto his knees before Zero grabbed his former subordinate by his shoulders and flipped over him, and due to still having his grip intact, Zero hurled the heavyweight mage over his head towards Natsu. Natsu ducked beneath Zabrak's airborne form, but quickly formed a hand of fire with his left hand. A trick he learned from Macau. The hand of fire wrapped itself around Zabrak's body, and the son of Igneel held it in front of him to use as a human shield as he ran towards Naruto, who had been bombarding him with arcs of wind and wind bullets. Naruto chuckled at the pink-haired Dragonslayer's tactics to use his opponent as a human shield. "Not bad, little fire dragon, not bad. But your playful tactics will not hinder your inevitable defeat." Naruto raced forward, and his blue eyes narrowed as he spied the opening in Natsu's defenses. He vanished into the wind, and the dark-eyed Dragonslayer could only turn his head when Naruto appeared next to him with a blade of wind already prepared to skewer him. Insert music. 2 Steps from Hell Identity Crime. Futon. Naruto growled, and his eyes shifted from blue to white. Black and blue magic energy replaced the swirling winds, and the small delay was all Natsu needed before Naruto replaced his wind blade with the claws of the Apocalypse Dragon. Mokashiryu no Hakai Sume. Zabrak and Natsu released simultaneous cries of pain as Naruto's harsh blow collided with Zabrak's body, but resulted in Natsu bearing the weight of the density magic user as they slammed into the wall behind them. They continued through it, however, and ended up within the passages that stretched throughout Nirvana. Dark Spark. A bolt of black lightning launched itself at Naruto, but the son of Aknology a barrel rolled to avoid the attack only for chains of pure shadow to wrap themselves around him. Shadow bind. Zero roared before bringing Naruto down to the ground. Naruto snarled as his white eyes shone with anger. "You pathetic human, how dare you use such a weak move on my person," Naruto roared. "Release me at once and you will die a swift death unlike Fire Dragon and Zabrak Granful." "A weak move? And after such a spell brought you to the ground you now lie upon?" Naruto snarled before opening his jaws. The magic energy from the chains of shadow flowed into his gaping maw and Zero could only watch in horror and fascination as Naruto tore through his bindings as if they were made of paper. Naruto then spun around and a tail of pure energy slammed into Zero's body. Mokashiryu no Shippo. The twin spear-like tail sent Zero through the very same hole in the wall Zabrak and Natsu had vanished through. Zero rolled along the ground before he slammed into the dark halls of Nirvana. He rose to his feet and his eyes widened when he saw flashes of blue fire light up the area every once in a while. Zabrak and Natsu were continuously fighting each other even in the darkness, but Natsu appeared to be fighting an uphill battle. "I was raised in the darkness, boy," Zabrak yelled as he blocked a flaming axe kick to his ribs. "You cannot defeat a man born in a land without light." He then punched Natsu in the chest before leaping to the side to avoid the wild swipe from the Dragonslayer's claws. Zabrak chuckled as his loud footsteps echoed through the hallways when he circled around Natsu, but it was to the large man's surprise that Natsu made no sort of reaction. Though he was glancing every which way and his nose twitched every now and then, Zabrak noticed that Natsu never once made a response to any verbal banter in the fight. That just made it less fun. However, even his loud footsteps and the fact that due to the mask on his face he had a breathing problem which resulted in very audible inhalations and exhalations. Zabrak avoided the Karyu no Saiga spell aimed for his legs to bring him down, but then leapt back before taking a deep breath and adjusted the density of the air in his lungs to be light enough to move quickly but heavy enough to cause significant damage. Kyojin no Dugo. The Titan's bellow spell scored a hit on Natsu and the fusion of sound waves and dense air sent Natsu soaring through the air. Natsu was sent flying through the air, but the rosette immediately righted himself and once he stopped skidding, he pushed himself forwards almost immediately. He then began to hop from wall to wall in a zigzag pattern. There was almost no delay. The Fire Dragonslayer cannot hear me as even regular humans would be disoriented from the sound waves from my attack. Even the Ogo no Fujin had been mildly disoriented. Natsu Dragneel is practically fighting a battle with a handicap. Zabrak was snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Natsu fly towards him, completely covered in blue fire. Zabrak readied to slam a fist down on Natsu's skull to stop him in his tracks, but the silver-eyed Titan was caught off guard when Natsu stopped his flight path short and skidded along the ground between Zabrak's knees. Natsu then popped up behind his opponent and he delivered a powerful spin kick. Karyu no Kajutsume. The kick sent the silver-eyed giant stumbling forwards before a second kick made him trip over himself. Natsu had then used the force of his kicks to propel himself forwards, from his perspective, and performed a front flip. Halfway through the flip, he sent a massive fireball barreling towards the former Oracion Siete member. Karyu no Kowan. The fireball slammed into Zabrak's back and the man released a howl of pain as the intense fires turned his durable back red from the heat, skin peeling away as a result. Natsu then completed his flip and spun around quickly and his stomach swelled as magic energy and fire gathered within him. Karyu no Hoko. The massive wave of flame tore through the narrow tunnel and slammed into Zabrak's body, pushing him through the passageway and also sent him crashing into Zero. Natsu took off after his opponents, but was stopped when Naruto had entered through the hole in the wall as well and kicked Natsu in the back. Natsu's body seemed to fold in half before he was sent flying towards Zabrak and Brain. The son of two wizard saints had his glowing white eyes set on all three of the annoying pests before him and then ran forwards at a blinding speed and reared back his leg. Mokashiryu no Jinshinkyakyu. The Apocalypse Dragon's seismic kick slammed into Zabrak first and the force carried all three mages through the walls of Nirvana before they landed in another chamber room on the opposite side of Nirvana. When Zero, Zabrak and Natsu finally managed to climb back to their feet, Naruto had already burst in through the makeshift entrance and formed large wings of black and blue energy. Mokashiryu no Habitaki. A powerful gust of wind and magic energy sliced against their skin and left several lacerations on their bodies, even Zabrak's. However, as Naruto went to strike at Natsu, Dragonslayer out of the way before grabbing Naruto by his collar and flipped him overhead before grabbing him with a large hand made of dark matter. The hand plowed against Naruto's form and sent him into the opposite wall of the chamber before pulling him back towards Zero. Zabrak then charged along with Natsu. The two lashed out at Zero, but the white-haired counterpart of Brain chuckled darkly before tossing Naruto into the air. "Keep your eyes on the opponent." Zero taunted as Natsu and Zabrak's eyes had followed Naruto's airborne form before Zero charged up a considerable amount of magic energy. Zero and Naruto, who recovered in midair, then sent blasts of pure energy and dark energy respectively at the masked giant and said gargantuan humans skidded backwards as he was forced to let go of them. Coughing as they breathed in the air they so desperately needed. Naruto and Zero climbed back to their feet. Once they fully recovered, they snarled at one another and white eyes and red eyes clashed. The son of Agnologia wildly slashed at Zero like a beast and Zero deflected or blocked each and every attack. "Drown in darkness," Zero exclaimed before he slammed his palms down on the ground. A massive black magic seal spread out beneath him before the shadows seemed to come alive and encompassed the whole room. "Nox Umbra," Zero exclaimed, and soon everything was lost to the darkness. Naruto's hovering form slammed down on the ground. His shining white eyes couldn't even pierce the darkness itself. Natsu's hands blazed brightly, but even they didn't illuminate the area. Zabrak looked around the darkness and his silver eyes narrowed when he heard Zero's voice. "The endless night that does not allow light to exist within its domain. You may be able to hear me, but sight is the sense that everyone depends on the most. If you lose your sight, you lose this fight and with it your lives." Zero's voice echoed throughout the chamber and the acoustics resulted in said voice appearing as if it were coming from every direction. Natsu was immune to the effects of the echoing voice due to his deafness, but with two of his most important senses lost, even his powerful sense of smell was being pushed to its limits as the flood of magic energy made sense difficult to pinpoint within the lightless chamber. Natsu and Naruto sniffed the dark area and caught onto the nearest scent, which happened to be Zabrak. Zero had also decided to strike at the massive man as he was seemed the largest threat in terms of close combat. As the three combatants neared Zabrak, the large man chuckled beneath his muzzle-like mask. His silver eyes couldn't even see his own hand in front of his face, but he didn't need to. "Your fatal mistake is believing that I need my eyes. You utilize the dark to aid you in your efforts to try and kill myself, the Fujin and Natsu Dragneel of fairy tale. But believing that the dark can save you is nothing but a false truth, Zero," Zabrak said as he closed his eyes. He cracked his knuckles and flexed his muscles. "Oh, you think darkness is your ally. But you merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding." Zabrak then lashed out and grabbed Naruto's arm before it could hit him and then struck the blonde in the stomach. He lashed out with a strong kick to the face to halt Natsu's advances before sending him back with a powerful palm strike to the chest which sent Natsu tumbling along the ground, and finally he shifted to grab Zero around his throat. He choke-slammed Zero and the white-haired man kicked wildly beneath his physically stronger opponent, and due to the lack of focus on his spell and focusing more on trying to stay alive, forced Zero to cancel the spell. With Nox Umbra gone, Zabrak didn't even have to blink to adjust his vision to the light as he chuckled at seeing the squirming forms of his assailants. "How?" Zero managed to gasp out. Zabrak chuckled. "The shadows betray you because they belong to me. Have. Mercy is what you wish to say, correct?" Silver eyes burned with killing intent as fear-filled Crimson One stared back. Zabrak tilted his head and shook it while clicking his tongue, as if he were disappointed in the actions of a child. "We both know that I now have to kill you. You'll just have to imagine the fire." Zabrak reared back his fists and began to pummel Zero's skull. He brought each powerful fist down with great force and soon the cracks of bone began to echo through the chamber. Blood flowed from Zero's nostrils, mouth and head as each bone-breaking blow made contact. "You always said that you were the master, then you held dominion over everyone in Oración Siete, that you were the man in charge." Zabrak chuckled. "Tell me, Master Zero. Do you feel in charge?" And with that, Zabrak clasped his hands together over his head before bringing them down. Black and silver magic energy coated his hands as soon as they made contact with Zero's bleeding visage. Blood, brain matter and bone fragments splattered everywhere, and Zero, the maniacal man who planned to conquer the world with nirvana, lay dead beneath the body of the man he once called subordinate. Zabrak rose to his feet before spitting on the body of his former master. However, the moment of satisfaction for Zabrak was brought to a quick end as Natsu suddenly exploded into a mass of blue flames. "Fei Doraibu!" Natsu snarled as the flames licked at the air around him. Natsu streaked towards the silver-eyed giant and slashed at him with claws of azure fire. But Zabrak quickly leapt to avoid the attack and watched in mild awe as the attack crashed down on Zero's headless corpse. A crater formed as the flames tore the ground asunder with explosive force and reduced the headless body to nothing more than charcoal and ash. Natsu turned his gaze to Zabrak and Naruto as the two glanced at the drive mode user. The image of Igneel came with the killing intent that rose from the rose-haired Dragonslayer. His muscles twitched with anticipation to strike as small scale-like markings crawled over parts of his arms, forehead and chest. "Quite a tremendous amount of power," Zabrak commented. "So this is a dragon's power?" The large man was quickly removed from his thoughts when an arc of wind slashes against his stomach. His dense structure prevented the slash from being fatal, but it still cut rather deeply into his flesh as the X-shaped lines of red appeared. A few more slashes appeared over his arms when he raised them to cover his face and chest, but winced as the wind blades struck at the muscles in his legs, cutting dangerously against his tendons. Zabrak turned around to attack his assailant, but his eyes widened when said assailant had already vanished and received a series of slashes to the back and shoulders as Naruto finished off his series of attacks with a spinning attack. Naruto stopped spinning and landed on the ground with his arms crossed in front of him in a crouching position. Futon. Mugan no Inatsusha, he stated before rising. Zabrak snarled as he turned to look at the Ogo no Fujin in the eyes, and shining silver met startling sapphire in a clash of powerful gazes. However, before either of the two could make a move against the other, Natsu had chosen that opportune moment to strike. He raced across the ground and left behind a trail of molten rock as the flames ejected from his feet to propel himself forward. Naruto and Zabrak snapped their heads in Natsu's direction just as Natsu hopped into the air. Natsu reached into his pocket and took out what looked to be a small blue crystal, about the size of an eyeball. The crystalline form of the pure magic energy from the Magic Council's magical ion cannon, the satellite square. Etherion, that was what Natsu had found on Jalal's person before he had left to take part in this cataclysmic battle. The object he sought to hide from Urza and Wendy would be the one that would grant him the power to hopefully overcome his foes, and this small crystal lay enough Eternano to rival a man of Gildarts' caliber, possibly a wizard saint as well. Insert music. Fairy Tale Dragon Force. With that thought in mind, Natsu opened his jaws and crunched down on the crystal and swallowed it. Naruto and Zabrak could only stare with wide eyes as they felt an unbelievable spike in power from the fire Dragonslayer. Massive blue flames rose up around Natsu's fists before they became a pale white as he descended towards his opponents. Karyu no Tekken. The white flame-covered fists flew towards their targets, but Naruto and Zabrak managed to slam their boots against Natsu's elbows so that the fists of fire were deflected. The Hellspawn and Apocalypse Dragonslayer could stare in shock as powerful explosions of white fire shook the very chamber they were fighting in. The explosions sent both of them speeding through the air and through the walls of the chamber. Natsu growled as he climbed back to his feet, wrenching his clawed hands free from the molten rock where his hands had been embedded. He unleashed a powerful roar to the heavens, the ground beneath him seeming to quake from the shockwave of the roar. What the fuck was that? Zabrak muttered as he and Naruto re-entered the chamber. Naruto released a chuckle before breaking out into full-blown laughter. To think that Fire Dragon of all beings would be able to unlock Dragon Force. Natsu Dragneel, son of Igneel. Well played. By either ingesting great quantities of the element that the Dragonslayer uses, fire being the element in Natsu's case, or by undergoing great levels of training to call upon it by will, the Dragonslayer can call upon Dragon Force. Dragon Force is the ultimate technique that a Dragonslayer can use, which transforms their bodies into literal weapons of mass destruction. Their physical capabilities increase by over 100%. Their magic-based attacks are made to be extremely powerful and with enough focus on the task, can tear through dragon hide, and finally, they are given the characteristics of the dragon which they were raised by. Naruto eyed Natsu's form. He was completely covered in scale-like patterns from head to toe, and his skin was now colored with a noticeable reddish tint. His eyes were now a shining gold with a thin, vertical, black pupil. The eyes of the mighty Igneel. White flames flowed from his form and gave him the appearance that he was some sort of ethereal being. His scale-patterned muffle whipped wildly in the winds generated by the heat waves of his ivory flames. Natsu didn't respond and merely took off towards his fellow Dragonslayer. Naruto sent out a series of razor-sharp wind blades at Natsu's speeding form, but Natsu merely roared and dispersed them. He barreled towards Naruto and aimed to punch him in the stomach, but Naruto sidestepped the strike. However, Natsu reacted much quicker than Naruto had ever thought possible for the rather empty-headed son of Igneel and gripped Naruto's arm. Just from the touch, Naruto could felt the flames that coated Natsu's body burn away his cloak sleeve and his flesh. Natsu then tossed Naruto through the air before vanishing from view to do the same to Zabrak. Naruto and Zabrak collided with each other harshly in mid-air, and Natsu had already been prepared for them as he was waiting underneath their forms and delivered two white fire-coated kicks to their bodies, sending them skyward. Natsu then leapt after them and delivered a roundhouse kick to Zabrak's head. As Zabrak flew through the air, Natsu had used his silver-haired opponent as a way to propel himself towards Naruto and delivered a crushing hook punch that had Naruto descending to the ground at an angle. However, both the Ogo no Fujin and Hellspawn were caught off guard when neither of them made impact with the ground, but instead were sent back into the air by Natsu's flaming uppercuts. As they neared each other in midair, Zabrak and Naruto blocked the attacks they sent at each other, only to be interrupted by Natsu when he inhaled deeply. Karyu no Hoko. A massive stream of white fire rocketed out of the son of Igneel's jaws, and Naruto and Zabrak were sent straight through the chamber and into the one that housed that lacrima for Nirvana's upper left leg. However, they didn't stop there as Natsu met them in mid-air and lashed out at them once more. Naruto and Zabrak bounced off of Natsu's fists, feeding each other as the power of Dragon Force increased Natsu's powers to practically godlike levels. Sonic booms and flashes of white fire decorated the air as Natsu continued to batter Zabrak and Naruto, tearing away their cloaks, undershirts and the skin of their upper bodies in the process. Every single attack Natsu had at his disposal that he learned from Igneel, he used it, pushing off the walls, the floor and ceiling while also using his new method of flight through flame ejection from beneath his feet. Natsu broke apart everything with his newfound power and left small streaks of fire in his wake that burned everything. Outside of Nirvana, Wood Sea, Fury Kurama was still being pushed back by the large arachnid-like weapon as its mobility, no matter how much it was being reduced by Kurama's opposing force, refused to be brought to an end. Kurama's eyes narrowed when his ears twitched, catching wind of the echoing sounds of combat that filled the interior of the annoying contraption. His eyes suddenly widened when plumes of white fire began to burst out of Nirvana's sides and the entirety of the complex began to shake even more than before. "What the hell is going on in there?" Kurama muttered. "Damn it, you stupid thing, stop moving." Kurama dug his tails deeper into the ground and pushed against Nirvana. The moon was already high in the sky and this made Kurama growl in annoyance. "When this is over, Naruto better owe me a few favors for doing this shit." Nirvana interior Natsu vs Zabrak vs Naruto. He quickly delivered a kick in upward arc that nailed Naruto in the chin before flying towards Zabrak and crashing an uppercut to the abdominal area. Both Naruto and Zabrak flew towards each other and a grunt of pain forced its way through their lips before Natsu appeared on the ceiling. He pushed off of the ceiling with enough force to break apart what remained of it. Karyu no Kenkaku. Natsu flipped as he descended to their level and his white flame-covered body delivered twin axe kicks that crashed down on both Naruto's and Zabrak's skulls. The two rocketed to ground zero in a massive crater accompanied by a large dust cloud, formed. Natsu landed just outside the edge of the crater on all fours, his glowing golden eyes staring into the smoke-filled crater. The smoke cleared and Natsu grinned widely as he saw Naruto laying within the crater covered with burns and blood, however his healing factor was working to cover up the damage. However, the fired Dragonslayer saw that there was a large hole in the center of the crater where Zabrak's body should have been. "Your deafness is your downfall." The earth burst apart beneath Natsu's body and a powerful uppercut slammed into his stomach. Natsu was sent skyward, but he didn't feel any pain since his body's durability had increased due to his usage of Dragon Force. However, a pillar of black and blue magic energy erupted from the crater where Naruto was laying and ripped through to the heavens above. Natsu didn't even time to register what happened as he saw a blur of ebony and azure shoot towards him. His golden eyes widened as he met the shining white eyes of the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Black scaled patterns covered his skin with a few areas bearing the flame-like patterns. His hair held a few streaks of black and his sharp teeth and claws glinted in the light of Natsu's fires. Insert music. 2 steps from Hell Dragon Rider. Apocalypsu Doraibu. Naruto growled out before slamming his fist against Natsu's stomach. Natsu rocketed into the ground and tore a trench in it as his momentum kept him going. Naruto fell after him and aimed to slam into his body. Bhe stopped skidding and avoided the attack. However, the blast wave from the Naruto's impact sent him skidding backwards even further. The rose-haired Dragonslayer looked to his blonde counterpart and quickly raised his arms to block the overhead swipe. "So heavy," Natsu thought as he held back the powerful strike. The ground cratered beneath his feet as the force of the blow transferred to the ground. "You may bear the mark of Dragon Force, Natsu Dragneel. But you have no experience in wielding the awesome power of the dragons," Naruto roared before kicking Natsu in the chest. Natsu skidded backwards before ducking beneath the follow-up roundhouse kick aimed for his head. He grabbed Naruto's outstretched leg and swung the blonde into the ground. But Naruto twisted his body to free his leg before backflipping into the air, but stopped at the apex of his flip to crash a powerful kick to the Dragon Force wielder's skull. Natsu cratered the ground from the force and Naruto picked up Natsu by his scarf and hurled him into the air before 2 large spears of magic energy surrounded Naruto's arms. Mokashiryu no Soso. The twin spears shot towards Natsu as they extended from Naruto's arms, but Natsu quickly spun around and generated a shield of white flame. However, as the attack was deflected, he had forgotten about his second opponent. Ochita Hoshi. Increasing the density of the air, Zabrak utilized his spell to slam the falling star spell onto Natsu's body. The fire Dragonslayer rocketed to the ground and Zabrak leapt into the air to slam down onto his rose-haired foe. But Naruto intercepted him and flipped Zabrak in midair to throw him down atop of Natsu. Mokashiryu no Habataki. The wings of the Apocalypse Dragon surrounded Naruto's arms and sent a massive burst of magic-infused wind at them both. However, Zabrak quickly gripped the earth beneath him and tore out a large piece of rock to shield himself, shielding Natsu in the process. Natsu took advantage of this and crashed his fist against Zabrak's body, the cracking of ribs meeting the Dragonslayer's ears. The burned giant slammed into the wall and Natsu gripped the massive piece of earth in his own hands before surrounding it with his fire. Natsu used his augmented strength and with a roar of effort, threw the massive flaming rock at Naruto. Insolent hatchling. Naruto exclaimed as he spun around, lashing out with his tail of pure eternano. Mokashiryu no Shippo. The shattered apart the flaming spheroid and sent small pieces of burning rock into the craters that littered the battlefield. Naruto flew towards Natsu and the fire Dragonslayer lashed out with a mighty fist of white-hot fury that impacted with Naruto's claws. Karyu no Saiga. Mokashiryu no Kuroi Kiba. The two powerful attacks tore the earth asunder, but as the two fought for dominance, Zabrak appeared and grabbed them both by the backs of their heads and slammed their skulls against each other. Zabrak then slammed them into the ground and leapt back before gathering a large amount of density magic from within his body. A large burst of silver and black energy erupted out of his body and suddenly the world around the two Dragonslayers became very hard to breathe in. The dual-colored energy flowed off of Zabrak's body in waves and Natsu and Naruto struggled to rise to their feet as gravity appeared to have increased. Empudio Sekai, empty world. The silver-eyed giant declared and suddenly Naruto and Natsu began to gasp as they felt the lack of breathable air. Empty world, one of Zabrak's most deadly spells which altered the density of the area Zabrak chose. Air, earth, as long as it was non-human, the density of the environment was his to command and so he altered the density of the air to become next to none. With so little air being present in the void Zabrak created, Naruto and Natsu couldn't breathe. They grasped at their throats and unleashed silent roars of rage as they turned their attention to the large man. Naruto then inhaled deeply and that was when he noticed something. Though the air was gone, the magic energy that separated the void from the rest of the world was still saturated with magic energy, the energy that fueled the spell. Empty world my ass. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer thought. Naruto inhaled deeply and the magic energy flowed into his jaws. Zabrak's silver eyes widened as he watched streams of magic energy swirl into Naruto's body and soon, the empty world was no longer empty. Natsu lay gasping on the ground while Naruto rose to his feet with a wide toothy grin, his white eyes shining brighter than before. The meal was much appreciated, Zabrak. Now then, with my power restored, let me give you an example of what I can really do. Naruto blurred out of existence and the next thing Zabrak knew, he had the tip of Naruto's boot colliding with his chin. He shot towards the lack of a ceiling and continued climbing into the air. The blonde then turned to the downed Natsu and flickered to his location. He grabbed him by his scarf, hoisting him up into the air. Naruto gave the boy a disappointed shake of the head. And just when you finally managed to interest me, Fire Dragon. Naruto dropped Natsu and as Natsu fell, he struck out with a brutal uppercut that slammed against the Rosette's torso. Natsu's eyes widened in shock and pain as blood, spittle and the air in his lungs exited through his lips. Natsu soared into the air and through the ceiling of the chamber. Natsu continued to rise until he reached the top side of Nirvana. Zabrak groaned as he rubbed his chin before looking around to find himself within the ancient Nervat city that was located atop of Nirvana once more. His silver eyes widened as the moonlight shone down from above and allowed him the ability to see Natsu tear through the thick stone ground before Naruto caught him in midair and flung him through several of the Nervat city's buildings. Natsu tore through 3 towers and a small house before Naruto kicked him in the spine. His body folded in half before he seemed to be at the same altitude as the moon and Naruto hovered in the air as he waited for his fire-using counterpart's form to reach a suitable level. You have improved, son of Igneo. Truly you have, but your time in combat has concluded. Now get out my sight. Naruto snarled. He reared head as magic energy pooled in his lungs, condensing into a compact sphere of black and azure. Naruto swallowed the orb and his body swelled as steam flowed from out of the corners of his mouth. Mokashiryu no Hoko. Naruto delivered a brutal blast that collided with terrific force with Natsu's own airborne form. The fire Dragonslayer released an, ironically, deafening scream of pain as the beam of pure energy pushed him through the air and into the forests below. Natsu was nothing more than a pink and black blur that vanished into the forests below. Trees topples. The earth was torn asunder as the blast and Natsu made contact with it and soon a large dome of energy expanded outwards. Even from atop Nirvana, Naruto felt the winds that formed from the blast wave of his attack. A section of the wood sea was now nothing more than smoldering crater with an unconscious Natsu laying in it covered with energy burns, a cracked skull and a broken arm and leg. Naruto nodded in satisfaction before spotting Zabrak. He flew towards his final opponent and landed in front of him. You have put up a decent show of combat, human. Naruto spoke with a guttural growl. You have indeed bested me in terms of physical combat and pure physical strength, but I have the magic and the power of a dragon on my side. The image of Agnologia flickered to life as Naruto called upon his magic, the winds howling as he did so. I have not dealt with an enemy as strong as you, Ogono Fujin. Your powers are indeed great and you are worthy of your title as an SS-class mage with the status for Flea on sight. I can see now why the Magic Council and many members of the Balam Alliance fear you. Flattery will get you nowhere. I understand that, Fujin. En shifted into a basic fighting stance. But as much I applaud your combat prowess, I will do what I aim to do. To gain retribution for my fallen brothers and sister in arms. Angel, Racer, Cobra, Hot Eye, Midnight. They didn't deserve the kind of death you brought upon them, and so I will fight with every ounce of ability I have left to ensure you lay dead at my feet. Naruto growled, enough talk, human. It's time I end this. Not if I kill you first. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Akari. Zabrak coated his body with density magic and shot off from his position, the earth cracking with each step he took. Naruto did the same and the two crashed against one another. Zabrak immediately overpowered Naruto and tossed the Apocalypse Dragonslayer into a nearby Nervate building before holding his arms over his head. Silver and black energy swirled into a massive spheroid of dense air that was approximately the size of a small house. Uchiha, Fallen World. Zabrak swung his arms down and the massive sphere descended straight towards Naruto. The son of Aknologia held out both his hands and charged his magic energy into them. Energy Make. Double Odama Rasengan. The giant spheres of pure Eternano slammed against Zabrak's massive spheroid of dense air. Naruto grunted with effort as the density of the attack forced the ground beneath him to crack and break apart. However, Naruto's attack was pushed into a stalemate and the burst of dense magic energy pushed him through the ground, and he continued through and through, bursting out of the underside of Nirvana's body. Naruto quickly recovered before he could hit the ground and flew around the massive weapon of mass destruction and used the element of speed and surprise to nail Zabrak in the back with a devastating kick. Zabrak flew forward only to receive a brutal rising kick to the chin which sent him skyward. Naruto flickered into existence above his form and reared back his arm as Eternano condensed in his hand. Odama Rasengan. The attack ground into Zabrak's steel-like skin and ground away the epidermal layer before sending the titan into the ground. However, Zabrak managed to twist himself so he landed on his hands and knees. The ground broke apart from the impact, but Zabrak immediately tackled his airborne foe and brought him down to ground zero. Zabrak ran along the ground, keeping a tight grip on his foe while tearing the trench through the Nervate city with the son of Aknologia. He then lifted Naruto up and spun him around, throwing him through a large spire. Naruto went through the stone structure, causing it to collapse, but managed to stop himself as he utilized his ability to fly. Zabrak unleashed his magic energy and altered the density of the earth and the air around him. He tore out numerous pieces of destroyed infrastructure and tossed them at Naruto, but the blonde used his speed and agility to barrel roll and loop-de-loop out of the way of the oncoming projectiles. He quickly went into a dive when a massive bullet of air shot towards him. Naruto's white eyes narrowed as he saw Zabrak standing with numerous orbs of silver and black magic energy surrounding his body. Garando, Void. Zabrak unleashed the dense bullets of magic and air. Naruto dodged the first one, but his eyes widened when he felt the blast wave from the collision with the bullet and the ancient structure behind him. The building was utterly obliterated, reduced to nothing but small pieces of rubble. The density of those projectiles is completely crushing the objects that make impact with it. Though my durability and healing factor will prevent me from taking any lasting damage, those attacks may still be able to break some bones if they hit me. Naruto thought as he avoided 3 more. He quickly went into a loop-de-loop to avoid 2 more of the high-speed attacks and sent out arcs of high-pressure wind to collide with the damaging projectiles. Explosions of force seemed to make the heavens themselves quake from the awesome power of the 2 beasts that fought each other. Poor Kurama's sensitive ears were twitching with each one. He might become as deaf as Natsu if this kept up. Damn it, brat. Wrap this up, Kurama snarled. Get off this thing so I can destroy it already. Naruto resisted the urge to sneeze as Kurama was talking about him and quickly crossed his arms in front of himself and activated his seal barrier, and the crimson, spherical shield formed around the blonde. However, the massive burst of dense air and magic carried his body through the air and off the edge of Nirvana. More of the buildings atop of Nirvana collapsed, some not even fit to be called rubble due to the state they were reduced to. Naruto growled in annoyance before raising his hands to the heavens. Wind and Eternano swirled to life and condensed into a single form. A spheroid of pure Eternano hovered high over his palms before the slicing winds fused into it. The large shuriken of rapidly spinning winds formed, its screeching visage piercing the heavens as the clouds swirled around to match its rotation. Ichi nin no otoko unison raid. Psycho Fuuton. Rasen's Hurricane. Naruto hurled his ultimate attacks at Zabrak. The attack didn't even touch the buildings as the winds that surrounded it sliced through the Nervate Society's last remaining pieces of infrastructure. Zabrak unleashed a battle cry before running at high speeds as he lowered his body's density. He tore through everything in his path as his steel-like body crashed through stone after stone. You die now, Fuujin. Zabrak's magic energy signature spiked in silver and black energy completely encased his form. He reached the edge of Nirvana. His silver eyes shone brightly, the irises being lost in the glow, and then his body seemed to increase in size. Mass and volume increased drastically, and soon Naruto found himself staring at a hulking monstrosity of muscle. I may lose the ability to move quickly in this form, but that is of little consequence. Zabrak's eyes widened as he slammed into Naruto. Shimekiryo, end world. Zabrak slammed into the Rasen Shuriken and Naruto watched with a confident toothy grin. The human was completely idiotic. The Rasen Shuriken was capable of cutting on a molecular level. Nothing could survive against it. However, that where Naruto was proven wrong. His white eyes widened when he saw the silver-eyed giant pushing against the Rasen Shuriken as if it were solid. His body wasn't disintegrating in. He's pushing through it. The Dragonslayer could only watch in complete shock as Zabrak unleashed a bestial roar before ripping through the ultimate cutting technique. Ultimate spear meet the ultimate shield. Zabrak continued to race towards Naruto. Though he had a significant decrease in speed due to his increased density, the blonde was still in a state of surprise from seeing one of his most powerful attacks being torn apart by human hands. Incredibly dense human hands, but human hands nonetheless. The glowing titan of a man slammed into Naruto's body and a massive shockwave raced through the air, even going so far as to crack off a piece of Nirvana's edge. Naruto unleashed a gasp as the wind was driven from his form. The two rocketed towards the ground and a massive tremor shook the earth. A large crater exploded outwards from the impact the two titans made with the wood sea. Naruto and Zabrak rolled on the ground as their momentum carried them through the trees, uprooting many in the process. Zabrak managed to gain the upper hand and forced himself atop of Naruto to deliver a few brutal strikes to the face, but Naruto planted both his hands and feet against Zabrak's body and pushed the larger man off of him. The silver-eyed man tumbled through the air, crashing through several trees, but his body's enhanced density due to Shimekiryo prevented him from taking much damage. A roar echoed from above and he watched as Naruto held two large tree trunks in both hands as if they were mere twigs, the bark splintering from how tightly he gripped them. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer threw the T-spears, visible waves of air resistance spiraling around them. Zabrak countered by punching the two high-speed trunks and shattered them apart with his superior physical strength. However, a massive shadow covered his form when he saw Naruto had picked up another tree trunk, this one larger than the other two. He swung it down and a massive explosion of dust was kicked up. The dust cloud cleared as Zabrak unleashed a burst of magic energy from his body to reveal he was unharmed from the strike. Naruto flew down towards him and lashed out with the ferocity of a wild beast. He didn't think, he just acted. Zabrak raised his arms as Naruto's blows sent him skidding backwards with each one. He then decided to match Naruto blow for blow. Right hook. Left hook. Spin kick. Headbutt. Elbow strike. Low kick. A shockwave erupted from the point of collision from each blow and a visible path of destruction carved itself out within the wood sea. What took hundreds of years to become blooming metropolis for the native fauna and flora of Fury was quickly being reduced to nothing in a matter of seconds. Naruto and Zabrak reared back their fists and crashed them against each other. The earth shuddered as burst of magic energy tore the land asunder and the ground caved beneath them. Naruto's drive mode enhanced abilities quickly began to win out as he pushed against Zabrak's fist, but the silver-haired giant would have none of it and quickly shifted his body to the side. Naruto's fist flew past his face and Zabrak stepped into Naruto's guard and slammed a powerful elbow strike into his chest. Naruto unleashed a cough of surprise before he was grabbed his outstretched arm. He suddenly found himself being spun around and forced to his knees with his arm held out straight behind him. Zabrak raised his boot and brought it down. The snap of bone echoed through the forests along with Naruto's roar of agony as his arm was effectively broken at the elbow joint. He then grabbed Naruto by his legs and swung him repeatedly into the earth, breaking his tibia and fibula from how tightly he held the lower leg bones. Zabrak adjusted his hold on Naruto, dropping him and caught him by the back of his head and slammed his face into the ground. He raised the son of Agnologia's head and slammed it back down into the ground, repeating the process before flipping Naruto over and straddled him. He reared back his arms and brought his powerful fists down on the scale-covered Dragonslayer again and again. The ground cracked, broke and shifted with each powerful punch that collided with Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes flickered between blue and white as his mind raced to get himself out of this situation. The world seemed to become silent around him as even the sounds of his bones beginning to creak from the force of Zabrak's punches and the sounds of the earth breaking apart didn't even reach his ears. "I can see the openings when he strikes," his human half exclaimed, his turning blue. "I can get him off of us. I'll tear his heart out of his chest and show him just how powerful we really are." The dragon part of him roared as his eyes turned back to their blinding white. His body shuddered as he felt as if his mind snapped when the two voices yelled out to him simultaneously. "Give me control. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Utsuzumi." Naruto's mindscape. Naruto blinked in surprise as he looked around, finding himself within the void of his mind. The crimson glow of the 5-point elemental seal illuminated the usually blank, white area. The son of Agnologia's eyes widened when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps moving at a rapid pace followed by the need to dodge. Naruto ducked as a black and blue blur flew overhead and slammed into the void in front of him. The blonde's eyes widened when he saw the appearance of the figure. It looked exactly like Agnologia, only it was the same height as himself, 6 feet and 2 inches, instead of its original gargantuan height of 260 feet. "You insolent little brat, how dare you let us be reduced to a punching bag?" Naruto's eyes widened further when he realized the voice coming from the Agnologia remake was his own, only with a lot more growling. "Well, if you'd give him the ability to use his head in battle, then maybe we wouldn't." Naruto turned to the side and looked to see an exact duplicate of himself. Only this Naruto lacked the sharp claws, fangs and slitted pupil. The characteristics of a Dragonslayer. "You're my human and dragon mentalities." Naruto spoke the words with the intent of making them a statement, not a question. "Indeed we are, Naruto," Human replied with a nod. "Tell me why you have brought me here." His eyes narrowed in annoyance. "Do not make demands here, Naruto." Dragon growled out as he stalked towards him as if he were mere prey to the predator. "However, the reason we have brought you, or rather us, depending on which pronoun you wish to use, here is because it is time for us, or rather you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, to make your choice." "Excuse me? The dragon is correct, Naruto," Human admitted. "We have placed this at the back of our mind for quite some time. Handling our spy network, carrying out our own personal missions as well as secretly trying to find a way to generate the army we wish to create when we prepare for the war with the Dragon King. All of these have been your primary thoughts. However, you never once made a determined effort to try and bring an end to the mental predicament which befell us when we were forced into the act of wondering whether it was best for us to slaughter our friends in Clovertown or not in order to preserve our identity as the Ogo no Fujin and Kurama's identity as the Onibi Myobo. Determined effort. I've tried for months trying to figure out how to bring an end to this dilemma," Naruto exclaimed. "Do not raise your voice to a dragon, you pitiful hatchling." Dragon roared out. "Besides, if you've tried so hard as you claim to have done, then why are we here in your mindscape now debating on which side you need to choose to bring ourselves away from death's door? Hence why it is best to go with the path of a dragon. Ignore the human element." Dragon's white eyes glared at Human, who merely glared back. "And side with me. You will receive the power necessary to conquer all, crush everything beneath your feet and become the powerful individual you know Toussaint wants us to become. But with the cost of becoming a hulking rage monster." Human interjected. "True, Dragon possesses the ultimate power, but even before we unlocked our Dragonslayer abilities, Toussaint had us trained to utilize our ability to use the winds to its highest potential. Even without the dragon, as a human, we still hold unbelievable amounts of power, and also we have the mindset to bring about the ends to our goals. Tactics, strategy, knowledge on a whole is present within your human element, within me, Naruto. Side with me and you will have the brains to match your brawn. Dragons are the most intelligent creatures in the entirety of the universe, Human. Even when he chooses to go with me he will still retain his intelligence." "Intelligence?" Human exclaimed. "You call what we've been using ever since he entered drive mode, intelligence? We've been lashing out with wild blows and given Zabrak Granful many an opening to counterattack. Why do you think the battle has not ended yet? Because of your want to take control, my want? What about yours?" "Enough." Naruto's patience had run its course. "This is my choice, and your childish squabbling. Whether I choose to accept one mentality or the other is mine and mine alone." "Then make it." Naruto blinked in surprise at the immediate reply. "Huh? If you're so confident in your ability to make the choice, then do it now," Dragon snarled. "I concur. Your confidence in your own ability to make this decision appears to be quite paramount." Human's blue eyes narrowed. "Now make the choice, Naruto. Human or dragon." Naruto's sudden burst of confidence and rage, he took a step back away from the two mentalities as they walked towards him. "Your hesitation shows that you are not ready to make this on your own, Naruto," Dragon said. Naruto's eyes widened when the smaller version of Agnologia grabbed him by his right arm. "So we will make the choice for you. By force if we have to." Human gripped Naruto's left arm. Naruto was suddenly being pulled from left to right and he felt as if his mind was tearing itself apart. The void around him began to crack as if it were made of glass. Pieces of white and red fell around him. A dragon and Human continued to pull Naruto towards each other. "He's mine, no, he's mine." The childish argument between both mentalities continued and the void of Naruto's mindscape continued to break apart. And then, Naruto felt himself being torn apart and the bliss of darkness covered his form. The darkness seemed to be a comfort to him, but the comfort was lost almost immediately. Naruto sat, curled up in a ball and rocking back and forth. He didn't know what to do. He always did what he could to go through with whatever choice he made. If he wanted something, he took it. If he didn't want something, well, those things never lasted more than a second in front of his gaze. He was always quick-minded, always knowing what he wanted and he didn't want. As a child, Agnologia made him confident and strong in every definition of those terms. But now when it came to making this decision as to whether or not to side with humanity or a draconian aspect, he just didn't know what to do. Pitiful. Naruto's head snapped up as floating before him were a pair of large, pupil-less white eyes. The eyes seemed to just float in the cloud of darkness as their shining appearances seemed to pierce through Naruto's very soul. To-san, son of Agnologia, Apocalypse Dragonslayer, Ogo no Fujin, son of 2 wizard saints. You held these titles to yourself and wore them with pride despite only having one displayed to the world. However, now that you've come to the crossroads, the one that was expected of you to make, you cower and hide like the disgusting hatchling I knew you always were. Hatchling? Naruto rose to his feet and snarled at the black dragon of the apocalypse. I am no hatchling, you overgrown garden snake. Then make the choice. How can I? Naruto yelled back. I have risks to take no matter which one I make. If I chose to favor my human side, I lose the pride and power that you raised me with. If I choose my draconian half, I run the risk of losing my emotions, the things that made me come to care for beings like Kurama and Wendy. I fought to regain them and hold them close to me. I don't want to lose either of these aspects. Naruto fell to his knees and placed his face in his hands. I don't know what to do. Tears began to roll down the side of his face. Insert music. 2 steps from hell, the Colonel, Naru-chan. It's okay, Naruto. Ka-chan. 2-chan. Naruto raised his head. Agnologia's mental apparition had vanished, and standing with him in the darkness of his shattered mind were the spirits of his parents. What do I do? He spoke with a defeated tone. Minato and Kushina shook their heads at their son. We can't help you here, Naruto, Minato said. But, it's kind of ironic, don't you think, Naru-chan? Kushina said with an amused look on her face. The one time you choose to act like our baby boy. The one time you finally want us to help you, and it's the time where we can't. We told you that we were proud of you. You accepted us as your parents, and so we are being parents to you now. You've grown up and you yourself said that we hadn't been there for you, and yet you have done just fine on your own. You made your own decisions, you decided what was right and what was wrong and didn't care what anyone else told you because what you did was your own doing, and that meant you accepted the consequences of your actions when you carried them out. The Kiroi Senko placed his hand on his son's head and ruffled his hair. Kushina bent down to Naruto's level and kissed his forehead. Do your best, Naru-chan. Kushina and Minato's spirits then vanished in a swirl of light, and he was once again alone in the dark. Oi, brat. Naruto's head snapped up as he saw the red-furred kitsune standing before him with 9 large tails swishing behind him. Kurama? Didn't I tell you, you annoying brat? No matter what choice you made, I'd stand by you no matter what. Kurama grinned toothily before extending his fist. You're Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a man who is many things, but indecisive was never one of those things. A tough decision this is, yes, but it is yours, and despite that, you won't be running through the world alone. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw numerous more figures suddenly flicker into existence beside Kurama. Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Tuichi, Ayame, Inoichi, Shuza, Shikaku, Yoshina, Seiko. All of them and many more stood around Kurama with their hands extended towards him. Let's go, Naruto. Naruto wiped away the tears from his face and stretched his hand out towards the people he called Nakama. He grasped the hands tightly only for them to meld into one large, clawed one. Agnologia's mental apparition stood before him with its head bent low so that its large white eyes met his own blue ones. Stand on your feet. Do not let anyone, not even your own mentalities, tell you what you can or cannot be. Instead, be what you know you were meant to be. Be what you always wanted to become, my son. Agnologia grinned toothily. Be a Dragonslayer unlike any other. The world around Naruto suddenly appeared as if it were reassembling itself. Shards of white with tinges of red attached themselves out of the blackness, and soon Naruto stood within the void of his mindscape, 5-point elemental seal symbol and all. He looked to see human and dragon still pulling at his body. His eyes flashed with annoyance before he pulled his arms towards him, freeing himself from their grasp. Silence. He wrapped his hands around their throats and slammed them into the ground, his form overshadowing their own. Like I had said before, the choice is mine and mine alone. I choose neither of you. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is who I am the son of Agnologia. I am the firstborn son to the wizard saints Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the Ogo no Fujin. I know what I am and what I want to be. I choose for what I want to make of myself and not my biological parents, not Agnologia. Not any fucking goddamned body is going to tell me otherwise. I am neither human nor dragon. Naruto rose to his feet with his 2 mentalities laying on the ground before him. I am a Dragonslayer, Datbao, Naruto panted as he had practically yelled out the entire speech. Human and dragon stared up at their original form with wide eyes. A period of silence passed before chuckling. Nicely put. Dragonslayer. And with that, human and dragon seemed to meld into one another. Hovering before Naruto was a glowing sphere of blue, white and black which then entered Naruto's mental body. A bright flash blinded him and Naruto suddenly found himself falling. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Shutsujin, would see, fury. Zabrak punched again and again at Naruto's face. The sound of bones break now met his ears, and the silver-eyed giant saw that as the sign to deal the final blow. He raised his arms into the air and clasped his hands together and brought them down to perform a brutal hammer strike. A trail of silver and black marked its path. However, Zabrak's eyes widened when he saw his opponent, who had seemed to have gone into vegetative state before, raise his hands and block the hammer strike. What? Naruto's seemingly lifeless body rose up, pushing Zabrak off of him before standing at its full height. Blue and black magic energy swirled around Naruto's body from seemingly out of nowhere, and his drive mode reappeared in a burst of magic energy. His body earned a reddish tint as his healing factor returned every broken piece of fiber into its original state. The wind whipped wildly around his body, and then Naruto's head snapped up. Zabrak took a step back in shock when he felt the burst of magic that accompanied the action. His glowing silver eyes looked into Naruto's. No longer were they a pure white. The blue irises were shining within a sea of ethereal white. With his true potential unlocked, Naruto stalked towards his opponent like a lion to the lamb. "You claimed that you would kill me, Zabrak Granful." Naruto gestured to his healed body. "Seems you failed. Now it's my turn." Zabrak didn't even blink, and already Naruto was in his face. A sonic boom echoed through the air as Naruto slammed a powerful punch to the man's dense torso and sent him skidding backwards. And it hurt. Zabrak coughed up a small bit of blood that leaked through the edge of his face mask. "Energy make. Rasengan." Naruto slammed the swirling sphere of Eternano against Zabrak's side, sending the large man spiraling through numerous trees and a few moss-covered rocks. Naruto had already vanished into the wind and reappeared in front of his opponent and had the wind swirling around his leg. He leaned back, balancing on his left arm and leg. Futon. Senpu Kyaku. The kick with the force of a cyclone behind it slammed into the durable man's body and sent it skyward. Naruto then flew after him and dealt blow after blow. Energy make. Double Odama Rasengan. Zabrak spiraled to the left as the magic energy spheroids exploded against his body. Futon. Tatsumaki. The tornado caught Zabrak and swirled him around and around. The wind circulation system carried the titan of endurance higher and higher into the air before spitting him out of its mouth. Futon no Kenjutsu. Shikaze no Mai. Numerous slashes of wind crashed into Zabrak's body, sending him every which way from the force they carried behind them. Energy make. Rasengan Renden. Explosions of blue dotted the sky as Naruto slammed Rasengan after Rasengan against his opponent's form. Moving so quickly it appeared as if Zabrak were colliding with solid air. The final blow sent him further skyward as it seemed to crash into him from out of nowhere. Its user reappeared above him with shrouds of black and blue energy coating his hands and feet. Mokashiryu no Zanso. The feet coated in magic to look like a dragon's talons slammed into Zabrak's sturdy sternum before a powerful wave of magic burned him across the chest. Mokashiryu no Kahaya. Zabrak unleashed a gasp of pain as the devastation wave tore away skin from his body's surface. Naruto then flipped in midair and delivered a brutal axe kick to the skull. Mokashiryu no Jinshinkyaku. The 7-foot-tall mage rocketed straight to the ground. Naruto watched his durable foe and felt the magic energy from his physically stronger opponent beginning to wane. It took a lot of magic to defend against so many damaging moves, and Zabrak was beginning to run low as his already superhuman density began to wane, diminishing to its original levels. Naruto vanished into the wind with Futon, Shunpo no Kazejin, and he dove after the silver-eyed former slave. "You have been a worthy opponent, Zabrak Granful. If it weren't for that damned fairy law I would have possibly had to use one of these against Makarov Drayar. But your durability and endurance are far greater than the Titans. Be honored as I finish you with this." Naruto's body exploded into a mass of energy that appeared to be a giant shroud of pure shadow and energy. The tip of the shroud then morphed into the head of Agnologia's roaring visage. Metsuryu Ugi. Jiao no Mugetsu Hakai, Secret Dragonslayer Art. Tyrant King's Moonless Sky Annihilation. Silence seemed to meet the environment as Naruto made contact with Zabrak's form. When the two met the ground, sound returned and a massive blast encompassed a wide area of land. The attack tore the land asunder. The heavens themselves seemed to shudder at the awesome power of the Apocalypse Dragonslayer, and a massive dome of ebony tore apart everything it came into contact with. The resulting dust cloud obscured the moon and then dispersed slowly. Naruto stood atop the bleeding form of Zabrak Granful, his right foot placed victoriously atop his chest. Naruto panted in exertion as his drive mode died down and the white glow vanished from his blue eyes. He stumbled backwards before falling to his knees and looked over the man's form. And to the victor, the spoils. Magical bomber Christina, Skies of Fury. The members of Blue Pegasus were busy doing the majority of the technical work, such as maintaining the internal pressure of the airship as they were at a very high altitude of over 300 feet. Making sure the lightning lacrima that powered the airship wouldn't overload and continued to release a steady flow of current to supply energy throughout the entirety of the still damaged Christina, and also managing the airship in its entirety. Through the large frontal window of the control room, the Light Guild Alliance members, consisting of Gray, Happy, Charles, Wendy and the Trimans of Blue Pegasus, were able to gain a view of the star and moonlit night sky. There was also a wonderfully beautiful view of the rampaging tower of Nervit-made destruction that was Nirvana as it was being held back by the 200-foot-tall mass of crimson and black fur that was the seven-tailed Onibi Mayobo. Note the sarcasm. Explain to me again how you got this thing back in the air, Charles asked. Well, Hibiki was the one to answer as his fellow Blue Pegasus members were busy doing what they could with some of the working equipment. It was quite simple really, Charles-chan. Don't call me Chan. The feline growled, but the Sky Dragonslayer kept her grip on the Exceed to prevent her from clawing at the man's face. Ignoring her animosity, Hibiki continued to speak. Well, after Natsu-kun and Urza-chan went ahead to go and help rescue Wendy-chan from Oracion Siete's clutches, we managed to regain consciousness after our fight with the large giant from Oracion Siete. We had regrouped with the members of Lamina Scale as they had managed to find Jura-san and they told of us the original plan to regroup with you guys after finding Jura-san at our meeting place. Afterwards we came up with the plan to see if we could get Christina up off the ground. By using my archive magic I was able to pull up the blueprints for Christina and so we all pitched in to do the maximum amount of work that needed to be done to fix it as best as we could. And ta-da! Christina can fly once more because of the genius that is teamwork. Eve then rushed over and held Wendy's hand as he dropped to one knee. We then picked up Wendy-chan and Urza-chan along the way when we picked up their magic energy signatures on the radar. Thus our teamwork will rise to greater heights. Isn't that right, my lovely Wendy-chan? Wendy blushed lightly before removing her hand from the former Rune Knight cadet's grip. Eve-san, please stop doing that. Why, your method of flirting is very disturbing. Ah, but you're so cute when you're embarrassed. And you'll see I'm not if you continue to bother her, you little man whore. Charles snarled as she held up her paws, her retractable claws making themselves known to the world once more. The youngest member of the Trimans laughed nervously and raised his hands in surrender. Alright, no need to bring out the claws, Charles-chan. We're all friends here. Then stop flirting with a girl who's obviously too young for you, you pedophile. Oi, I'm not a. Charles got in Eve's face and growled at him. Eve swallowed the remaining words for his sentence as he felt the female Exceed's claws tickle his neck. You're in your late teens, 17 or 18 at most. You're currently trying to flirt with and win the heart of a young, 12-year-old girl who hasn't even hit puberty yet because said girl is 12. Given these facts, you are therefore in fact a pedophile. That includes your friends if they do this to 12-year-olds as well. Hibiki, Ren and Ichiya looked away, whistling innocently as they refused to make eye contact with the Exceed. Charles gestured to them. Case in point. Therefore, all of you are either in the extremes of being inactive SXU ally or you guys are just that disgusting. One or the other, could be both. But either way, Eve-san, you are very much a pedophile. But, the blonde halted his speech when Charles lightly touched his jugular with her middle claw. Please, give me more of a reason to kill you. Charles, don't bully Eve-san. Wendy reprimanded her partner, pulling her away from the blonde. Pedophile or not, Eve-san has to help man the airship and it's not nice to shove your claws against people's throats. Wendy bowed to Eve. Sumimasen. It's okay, Wendy-chan. I'll just go WAAAAY over there and not bother you or Charles-chan again. Eve scampered off to whatever blinking and whirring piece of machinery that was the furthest away from the daughter of Grandine and her homicidal feline partner. Wendy's sweat dropped, muttering another Sumimasen to the young man before holding up Charles to face her. Do you really have to threaten everyone? Maybe this is why I'm your only friend, Wendy said. Charlie's dark eyes narrowed at her Dragonslayer partner. I'm your partner. I'll protect you from everything you can't protect yourself from, Charles replied. Dragonslayer or not, you're too nice to people sometimes. Being the mature 12-year-old that she was, Wendy countered the jab to her character by sticking her tongue out at the white-furred cat. Suddenly, a massive shockwave raced through the air. The Christina shuddered and creaked from the strain, but the Blue Pegasus mages did what they could to stabilize the equestrian mecha. What the hell was that? Gray exclaimed as he pressed his body up against the wall to stabilize himself. Show us what we got, Hibiki, Ren exclaimed. Hibiki heeded the dark-skinned mage's words and tapped a few keys on his holographic keyboard and a three-dimensional representation of the surrounding airspace between themselves and Nirvana appeared. Scans from Christina's sensory attachments are showing that the air is now saturated with numerous amounts of eternano. Whatever it was that hit us, it was most likely a pulse of magic energy. The pulses are still hitting us and are extremely large. Hibiki tapped a few more keys before nodding to Ren and Ichiya. The two nodded back and then pressed a few buttons and twisted dials. A humming sound came from Christina before it died down. Alright, I managed to boost Christina's defenses. We're generating counter pulses to combat the ones coming directly at us from Nirvana, but I'm not sure how long we'll be able to keep this up since we don't have much power to spare to begin with. 20 minutes is the most we can manage to keep up the shielding." The sound of running footsteps then met everyone's ears. Turning to the door that led to the control room, said entryway opened to reveal the members of Lamina Scale. "What hit us?" Leon asked. "We all felt the entire ship shake," Sherry added. "It nearly caused the medical equipment to fall over, but we were able to prevent that from happening." "Speaking of which, how are our patients doing?" Gray asked. Toby scratched his dog-like nose before answering. "All are still unconscious, but Lucy-san and that blue-haired guy." "Jelal," Gray clarified, though with a bit of an edge to his tone. Toby nodded his head. "Yeah, that Jelal guy, he and Lucy-san seems to be the most stable. I'm sure things would have been much worse if Wendy-san hadn't been here. You really helped us out there." Wendy shuffled her feet against the steel floor, blushing lightly while rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment. "It wasn't anything big. I just healed a few flesh wounds." Though Jura-san's condition was the worst out of them all since he suffered the misalignment of his spine. It could have been broken, but luckily his bone density is rather large. "Sumimasen, I should have done better." "Wendy, for such a prideful Dragonslayer you really become very shy when someone compliments you," Yuka said with a sweat drop. "Well, my Oni-san was the only one to ever give me praise and it was only when it was justified. I do take pride in my healing and combat abilities, but it's just a bit of a shock since I've rarely had an outside party critique my work so I tend to get flustered a lot. Only male-san have needed healing every now and then and so it wasn't exactly much to work with in terms of compliments." The Lamina Scale members nodded in understanding before Leon turned back to his fellow student of "So Gray, back to my earlier question, what happened? What hit us?" Hibiki said that it was a pulse of Eternano, obviously coming from Nirvana. Gray pointed his finger at Hibiki's holographic representation of the situation. "The pulses are still hitting us, but they managed to reroute some power to generate some counter-pulses. We got approximately 20 minutes before we lose the defenses." The white-haired ice mage nodded to the black-haired one. "Just what the hell is going on out there though?" "I'd call it pandemonium," Charles answered. The word did sum up what they were witnessing quite well, so no one replied to the exceed as they watched through the Christina's large frontal window. Even though so much was going on within the Christina, none of them could tear their eyes away from the scene before them. Even the Blue Pegasus mages, who were supposed to be keeping an eye on the mechanics, couldn't help but stare at what was happening. Explosions of magic energy that even they could feel from their far-off positions, tore through the air and decorated many different areas of Nirvana. Tons of white flame tore through the sides of Nirvana before bursts of magic energy dotted the upper regions of the massive weapon of mass destruction. Some were a mixture of silver and black while others were black and dark blue. Visible air currents could be seen swirling every which way. Given the fact that there was also a giant seven-tailed kitsune holding back the ancient Nerva creation, it was easy to say why this sight was being quickly burned into their minds. Their eyes suddenly widened when they saw a massive beam of energy tear through the air and destroy a large portion of the Woodsea's forest. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, a massive crater of scorched and cracked earth was all that remained of the formerly forested area. "What the hell?" Gray exclaimed. "It's like a war zone out there," Charles muttered. Wendy hugged the exceed a bit tighter as she sensed her Oni-san's magic energy in that attack. She knew Naruto was the cause of that level of destruction. After all, not many black and blue magic energy beams had the capability of wiping out areas of land about half the size of a mountain. "There's something in the crater," Hibiki informed his companions. Everyone turned to the Triman's member as he activated Christina's telescopic viewing camera. There were originally two of them, as the eyes of Christina's horsehead were the telescopic viewing cameras, based off of the viewing capabilities used to target objects when using the satellite Square. Etherion. However, when Christina had been felled earlier by Brain's attack, one eye was destroyed. A holographic screen came up, zooming in on the crater's location. In the center of the crater was a single figure. Natsu. Everyone cried out in alarm. He was bleeding. A lot. Burns covered his skin, and from the way the telescopic camera showed his rapidly moving chest, he was having trouble breathing. "I'm going to go down and get him," Happy exclaimed. "I'm going too." Gray prepared to go out with his fellow fairy tale mage, but stopped for a moment when the cage shelter mage spoke. "I'll take you there," Wendy said as she stood in front of the fairy tale mage. "Natsu-san is on the verge of dying. From the way his chest is moving, he probably has a few broken ribs and he may have punctured a lung in the process. You'll need me there if we're going to have to bring him back to the airship alive. Those burns on him don't help him at all either. Charles-san, Happy-san, you need to help with carrying Natsu-san." "Aye sir." Happy gave a paw salute. Eve tapped a few buttons on the console he was operating and one of the side windows of the control room opened outwards. "There's your quick exit, now go," the blonde told them. They didn't even nod their heads, and thanks to the former Rune Knight cadet, as the four of them leapt out of the window and began to go into a free fall. Gray planted his left fist into his right palm and an ice blue magic seal formed beneath him. "Ice make. Eagle." A mighty eagle of pure ice formed, even releasing a screech like the actual flesh and blood creature. As he landed atop the avian creature, Happy and Charles glowed with magic energy. Era. Max speed. The wings of the Exceed sprouted forth from their backs in a flash of white light, and Wendy merely used her abilities to manipulate the air currents to fly. The group then took off towards Natsu's location as fast as they could. A trail of wind and frost marked their path as they rocketed through the skies. The trees, the clouds, everything around them became literal blurs of color. It was no surprise when they began to develop a mild case of tunnel vision. In under 5 minutes, the foursome had managed to reach the smoldering crater that was Natsu's current resting place. Wasting no time, they immediately dropped down to the pink-haired Dragonslayer's body. Happy and Charles swooped down and grabbed the son of Igniel before turning around on the dime. They flew alongside Gray as they held the Rosette's body from underneath so that it was relatively straight. Wendy rested herself down on Gray's ice eagle and placed both her hands over Natsu's body. A soft light blue glow covered her hands and washed over Natsu's body. "How is he?" Gray and Happy asked, looks of concern etched across their faces. Wendy frowned deeply as she drew back her glowing hand. Due to the speed they were moving at, it was obvious Wendy needed to work on a stationary object. 2 flying felines were not going to cut it. A table would do nicely in her opinion. However, it was also due to this need that she had only managed to try a mere diagnostics check on the son of Igniel. Keyword being, try, in this situation. The Fire Dragonslayer was suffering, that much she could tell. But unless she could settle the Fire Dragonslayer down, she wouldn't be able to run a proper examination. Suddenly, her enhanced hearing picked up a new sound, or rather the loss of one. She focused her hearing organs on the point of origin of the loss of sound, blotting out all others as she did so. Her brown eyes widened significantly. They needed to hurry. "Move faster, now," Wendy yelled. The sudden outburst caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock at her words. What's happening?" Gray asked. Insert music. Fairy tale slow theme. Medical Bay, Magical Bomber Christina, Skies of Fury. Due to it being located on the lower areas of the mighty Christina, the medical bay of the gargantuan airship was very much intact. Nearly all equipment had been undamaged, signs a few small glass bottles of iodine solution and sodium chloride, but undamaged nonetheless. Currently, 3 of the medical bay's 10 rooms were occupied. In the first room, Lucy Heartfilia, Fairy Tale's resident celestial spirit mage, lay in her bed. She was covered in bandages, her previously reddened and peeled skin had been removed when Wendy healed her and she regained her original lightly tanned complexion, and she was clothed in a hospital gown. Within this room, Urza Scarlet was currently holding the hand of her unconscious guildmate. The monotonous beeping of the heart monitor filled the room, and the brown-eyed weapons master watched the numbers on the screen which represented her heart rate and blood pressure. "Lucy, you've really done a great job so far on this mission," Urza said to her blonde friend. "To take on Angel all by yourself is truly a feat worthy of praise. Amiri-sensei and Kisame-sensei would be very proud to see how far you've come after training with them. I'm sure the Kusarigama and Power Pole have been serving you well on the battlefield and is what ensured your survival against someone as powerful as a member of the Balam Alliance." She stroked the younger girl's hair, a loose lock of hair behind her ear. The crimson-haired mage laughed lightly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you what happened when we found you. By the first master, I swear Natsu looked like he was going to tear the whole of Earthland apart if it meant avenging your loss. He looked like he would have fought a dragon if it meant getting to Brain to finish him for your sake. You really changed the guild when you came to Fairy Tale, Lucy. Even though you thought you were useless and that you were weak, you had a surprisingly strong will that could rival even the masters." She traced the pink mark of Fairy Tale on the back of Lucy's hand. "You've gotten remarkably stronger, Lucy, and I can assure you that even though you had your doubts when you were training with Amiri-sensei and Kisame-sensei, you are no doubt worthy of the mark on your hand." Urza rose up from the chair and her gauntlet-covered hand squeezed the celestial spirit mage's own lightly. "Get better, Lucy. Natsu would be upset if you didn't wake up." The red-haired mage let go of her friend's hand and proceeded to exit the room, unaware of the small smile that graced the blonde's lips upon her leaving. Urza closed the door behind her and then walked towards the room that was 2 doors away from Lucy's. As she walked past one of the doors, she looked through the small window on the door to view the room's contents. In this room, Jura Nikis, member of the 10 Wizard Saints, was wrapped in bandages and all 4 of his limbs were placed in casts. A particularly large amount of bandages were wrapped around his head and covered his, formerly swollen, right eye. His back was forced back into alignment by Wendy, but even if he were to wake up, Wendy had said that it would still take time before he would be able to walk again, and so as a precaution, they attached a back brace to the muscular earth magic user. The re-equipped magic user winced inwardly as she took note of the Wizard Saint's condition. The man had surely taken a beating, that much was clear. The brown-eyed woman then moved on and stopped before the door she was aiming for. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled audibly while running her hands through her hair in an effort to calm her nerves. She slapped her cheeks lightly before gripping the door handle. She tentatively opened the door and her fearful gaze settled on the unconscious blue-haired man that had once been her best friend. Jelal Fernandez hadn't had any sort of injury signs. His amnesia and mild magic energy poisoning due to his proximity with the Etherion crystals that had been stuck to his body during his time of unconsciousness in the coffin brain had sealed him in. As a result, he didn't have to be hooked up to a heart monitor, but he did have an IV tube feeding him drips of morphine to keep him asleep. Urza walked towards Jelal and sat in the chair near his bed. She didn't do anything, merely watching his sleeping visage and being hypnotized by the periodic rise and fall of his chest when he breathed. Finally, she spoke. Insert music. Fate, zero grief. Hey, it's me. Yeah, great start for a conversation with an unconscious guy. Guess some things never change when it comes to you. Even when you're confused and lost, you still manage to find a way to nearly get yourself killed. Again. Jelal merely exhaled. A few weeks ago at Akane Resort, you had Wally, Simon, Sho and Miliana bring me back to you at the Tower of Heaven. To be honest, I was happy to see them all and we caught up as we recalled old times. Well, as much happy old times as one could find when trapped in a towering piece of infrastructure designed for slaves. If the man had been conscious, Jelal would have sweat dropped at that sentence. The Titania of Fairy Tale laughed lightly as she looked at the unconscious amnesiac. When you were posing to be your own twin brother, Seagrain, I always had that itching feeling in the back of my head that the resemblance between you and Seagrain was too close. Even if you were twins, that tattoo on your eye, far too complex to even be defined as a birthmark in my opinion. Her hands tightened into fists as she clenched her skirt. So when you threw off that hood and showed your face to me again, after so many years of not seeing it, I was happy. I could even go so far as to say I was downright euphoric when I saw you again. Truly I was. A period of silence reigned throughout the air of the small hospital room. Urza's nostalgic look lost its luster and then everything after that came flooding back. Her emotions of love, happiness and nostalgia were replaced with hurt, betrayal and rage. But then you pulled that bullshit stunt and tried to use me as a sacrifice for your outlandish scheme to activate the Tower of Heaven. I went back in hopes of seeing you and I did. You talked to me. You laughed with me. You hugged me just like how we used to when we were only child slaves during our days in the Tower of Heaven. Urza rose up from her chair. I kept holding back. I even prevented myself from using Caliburn when we fought in that hellhole with the naive idea that the man I called my friend was still in there and you proved me wrong the entire time. You tried to kill me and even then I wept for you when Natsu destroyed the tower, when I thought you had died. She hadn't realized it, but she had walked up to Jalal's bedside and was yelling in his face. Though, the morphine in his system kept him within the realm of sleep as he, like Urza herself, didn't register the increase in volume of her words. And now you're here, alive. The disbelief was noticeable in her voice. Wendy tells me that you now have amnesia so you can't even recall anything. You're not aware of your past, your actions, your thoughts, you're not aware of anything. Urza gripped Jelal by the collar of his shirt and pulled him close to her. I can't even berate and belittle you for anything because you wouldn't have remembered any of those things. You wouldn't remember anything. Urza's grip loosened a bit as her voice dropped. You wouldn't even remember that I loved you, Jelal Fernandez. Her body shook and tears dripped from her non-prosthetic eye onto the fabric of the former 10 Wizard Saints members' clothes. Damn it. I loved you, you bastard. I loved you and I still do. But after everything you've done. You tossed me aside like I was trash and you tried to kill my friends and you manipulated our nakama to bring me to you and you twisted my heart. Knowing that I still loved you and then crushed it beneath your heel. Her tears fell in greater amounts. A person can never forget or lose the feeling of loving a person. Even if we were children, the way I felt for you is real and I cannot simply let that feeling leave me. Urza bent her down low and her crying visage curled its lips and bared her teeth in a snarl. I thought for many a month regarding how I felt for you and looked at the realistic point of view. Jelal Fernandez, unconscious and an amnesiac you may be, but if any part of you is conscious and remembers the things you've done, then you better hope that that part of you is listening intently because I will say this only once. Though I could just slit your throat and burn your body to ashes with Caliburn. Urza paused in her speech as she spiked her magic lightly. Her mind drifting into the sadistic and darker areas of her psyche as she imagined her tearing apart Jelal with the blade of Merlin. She shook her head from side to side, abandoning the thoughts and let her magic energy die down. No, I won't. That sort of fate is much too easy for you. Instead, I will let you live and hand you over to the authorities. The Rune Knights will take you to the deepest parts of their prisons where you will live out the rest of your life in confusion and misunderstanding as to what you have done. It will be a fate worse than death for a man such as yourself and I hope you suffer in your last moments when you die. You do not mess with me or my nakama and expect me to forgive you. You understand me, Yod? Urza climbed off of Jalal's body and let him fall back with a soft thump onto his pillow. Fairy tales are fiction and in fairy tale, it's time we stop looking at the fantasy we thought the world once was. There are ugly monsters that can tear the world apart with either power or words and you are one of those monsters, Jelal Fernandez. As of this moment, to me, you are just the hollow shell of the man I once knew. You are no longer my friend, you are no longer a nakama, and you are no longer the man I had once loved with all my heart and soul." She walked over to the door and gripped the door handle, turning it to open it. She glanced back over her shoulder and the titania of fairy tale glared at her now former love, but the tears still continued to fall to the white tiled floor. "Goodbye, and may you burn in hell." She left the hospital room, closing the door behind her. She took in another shaky breath and quickly gripped the walls to steady herself as her legs felt a bit weak. She sniffled and wiped her eyes before walking down the halls of the medical bay to head back to the top and see what was going on with the others. However, that was when she heard the sounds of rushing footsteps. Urza quickly reacted and flattened herself against the walls as 5 figures rushed past her. Happy, Charles, Grat, Wendy and… Was that Natsu? Urza's eyes widened when she caught a glimpse of the blood and peeled skin that trailed behind the 2 cage shelter and fairy tale mages. The crimson-haired woman shook her head in disbelief and the slamming of one of the empty hospital room doors snapped her out of her stupor. She ran down the very spacious hall towards the newly lit medical room. She slammed open the door herself, though she broke off the door's bottom hinge in the process. She really needed to work on controlling her strength when doing stuff unconsciously. "What's going on? I thought I saw oh my god." Urza's eyes widened when she caught sight of Natsu's form. The young man was practically the definition of being a lump of flesh. It didn't help that he was covered in blood, mainly by the skull, face and chest. His left arm and leg were bent at angles they shouldn't have been bent at, and she could literally see the muscle tissue at the areas where the burns were located. Wendy was rushing around the room, giving directions to Gray, Happy and Charles. "Gray-san, prepare the stand, get the IV needle, the bag of morphine and the syringe set. Charles-san, Happy-san, get me some iodine solution and chloral hydrate from the chemical cabinet right there on your left." "Aye sir," was Happy's response. Urza shook her head as she watched Wendy work with amazing skill and efficiency with setting up the various medicinal chemicals and apparatus. Despite living in a forested area, it was clear she was no stranger to medical equipment and the way they were used. She hung the bag of morphine up by its clip and then readied the syringe set required for the drips. Setting up the tube needed to transport the morphine, she attached it to the drip syringe on one end and then attached the other end to the intravenous needle. She then took another syringe and filled it with 5 centimeters cubed of chloral hydrate from the container Happy was holding before moving over to Charles with a cotton pad. She lightly touched the iodine solution, dyeing the white cotton a golden yellow before rubbing it over Natsu's wrist. She stabbed the syringe with the chloral hydrate, which effectively worked to put Natsu into an even deeper state of sedation as he had been groaning in pain during the whole process. When the fire Dragonslayer went silent, she stabbed the iodine-covered artery on Natsu's wrist with the intravenous needle and the morphine began to steadily enter his system. "Come on, move faster magic, come on," Wendy urged herself as she held her hands over Natsu's body. A pale blue glow washed over Natsu's body and Wendy had the magic energy wash over the son of Igniel. "Wendy, what happened to Natsu? Why is he like this? What's wrong?" "Shut up," Wendy exclaimed. Urza's eyes widened when she saw the angry and tear-filled eyes of the young daughter of Grandine. "I'm doing what I can as fast as I can, Urza-san. I don't need you asking me questions in the middle of me trying to save Natsu-san's life. Now if you're going to just stand there and distract me, then get out." "Wendy." "Out." Urza stepped out, raising her hands in surrender. The red-haired woman was angry at being yelled at, but when she saw Wendy's expression on her face as she tried to discern the problems with Natsu with her Sky Dragonslayer magic, it was obvious just how much she needed to focus. Urza remained silent and stayed out, but only just outside the doorway so that she was able to watch. That and the fact that she busted the door down earlier. Wendy's magic continued to wash over Natsu and she assessed the damage done to him through her diagnostic spell. 5 broken ribs, 4 cracked. High levels of internal bleeding and magic energy loss. The left humerus, radius, ulna, tibia and fibula are all broken along with lightly cracked femur. Blunt force trauma to the head which resulted in the cracking of the northern region of the skull. 3rd-degree burns caused by pure eternano poisoning. Wendy's teeth gritted as she listed her patient's conditions and the 5 who watched grew a bit paler. "Also, like I said on the way here, his heartbeat's beginning to slow. We need to act quickly otherwise Natsu-san will die." Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the pink-haired mage. Natsu. Dying? Urza thought. She couldn't even comprehend that ever being a scenario in her head. Those 2 words being put close to one another, in her opinion, would have been like trying to mix oil and water. Wendy's hands glowed brighter as her magic coated Natsu with sky blue light. Peeled and burned skin fell away and the scorched and bleeding muscle tissue was replaced with stronger and repaired muscle tissue. A fresh coat of skin grew back due to Wendy's abilities and Natsu began to look like himself again, at least on the outside. Wendy pushed harshly against his broken arm and leg to shift them back into position before applying her magic once more. The sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the medical room, and the three fairy tale mages and Charles watched in disgust and fascination as Natsu's arm and leg twisted and snapped back into place. His heaving chest began to slow as his ribs were repaired, and the numerous bruises that marred his body, in addition to the massive amounts of internal bleeding, began to vanish. "Gray-san, help me push Natsu's bed to the operating room here on the Christina." The black-haired mage nodded, and gripping the rails of Natsu's bed, he wheeled his dying best friend through the halls with Wendy. Charles and Happy flew alongside them, and Urza followed after once she removed herself from the wall after being nearly run over by the hospital bed. "Fire Dragonslayer and all. All of you, I'm going to need your help when I do the operating," Wendy said. "If you're queasy and squeamish about seeing blood and internal organs, I'm sorry for being blunt, but suck it up and get over it. Natsu-san's life is at stake here." The four nodded as they pushed through the swinging doors of the OR. They settled Natsu's bed and then rested him on the operating table. Wendy then began to utilize her high levels of speed and ran through the medical bay and pulled out a respirator so that Natsu would be able to breathe before they began. She then raced around the room, pulling out medical tables and tools, large fluorescent bulb lamps, and finally, a camera hooked up to a monitor. She hooked Natsu up to a heart rate and blood pressure level monitor, the periodic beeping echoing from the monitor's speakers informing them that Natsu's heart was indeed still beating, though the fact that it was now dropping below 55 bpm showed that he was in the early stages of bradycardia and that his blood pressure was now at 88/60th. Shower Renly and the red. Insert music. 2 steps from hell heart. My healing his wounds managed to stop his heart from being forced to increase blood flow to release the necessary platelets to create fibrinogen and form scabs over his wounds, but I think that eternano poisoning I picked up earlier and the fact that his lung is still punctured is still causing these values to be present on the monitor. Wendy spoke. "Happy-san, hold the camera and keep it over Natsu's chest. I'm going to cut him open down and the camera will show a large, high-resolution image on the monitor for me to see." "Okay?" Happy nodded. The blue-furred Exceed took the camera from atop the monitor and hovered in the air, flapping his wings lightly to keep himself aloft. Having clothed themselves with the proper surgery attire, Wendy, Gray, and Urza stood around the operating table. It would have been kind of humorous when one saw a 12-year-old acting as head surgeon and standing atop a small stool to get a view of her patient, but no one had time for laughs. The monitor activated just as Wendy held up her gloved hand and willed the air currents around her fingers. Wendy looked at the digital clock on the monitor. 2:51 a.m., commencing surgery on patient Natsu Dragneel. She muttered to herself. Urza and Gray couldn't help but take in sharp intakes of breath when Wendy raised her wind-coated fingers. Once all the necessary equipment was in place, Wendy took a deep breath and quickly sliced open Natsu's chest with her thin air blade. Taking some forceps that were laid out on the small tools table beside her, she held onto the loose skin and peeled it back. Happy and Charles immediately turned green as they saw Natsu's rib cage and the organs within said chest cavity. Taking another set of forceps, Wendy peeled back the other half of Natsu's peeled chest tissue to reveal the rest of his chest cavity. Sternum, rib cage, it was all there. Retractors. Wendy stated. She didn't waste any time waiting for the others to figure out which tools were the retractors, and so she grabbed them herself. She spread apart Natsu's ribs, the third and fourth left ones, to get better access to the right lung, the one which was noticeably smaller than the left due to it collapsing. A small rip was present on the organ from where the broken rib had impaled it. Wendy reached forward with her glove-covered hand and then had her magic inject itself into the patient's lung tissue. The magic of the Sky Dragon flowed through the collapsed organ, and Natsu's sedated form released a loud gasp as his lung tissue was completely healed and the organ re-inflated. Wendy nodded in satisfaction before forming another wind blade around her fingertips, only this time a high-pitched whine was heard from it. "What are you going to do with that?" Happy asked as he kept the camera on Natsu's open chest. "High-frequency wind blade. I got the idea from the oscillating saw used to cut through bones in actual surgery. I need to get to the heart to make sure there's nothing physically wrong with it, so I'll be cutting his sternum. If there is something physically wrong, then I can fix him," Wendy explained as she looked up at the viewing screen where the tips of her fingers appeared. With that, she began to cut cleanly through the dense piece of bone. The literal backbone of the chest cavity was cut through by the high-frequency wind blade, the high-pitched whining varying in pitch as she cut straight down it. Once she finished, she took the retractors from Natsu's ribs and then used them to cleanly separate the sternum as it was cut in half. With the sternum and rib cage moving accordingly due to the retractors' use, the entirety of the heart and inner chest area were visible for all to see. Natsu's softly beating heart was visible to them, and Wendy quickly grabbed the small vacuum hose and began to clean the blood coating the son of Igneal's cardiovascular organ. "Gray-san, hold this. Keep sucking up any excess blood that covers the heart." Gray nodded and began to vacuum up the blood coating Natsu's heart. Wendy watched the heart and frowned deeply. She looked at the viewing screen, her frown increasing, and then her eyes widened when a loud beeping echoed through the air. "What is that? What does beeping mean? Beeping usually is bad. Charles panicked. Wendy looked to the heart monitor and her eyes widened. She had been so caught up in getting to Natsu's lung and trying to look for the problem with his heart that she forgot to keep an eye on the heart rate monitor. Everyone else could have been excused since they didn't know one shit about surgical procedures. Dragons be damned, I can't believe I fucking didn't keep an eye on it, she cursed. She quickly reacted and began to flood Natsu's heart with the healing aura of her draconian mother's magic energy. However, her eyes widened when she noticed the beeping was increasing. Natsu's heart rate did not change for the better as it continued to steadily drop. No, she pushed more energy against the blood-pumping organ. Hearts at 20 BPM and BPs dropping to 50, Urza read on the monitor. I can see that. Wendy snapped. Damn it, Her eyes teared up as she continued to try and heal Natsu's heart. Shit, whatever it was that he did to himself that gave him eternal poisoning, it's blocking my magic from healing him. Can't you break through it? Gray asked. No, can't. The diagnostic spell I used on his heart earlier showed that there are too many types of magic energies melding with the cells in his bloodstream. I can't get my magic to break it down in time. What about increasing his metabolism? Have his body maybe burn it out since his blood is hotter than most people's, so maybe the heat could flush whatever it is that's poisoning him out, Urza suggested. And what would that do? The metabolism generates energy by breaking down food in the body to generate nutrients and then spreads it to the specific areas of the body where said nutrients are required. Blood flows to carry those nutrients along the blood vessels to get to those organs and areas. If I increase his metabolism, I increase his heart rate, and currently, we can't fucking afford to do that. Everyone's heads snapped up and they all fell silent. A single, loud, monotonous sound echoed through the OR, and that sound could only mean one thing. The realization struck them hard. Tears lined Wendy's and Happy's eyes. Charles was just in shock, and Gray and Urza gritted their teeth and tightened their hands into fists. I am impossible. The Ice Godslayer muttered as he dropped the vacuum hose in his hands and fell to his knees. No, not like Rob Gigi. He can't be dead. Urza cried out. He can't be dead. Wendy, do something. Fix him, damn it. Wendy's hands merely fell away from his body and she looked at the motionless organ that was the fire Dragonslayer's heart. Tears fell from her eyes, just as much Urza's and Happy's, her sadness and helplessness allowing her to make Urza's screams and shouts mere white noise to her. She raised her head and looked at the screen. Hour 0 BPM, BP 0/0 status. Flatlined. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Madara vs Naruto. Would see, Fury, damn it, you fucking piece of archaic shit, stop moving and just die already. Kurama's patience was running thin. Bad enough he'd been fighting off Nirvana and holding it in place for the past few hours, but now Naruto had flown off and was tearing it up through the forest. If the noticeable sounds of explosive fighting was any indication, Kurama sighed in boredom and annoyance before his ears twitched as he felt a sudden spike in magic energy. Oh, well, this is interesting. He raised his head and glanced past the massive arachnid-like piece of architecture. He felt Naruto's magic energy in the distance, where a noticeable amount of fallen trees marked the path of his battle when he and Zabrak had tackled each other off of Nirvana and into the forest below. His magic seems much more in control and there's less of that bestial rage present. Kurama chuckled. Lookly got a grip on himself. Given that fact, I guess he'll be just about wrapping up his battle. As if on cue, massive bursts of wind created visible distortions in the air. Oh, there's the futon spells. Kurama winced a bit as he took note of the numerous flashes of blue that dotted the night sky. Damn, the brat's not holding back if he's using that many energy make attacks. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 7, 12, 22, 64 strikes with his Rasengan, huh? Must be using Rasengan Renden by my guess. And here comes the Dragonslayer magic attacks. Bursts of black and dark blue were visible to Kurama's eyes before he saw a massive cloud of black and blue that descended from above. The tip of said cloud turning into Acnologia's roaring head, white eyes and blue flame-like markings included. Kurama released a low whistle as he watched the dome of energy expand outwards, practically tearing apart the landscape and leaving nothing but a crater of scorched earth outlined by broken and toppled trees, which had a diameter at least twice the size of his skull, given the fact that he was Kur. Holy shit, he used his Metsuryu Ugi on the guy. Well, that guy's dead. Now if he can just get out of the way, I can finally blow you the fuck up, Kurama roared as he shifted back to Nirvana. Even with his 7 tails dug into the ground, Nirvana was still managing to drag him along the dirt. Damn Lacrima-powered super spiders. The blood-colored Kitsune's ears twitched as he picked up a shift in the wind and felt an approaching, familiar magic energy signature. Shifting his eyes away from Nirvana, Kurama gave the blonde Dragonslayer a growl. About fucking time, you insolent brat. While you've been busy getting the shit kicked out of you. Nice look, by the way. I've been stuck playing Push It super strong with this piece of shit for over a few hours. It's practically a few hours from sunrise. Naruto looked over himself. He was literally half naked from the neck down. His face mask to his undershirt had been lost in the titanic four-way battle to the death, and he lost his right pant leg. It was a miracle his golden flame necklace was still intact, and people thought object protection seals were stupid. His healing factor had quickly rid him of all forms of physical damage, internal and external, but he had to wait a few minutes before making his way over to Kurama in order to ingest the necessary amounts of Eternano to keep moving. He had only taken in the minimum amount, so he was still on the verge of exhaustion and using futon. Tobu didn't help ease said fatigue. Shut up, Kurama. Fire Dragon had managed to unlock Dragon Force. Zabrak Granful proved to be a better close combat specialist, along with the fact that he had an unbelievably durable body structure and blah blah blah, excuses. Look, can we get this over with now? I've been pissed off at this Nirvana thing and I just want blow this stone motherfucker to pieces. Naruto and Kurama glared at each other before the Kitsune grinned widely. Nice to see you got your head on straight this time around, kid. You got a good look in your eyes. No more problems with that psyche of yours? Naruto shook his head before tapping the side of his skull. My mental condition has been completely eradicated, my dear Kitsune. Also, as you see, I've done what I've had to do here. You may bring your struggle to an end. Kurama chuckled before a manic look burned in his crimson eyes. Damn right I will. Kurama removed his tails from the ground and the sound of bones and muscles being rearranged echoed through the air. A deafening howl tore through the air as the mighty Onibi Myobu transformed into his bipedal form. With a roar, Kurama lashed out with his upper limbs and dug his claws into the sides of Nirvana. His muscles tensed visibly beneath his fur before he lifted Nirvana into the air. Goukakyu. A blazing red fireball exploded against the underside of Nirvana and sent it soaring higher into the air. The gargantuan weapon of mass destruction made an arc as it began to succumb to projectile motion and gravity, falling to earth with smoke and embers trailing behind it. Kurama growled before dropping back down onto all fours, his musculature reverting back to the arrangement that made him quadrupedal. I'm feeling very pissed off. I'll give that thing a flashy goodbye. His 7 tails arced over his head and settled over his muzzle before he opened his jaws. His eyes shone like rubies in the moonlight and the Eternano began to condense before him. The positive blue and the negative red energies were pulled from the atmosphere itself and from Kurama's own magic energy stores, condensing into a powerful and dense sphere of purple-black Eternano. When the energy pooled together to a suitable level in front of Kurama's gaping maw, he reared up on his hind legs and then crashed down on the forest floor and unleashed the pent-up energy along with his emotions of annoyance and rage. Bijudama. Kurama unleashed a bestial roar and the ebony energy sphere tore through the air, toppling trees from the winds generated by the speed at which it moved at. The timing had been perfect and just before Nirvana had hit the ground, the Bijudama crashed into it. The 7-tailed Kitsune's attack pushed against Nirvana's own form and sent it careening through the air. After flying for a few hundred feet, Nirvana crashed into the ground and the Eternano bomb detonated. A massive explosion of white, red and blue lit up the night sky in the distance in the form of a massive dome that easily matched Naruto's earlier Metsuryu Ugi spell in terms of explosion diameter. The energy tore through Nirvana's rocky exterior. The ancient weapon appeared to crumble as the destructive attack ate away at its body and then completely obliterated the massive energy lacrima that powered it and prevented it from being destroyed. The flaw in Nirvana's creation was that in order to stop it, all 8 energy lacrima in its limbs had to be destroyed simultaneously. Kurama's attack obviously served that purpose, and as the massive flash of light and energy died down with the mushroom cloud that had formed, a large empty area composed of scorched earth was all that remained of the mighty Nirvana. The Onibi Myobu unleashed a powerful roar to the moon above to let all those who saw his powers know just who the victor was. Magical Bomber Christina, Skies of Fury, please tell me you all saw that, Ren muttered. The present members of Lamina Scale and other 3 members of Blue Pegasus all nodded their heads. That level of power is just unreal, Leon said. And to think people made the effort to try and kill and or subjugate that thing, Sherry added. If anyone had any doubts before, SS Rank and Flea on Sight were well-deserved titles for the Onibi Myobu. The fear-instilling roar of the canine beast echoed through the air served to enhance that. Would see, Fury Naruto settled himself down on Kurama's head before turning to face the airship that was in the air. Should we shoot them down? It'd save us a lot of time if we just killed them all now, Kurama commented. Baka Kitsune. Imoudo's on that mechanical contraption, and even if she wasn't, she would obviously reprimand me for killing those she obviously would have made relationships with during her mission. It's been 1 day. Kurama deadpanned. But then again, you and I made a partnership in a day too when we first met. Let them be, you mangy furball. That's mangy furball of badassery to you. Kurama countered. Naruto rolled his eyes before looking at the Christina once more. We'll get Wendy the day after tomorrow as we require some form of rest. Afterwards, I'll take care of the Light Guild Alliance. I have some business concerning one of their members. What kind of business? Kurama raised a non-existent eyebrow as he glanced up at Naruto. The blonde's hands clenched into tight fists and his lips curled into a deadly snarl. Family business. Insert music. 2 steps from hell after the fall. Medical bay, magic skies of fury. The singular note of the flatline echoed through the OR as Wendy continued to stare at Natsu's dead body. Her hands were shaking and she stepped away from the fire Dragonslayer. I couldn't. Urza-san, Gray-san, I'm so sorry. No. Urza walked over to the blue-haired girl who was currently in a state of shock at having someone die on the table. She was in a state of shock from having someone die before her, period. Wendy, you're the only one of us here who has any sort of medical experience. Please. Urza's voice lost its stern and demanding tone and broke down to a pitiful tone of pleading. Please Wendy. Bring Natsu back to us. Urza's eye was brimming with tears. Please Wendy. He can't be dead, he can't die. Please bring him back to us. Wendy remained silent as she pushed herself away from Urza. She shook her head from side to side as the panic and fear set in. Natsu. Happy's tears fell onto the dead Dragonslayer's face, crying his heart out for the young man that raised him. He was practically his father, best friend and brother all wrapped into one fire-spewing package. Charles merely hovered in the air, silent. What could she say after all? She had no relation to Natsu and she couldn't reprimand anybody for their reactions because she had no idea what to do and she had no right to. Gray looked at Happy's sobbing form. Climbing back to his feet, he looked down at the son of Igneel. The Ice Godslayer snapped his head in Wendy's direction as she was backing away from a crying Urza Scarlet. The student of the Shiva the Ice Goddess stepped in between the 2 females and faced the daughter of Grandine before bending down to her eye level. Look, Wendy. You're scared and you're frightened. I get that, but you're the only one who can save Natsu. He may have flatlined but there are people who can bring people back even when then they have died on the table. You're the daughter of Grandine the Sky Dragon, aren't you? You're prideful and powerful Dragonslayer who has great amounts of pride in her abilities. That's what you said when we first met, so don't break down on me now, Wendy Marvell. Wendy continued looking down at the floor. The student of Ur sighed. Please, he's… Gray glanced at his rival out of the corner of his eyes. He's my best friend and I'd rather face that Nirvana contraption 10 times over if it meant keeping him from staying dead. But you don't understand, Gray-san, I can't save him. It's impossible. Wendy clutched handfuls of her hair, threatening to rip them from her scalp from how tightly she held them. I can't use any of my magic to help him. The eternal poisoning in his body is preventing it from working because of how many different types of magic seem to compose the energy that he seemed to have in his body. His magic circulatory system and cardiovascular system rejected everything I do. Not even an AED can restart his heart at this point. What am I supposed to do? That's why we're looking to you, Wendy. Please, do something. Anything you can, Gray pleaded. I. Wendy paused when her brown eyes widened. She pushed Gray aside and walked up to Urza who had her face in her hands, her body shaking uncontrollably from her loud sobs at seeing one of her close friends die in front of her. Wendy sniffed the red-haired swordswoman and her eyes widened as she found the source of the odd scent. She reached out to Urza's skirt and picked out a small blue crystal the size of a grain of rice. No way, she whispered. Her head snapped up, her gaze shifting from the small Etherion crystal to Urza's crying form. Urza-san. The Titania of Fairy Tail's head snapped up at her name being called out. Huh? She sniffled. Urza-san, your armor and your clothes. You have the same magic energy covering them, which is the exact same feeling that comes from the magic energy that gave Natsu-san his eternal poisoning. Wendy gripped Fairy Tail's strongest female mage tightly by her shoulders. Where were you before you ran into us? I know you didn't have that magic energy on your body before we came onto the Christina. Urza wiped her reddened eyes and sniffled. IWW was in JJ Jalal's R room. She stuttered due to her crying. Wendy's eyes widened and her eyes moved from side to side in a rapid manner as her brain worked at a rapid pace, piecing together a solution. The blue-haired Dragonslayer nodded her head in understanding before turning to Gray with a look of determination on her face. I can save Natsu-san. I know what to do. You can? Everyone in the OR looked at the Sky Dragonslayer and she nodded her head in confirmation. I can, but listen to me carefully when I give you these instructions. They all nodded their heads as they wiped away the tears from their eyes. Wendy turned to Gray. Gray-san, keep your gloves on and hold on to Natsu-san's heart. You'll be manually performing the actions of the heart by squeezing it to continue pumping blood through his body. But, he's dead, how can that? Even if the heart stops, the body is still partially active, especially in the brain. Natsu-san's body won't be truly dead until approximately 30 minutes have passed. If cardiopulmonary resuscitation, the action I'm having you do now, is done within at least 4 minutes after the heart stops, the patient can be saved. In a maximum of 12 minutes after the cardiopulmonary resuscitation, advanced cardiac life support is to be applied. Right now it's only been. Wendy looked at the heart monitor's digital clock in the corner of the screen. 3:45 a.m. it read. It's been 3 minutes since his heart stopped. Natsu-san still has a 1-minute window, go. Gray nodded and ran up to Natsu's body. He didn't even hesitate as his gloved hand reached into the open chest cavity and gripped Natsu's heart. He held it firmly, but too tightly that he would crush the organ. He kind of needed it after all. As Gray began administering the squeezing procedure to keep Natsu's heart pumping, the blue-haired girl raced out of the room. Urza, Happy and Charles mentally kept track of the time, and not even a minute had passed before Wendy raced back into the room with a small syringe, a small black belt of some sort, a mortar, a pestle and a volumetric cylinder. That was in her left hand. In her right hand was the container used to store the Etherion crystals that had still been wedged in Jalal's flesh when he was brought aboard the Christina. Wendy quickly held the belt out to Urza. Urza-san, wrap this around my arm tightly. Afterwards, take the mortar and pestle and crush the solid crystals into a fine powder. Your strength should easily get the job done. Urza nodded and took the belt before wrapping tightly around Wendy's arm, just below the bicep muscle. She was smart enough not to completely sever the blood flow through her arm completely, as she made sure it was secure before she began crushing the Etherion crystals. Wendy then bit off the cap of the syringe and injected the needle head into her bronchial artery and pulled out blood until the 10 cm cubed mark. She then pressed down on the syringe's plunger, releasing her blood into the volumetric cylinder. She held the cylinder in her hands and pumped a small bit of her magic energy into it, the blood gaining a light blue hue that gave the illusion that it was purple. Good, there's some phagocytes and B lymphocytes in here. She thanked Urza as she handed the mortar that contained the powder of Etherion. She poured the blood from the cylinder into the mortar and lightly mixed the contents so that the small granules of Etherion mixed with the blood of the Sky Dragonslayer. In 2 minutes, the mixture was fully made and Wendy charged a bit more magic energy into her mixture. Come on antibodies, don't fail me now, she muttered to herself as she continued to pour her magic into the mortar mixture. Her eyes were closed tightly in concentration and she prayed to the dragons that this procedure would work, and it did. Yes. Her cry echoed through the new syringe from her jacket's pocket. She pulled on the plunger and removed the blood Etherion mixture before running up to Natsu's body. She then looked at the heart that Gray was currently squeezing before telling him to stop. As he did, the Sky Dragonslayer began injecting 5 cm from the syringe into Natsu's aorta and pulmonary vein, respectively. Once she had finished, she placed her hands over Natsu's heart and continued her original plan of pumping him full of healing magic. They say that too much medicine can be a poison, but in the case where the guy was practically all but completely dead, then Wendy couldn't afford to hold back. She stared intently at the blood-pumping organ as it took on a sky-blue glow. Come on, Natsu-san, please. Live, ba-dump, ba-dump. Ba-dump. Everyone's eyes widened as the sound echoed through the now silent OR. The sound of the beating heart was practically deafening to them and a grin broke out onto their faces. He's alive, Wendy exclaimed. The Sky Dragonslayer suddenly found herself being wrapped in hugs from 3 sides by the fairy tale mages while Charles gave a smile at the scene. Wendy then removed the retractors and forceps as she reattached his sternum and sealed his chest shut once more. You really did it, Gray muttered. Thank you, Wendy. Happy and Urza squeezed the girl tightly. Wendy nodded. You're welcome, URK. Her eyes nearly bugged out of her head as Urza applied more pressure. Urza-san. Choking. Not breathing. The 4 other beings in the room laughed at the blue-faced Wendy before letting her go. You are really an amazing person, Wendy marveled. Urza bowed to the 12-year-old. Thank you so much for saving our nakama. Thank you very much. Gray and Happy bowed on their hands and knees alongside their red-haired nakama. Wendy's eyes widened as she shook her hands frantically. No, please don't bow. I was happy to help you all, and plus Natsu-san is a fellow Dragonslayer, so I couldn't really just let him, die. Her words began to degrade into unintelligible mumbling as she poked her index fingers together with a blush of embarrassment on her face. Come on. The fog has lifted, so let's get the matchstick to an empty room and have him rest, Gray said as he walked over to Natsu's body and gently placed him onto the bed they had brought him into the OR on. Urza gripped the other side while Happy and Charles flew alongside them. As they exited the OR, Urza looked to the Sky Dragonslayer with a confused expression on her face. Wendy, what exactly did you do to make Natsu alive again? She asked. Gray and Happy nodded their heads to show that they wanted to know too. Charles merely dropped down from the air and rested atop her partner's head. As the Sky Dragonslayer, Grandine Ka-chan's magic gives me a higher level of healing than practically any other creature on the planet. I have a healing factor, and so my brain works faster to generate an immunological response, and it acts automatically to create things like antibodies to poisons, diseases, and in Natsu-san's case, I was able to generate a passive artificial immunity for him by using my blood and magic to whatever it was that made up those Eternino crystals that we found on Jalal-san's body. So you're basically saying that you made Natsu immune to whatever it was that made those crystals? Gray asked. Yup. She nodded. Since the magic energy in those crystals was so potent, it prevented my magic's abilities from working on Natsu's body effectively since it had already diffused through his body in the bloodstream. Now when the body creates an immunity, the white blood cells known as lymphocytes, B lymphocytes to be exact, they create antibodies that can bind to the antigen and thus allow for phagocytes, white blood cells that engulf and destroy antigens, to do what they do. But you did the process outside of your body when you mixed your blood and the crystal powder, Urza said. That's why I pumped my magic energy into the mixture. My magic would forcibly stimulate the B lymphocytes to generate the antibodies and allow for the phagocytes present in the mixture to begin a recognition process as to what to look for in Natsu's body when I injected the mixture into his bloodstream. I then sped up the process for Natsu's body to accept my blood mixture and help purge the viral magic energy in his cells by pumping him full of Dragonslayer magic. Once he was free of that, the phagocytes began destroying the broken down ether nanoparticles in his bloodstream and I was able to perform a little spell I developed to jumpstart Natsu-san's heart. That's amazing. Happy gaped in awe. What kind of technique is that? It doesn't have a name, but basically I used my magic to manipulate the air particles over Natsu's heart and rub them together. This friction would generate minute electrical shocks that are invisible to the naked eye. Obviously, since it's my spell I can see them. The shocks then worked to jumpstart Natsu-san's heart and thus I brought him back to life. Urza, Gray and Happy were in complete and utter shock. Wendy had basically just created a new form of anti-venom for magic poisoning and a personal AED through air particle friction. Way to rape their minds, Wendy. Charles patted her charge on the head and the Dragonslayer giggled. Wendy released a yawn, stumbling a bit as she did so. She then fell forward and Charles acted quickly and grabbed the 12-year-old before she hit the ground. Wendy. The group looked over the young Dragonslayer, but paused when the sounds of light snoring met their ears. It's alright. Charles assured them. She's probably just tired from using her magic and mind for so long. Not to mention it's practically 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll go put her to bed, you guys stay and watch Natsu. Urza and Gray did as they were told before Charles flew away with a snoozing Wendy. Kate Shelter Guildhouse, Wood C, Fury 2 days later. Once the Oracion Siete mission had been effectively completed, the destruction of Nirvana, the members of Blue Pegasus and Lamina Scale had lost sight of the Onibi Myobu as it appeared to have shrunk down in size, disappearing into the forests below as if it had never been there. Though the destruction left behind by it was a clear reminder that it had indeed happened and that it was no dream nor an illusion they had witnessed. With Charlie's help, the crew of the Christina managed to land their half-destroyed airship at the Guild of Kate Shelter in order to rest their bodies and minds. An accommodation master Rubol was happy to provide for the people that helped keep his 2 guild members alive and well. Despite 2 days having gone by, Jelal, Natsu and Juro were still unconscious. Though no one really cared for the former 10 Wizard Saint member. Lucy on the other hand, had managed to make a fully recovery earlier in the morning. Sitting in one of the Kate Shelter huts, the bandage-covered members of the Light Guild Alliance sat and chatted with one another to discuss the events that occurred to those that were not around to see it. Mainly Lucy. By the way, Wendy, I've been meaning to ask. Everyone looked to Urza as she spoke. How did you learn so much about medicine? Pardon my bluntness, but as strong as you are still 12 and it's kind of hard to imagine that someone as young as you learned so much about human physiology and medicine and became so adept at it. Everyone turned back to Wendy. Well, it's quite simple really. Wendy started. Ever since I came here to Kate Shelter, Master Rubol always gave me mission requests involving medicinal work. And on the days that I was allowed to spend some free time after completing those missions, he advised me to stay with some of the nurses and doctors I was to work with and they taught me everything they knew through books and practical work. I was a quick study and when I learned fighting from Oni-san, he had me learn about anatomy to hit where it hurts and Grandine Ka-chan taught me a general before she left in X777. That's so cool, Eve said with stars in his eyes. Yeah, Lucy said softly. So, you're sure that Natsu's okay? She was a mixture of happiness at hearing the pink-haired teen was alive, but was still completely worried when she heard about how he needed surgery to even survive after his battle with Brain. He's fine, Wendy assured her blonde friend. I made sure to check him this morning before you had woken up. His heart is still beating and I gave him another checkup concerning his lung and it's fine too. He'll be back up in fighting shape by tomorrow and his deafness will have gone away by. I downgraded it from 2 months to a week when I fixed him up before he went to fight, about 4 to 5 more days. Lucy released a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Gee, you sound really concerned when it comes to Natsu. Sherry had a sly grin on her face. Well yeah, he nearly died. Lucy shot back with a glare at the pink-haired woman. What's your point? The point is that you like Natsu and he likes you back, Suzuki chuckled. I do not, she yelled, her face turning slightly pink, and he doesn't look at me like that anyway, we're just friends. Yeah sure, like any friend, would run through the forest screaming how they would avenge one of their nakama to take on the leader of a dark guild who was currently in control of a gigantic super weapon of mass destruction. Ren said as he rolled his eyes. Not to mention he was on a warpath if you remember what Urza told you. The guy even threatened me if I somehow got you hurt while he went off to fight for your sake. Keep her safe or I'll tear you a new one, is what he told me. Gray said as he shuddered a bit. The guy is scary when he wants to be. He really said that? She asked. Oh yeah, Gray said. That firebrand was seeing red when he saw you all covered in blood and stuff when we found you. We just told you this, I know you're blonde and stuff, but geez. Lucy has injected Natsu with the parfum of love, Uchiha said, waggling his eyebrows as he sent a wink in Lucy's direction. Lucy shuddered at the angular-faced man's action, but then her brain registered what he said. Her face turned red with embarrassment and one could literally see steam flow from her ears. LL love? Lucy likes Natsu, Happy snickered. Don't roll your tongue like that, she exclaimed as she tried to wring the blue-furred exceed's neck only for said feline to hide behind Urza. Don't be like that, Lucy. Urza smiled at the younger female. I think it's kind of sweet that Natsu actually has someone he'd go that far for, ever since a certain incident. Lucy became confused at the pause, becoming even more so when Happy and Gray also fidgeted a bit. Natsu has never exactly been as close to someone of the female persuasion as he has since he met you. Natsu likes you. Shut up. The matchstick went on a warpath and literally tore the trees apart when he went to go avenge you. If that's not Natsu's form of love, then I don't know what is. A girl and her idiot. Charles chuckled. Cliché, but it works. I believe there is a song to commemorate the teasing of a nakama, Hibiki said as a glint of mischief shone in his eyes. Everyone grinned toothily at the blonde, including the shy, but not shy when in combat or serious situations, Wendy Marvell. Uchiha reached into his pocket and pulled a harmonica. Did you always have that? Urza asked. I am a man of many talents, Urza-chan. The parfum of love is often found in music. Urza shuddered when he blew a kiss at her. Everyone is ready, Uchiha-sama. Ren and Eve said, interrupting their leader's flirty time with the hot redhead. The other members of the Light Guild Alliance then turned to Lucy and hummed in harmony as the leader of the Trimans blew the note for Middle C. Lucy and Natsu sit in a tree, the members of Blue Pegasus began. Kissing. Lamina scale followed up without missing a beat. First comes love. Wendy and Charles sang. Then comes marriage. Gray, Happy and Urza managed to sing despite their laughter. Then comes the baby in a baby carriage, was the simultaneous finish. They all then began to break out into howls of laughter as Lucy hid her blushing face in her hands. I hate you all, she muttered. True, but you love Natsu, Charles and Happy snickered. Lucy looked to the heavens and cried a waterfall of anime tears. Please, deities of the world. Just take me now. The brown-eyed Kusarigama wielder blinked in confusion when the laughter came to an abrupt halt. Turning to face the entrance to their temporary resting place, she and the others looked to see the aged guild master of Cade Shelter that was Rabal. Master Rabal. Wendy and Charles rose up and bowed to their master. The old man stared long and hard at the sky Dragonslayer before giving her a warm smile. Master? The daughter of Grandine tilted her head in confusion. You have a visitor, my child. Visi, her eyes brightened, Oni-san. Wendy rushed out of the hut and left a sudden breeze in her wake. The Light Guild Alliance members all blinked in surprise before rushing out the door as well, Rubel making sure to step to the side when they rushed past him. However, just as they had all settled themselves outside the hut, their bodies froze in shock and horror at what they saw before them. The Ogono Fujin stood before them in all his glory. Kurama was in his kitsune form and sat on his haunches beside the blonde Dragonslayer and chuckled at their reactions. I wonder how they would have reacted if they saw his state of dress before. I always wondered why you kept spare outfits in that seal magic pocket dimension of yours. The kitsune swished his single tail back and forth. Wendy leapt into the air and wrapped her arms around her older brother figure's neck. Naruto went with her momentum and spun her around before she tightened her grip on him. She moved her head away from the crook of his neck so she could look him in the eyes and grinned toothily at him. You weren't lying, Oni-san. You really came to take me back? Naruto's piercing blue eyes held a soft look to them. A dragon keeps their promises, Imo Udo. Though I didn't present it to you verbally, I made the promise that I would one day come back for you. Wendy nodded happily before dropping out of her brother's grasp and then wrapped her arms around Kurama's neck. The horse-sized kitsune bent his neck low enough for the girl to nuzzle her face into his soft fur and the girl giggled as she did so. You're as soft as ever, Kurama-chan. Oi, brat. What did I tell you about the Chan thing? Not to use it. So then why do you? Because it's fun to see your annoyed face. Kurama's sweat dropped as the blue-haired girl beamed at him. How did you put up with her? He asked as he turned to Charles who had flown over to their side. The white-furred exceed sighed and shrugged her shoulders. Patience, she replied. Lots of patience. Kurama nodded and then picked the girl up and settled her onto his back, making the girl kick her legs about with restrained glee. Oni-san and Kurama-chan came for me, closed her eyes and sang happily. Oi, Why did you two take so long to come and get me and Charles-san? We wanted to make sure you got the appropriate amount of time needed for you to recuperate. This was a very stressful task for you to carry out, fighting Orochimaru Siete, so we made sure that when we came to get you, you would be at your best. I can't come pick up my sky dragon when she's tired and cranky. By the dragons, you were such a handful when you were tired. I was 5, and now you're 12, but that doesn't make things any better. You'd have been tired, cranky and under the influence of your new hormone excretions, Kurama replied. Oni-san and Kurama-chan are so mean to me, she muttered as she pouted cutely. Wendy, the Sky Dragonslayer opened her eyes and looked to her fellow Light Guild members. Yeah? Gray pointed with a finger at the BR. They're SS-class mages and flea-on-sight criminals of the Magic Council? The Ogono Fujin and Onibi Mayobo, Happy cried out. How could you fraternize with a killer and a murderer? Hibiki exclaimed. How could you not tell us that you were friends with this freak? Naruto raised an eyebrow at the Blue Pegasus member. He's a monster, Ren added. He's someone little girls like you shouldn't even associate with, and yet you hug him and call him Oni-san. Lucy and Gray growled out. Naruto, Wendy and Kurama glared at the seething members of the Light Guild Alliance. Though Naruto took a deeper look at the group and took note that lamina scales were forced, he gave a small nod of his head to show his approval of them keeping up their appearance as Light Guild members and not his secret subordinates. His eyes then gave a great deal of focus on Urza, and he noticed that beneath the rage, there was confusion and was that a tinge of happiness he saw? Once he got over his little analysis of the people before him, he turned to Wendy. Imoudo, do you want to or should I? His little sister's eyes lit up before she gestured to him. Oh, can I do it? Oni-san? Can I? Please? Wendy begged. The blonde released a small laugh at the girl's antics as she brought out the puppy dog eyes. Very well, Imoudo. You don't have to use those eyes on me, I would have let you do it anyway. Yay, but let me do the first step. Okay? Naruto said with a small smile beneath his face mask. Okay. She grinned as the blonde rubbed the top of her head. That's my girl. The blonde then closed his eyes as he took a deep breath of air and rolled his shoulders. Insert music. One Piece difficult, Naruto took a single step forward and his eyes snapped open, revealing the cold and unforgiving gaze that made many fear him. Killing intent and magic energy flowed from his body and made the members of the Light Guild Alliance tremble before him. Happy had immediately passed out and the members of Blue Pegasus, Signs Uchiha, fell to their knees as they felt as if gravity had increased. My Imoudo sees you all as her comrades, her nakama. As her nakama, you have earned a special place in her heart, and so I will not kill you. Not to mention I find amusement in seeing you, Light Guilds, as you call yourselves, struggle and try to play yourselves off as tough and have the audacity to insult me right to my face. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Now listen to what she has to say to you all. Naruto stepped back as Wendy hopped off of Kurama's back and in a burst of speed, was already standing beside Naruto with a glare. I have told you all about how Oni-san and Kurama-chan were the ones who raised me and made me who I am today. 6 years ago, before they dropped me here at Cade Shelter, he raised me as his student. He didn't have to and he didn't want to. Both he and Kurama-chan could have left me alone to die in the forest, and I would have not been around to be here with you all if he hadn't killed the wolves that tried to eat me when Grandine Ka-chan left me. Wendy's eyes gave them harsh glares. Oni-san and Kurama-chan kill others, whether it be Dark Mage or Rune Knight, but they have never killed without reason. Never killed without reason? Gray scoffed. Are you fucking kidding me? The bastard nearly killed us on multiple accounts and murdered 5 Rune Knight squads in cold blood. Oni-san doesn't attack people who aren't worth his time. Tell me something, Gray-san. Who instigated the attack in your cases? Did Oni-san strike you first or did you? We did, but that's because nothing, Wendy immediately countered. Look at your facts before you point fingers and call people killers and murderers. Oni-san and Kurama-chan know they are powerful, and the thing about people with power is that they tend to only fight those that either attack them or those they know pose a challenge to them. In your cases, Gray-san, you just admitted to attacking Oni-san and Kurama-chan first, and thus the act is one out of self-defense. Those Rune Knights probably did the same since Oni-san was still in the early stages of being a criminal and thought they had a chance. They didn't, Kurama chuckled. You should have seen their eyes when we killed them, good times. Indeed, Naruto added. Oni-san, Kurama-chan, not helping. Wendy deadpanned. Naruto and Kurama gave the young girl a thumbs up, causing her to sweat drop. Anyway, like I was saying to you all, they are not murderers. None of you have the right to judge them simply because the Magic Council says they are criminals and killers. The Magic Council has its own dark shadows. After all, behind every great fortune is a great crime, and what makes us Light Guilds any different? The wind whipped around Wendy as she bared her teeth and her magic spite. Now make sure you understand this. I do not take kindly to insults directed towards the two that helped raise to be the mage that I am today. If not for them, I would probably be either dead or a shy, sniveling brat who wouldn't even be able to have the confidence to fight for herself. Ogo no Fujin and Onibi Myobo are just titles and they are nothing to me. To me they are my Oni-san and Kurama-chan. I love them and nothing will ever change that. She solidified her claim by standing beside Naruto and held onto him. Naruto smiled beneath his face mask, the points of his sharper-than-average canines poking against the fabric. Very well said, Sky Dragon. Wendy beamed at her brother figure's approval. The group of Light Guild members could only stare in shock at the preteen Dragonslayer. Though now that they thought about it, it did make sense. Wendy had unbelievable control over her element of the sky when it came to her offensive attacks and her confidence in her abilities was extremely high. But like her older brother figure, she was deserving of her mild case of vanity. Ready to go, Imouto? Naruto asked. Wendy nodded. You sure? He gave a jerk of his head and Wendy followed the direction of the cranial motion where she saw the old nerved man that had been her master. Her eyes widened before looking to Charles. The winged feline nodded and followed after her charge as she ran up to Rubol. The two stopped right in front of the old man and bowed to him. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Yukimaru's theme. Master Rubol, you've been a great teacher, parent, friend and master to Charles and I'm sorry, but I have to go and I'm even more sorry to say that I don't really feel all that sad to go. Wendy said with a frown. Rubol chuckled before shaking his head. With the staff in his hand, he gently placed it under Wendy's chin and made her rise back to her full height so he could look her in the eyes. Wendy marveled, you have been like the granddaughter I never had. He smiled at her. It does pain me to watch you leave after all the time we spent together, but I know you have been waiting a long time for this day. Your lack of sadness is understandable and I did tell you after all. On the first day we met. A dragon always keeps their promises. And you were right, she whispered. I'm going to miss you, master. And you, my child, but you have your real family to return to. Wendy's body shook as tears began to spill from her eyes. Why you're too kind, master. Charles patted the young girl on the head. Now, don't cry my dear, didn't you just say you weren't sad to go? Wendy nodded as she wiped her eyes. She then straightened herself out and raised her head high making the old man laugh. Wendy Marvell and Charles. As master of the Guild of Cage Shelter, I resign you both of all responsibilities and duties regarding the guild's welfare and status and thus you are excommunicated from Cage Shelter. May you live long and prosper. With a snap of his fingers, the Cage Shelter marks on the back of Wendy's hooded jacket and on Charlie's dress vanished from view as if they were never there. Now before you go, just promise this old man one thing. Wendy into his cold-colored ones. Become the beautiful and strong mage I know you will become in the future. That's all I want from you. It's all I've ever wanted from you. Wendy nodded. Look after her as much as you can. You got help this time so I trust it won't be as much of a bother as it was before. Charles and Rubol shared a laugh and the Exceed nodded her head. I will. Rubol-san. The two former members of Cage Shelter turned around and nodded to Naruto and Kurama. In a flicker of motion, the two were already in front of Wendy and Charles. Naruto picked up the girl and rested her on Kurama's back while Charles took her perch atop Wendy's head. The Dragonslayer and Exceed made Naruto roll his eyes as he realized just how much the two girls looked like himself and Kurama when Kurama always rested atop his own head in his Exceed form. Naruto bent down to Rubol's height and whispered, Rubol-san, I'm sorry to ask this of you, but I'm going to need you to keep yourself grounded here for a while longer as I have some questions for you. I have a bit of a family issue to deal with so once I have completed the task I will come straight back to you. I've managed to hold this illusion of false life for over 400 years, Namikaze-kun. I think I can manage a few more hours and it's the least I can do in exchange for gifting me with such a lovely young girl to look after ever since I lost my own family and to your partner for destroying Nirvana. Despite it being a creation of my own people, the evils that ancient weapon had created are beyond monstrous so I will adhere to your request, Namikaze-kun. Naruto nodded his head in thanks to the elderly nerved survivor. Kurama ran off into the forests as a blur of crimson and Naruto hovered in the air. He directed his gaze at Urza as she stared intently at him. His eyes flickered to the left where Kurama had run off and she got the hidden message, her reply being a nod. With that, the blonde appeared to vanish into the wind. A few moments passed before everyone released the breaths that they had unknowingly kept trapped within their bodies. To think that Wendy-chan was raised by the Ogo no Fujin and Onibi Myobo. I'm going to go lie down and rethink my life. Ren muttered as he walked back into the house. Hibiki, Eve and Happy had all fainted since earlier on. Gray gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly while Lucy was in a state of shock. I can't believe after all we've been through, she just leaves us for those two, Gray exclaimed as he lashed out and slammed his fist against the ground, cracking it slightly. She shouldn't have left with those bastards, she could have stayed with us, with Fairy Tail. What do they have that we don't? What they have are her trust and her love, Urza replied. Everyone who was conscious turned to face the Titania of Fairy Tail. He is her brother and the Onibi, her friend. She was raised by them, so it is only logical that one would accept the only family that they have left in their lives and return to them should they come back. Urza took a deep breath and then walked away from the group and headed in the direction of the forests. "Where are you going?" Lucy asked worriedly as she saw the frantic look on her guildmate's face. I have to. I need to take a walk," Urza said, the stress evident in her voice as she ran off into the forests. "Urza." Gray went to go after her as she disappeared into the brush, but Ichia's grip held tightly onto his bicep. "Let her go, Gray. She's obviously under a lot of stress and who can blame her? We just saw one of our newest nakama called the most dangerous man and beast in fury in a familiar fashion. Give her some time to think about her problems. The parfum of realization will come to her soon, just give her time," Ichiya said. "Fine." Gray muttered darkly. "Oi, Rubol Gigi, got any liquor here? I need a drink." Would see, Fury, Naruto and Kurama walked a short way through the forest before coming to a stop. The two turned around and Wendy and Charles looked at the two SS-class criminals in confusion. "Oni-san, why are we stopping?" Wendy asked. "We haven't even walked for 5 minutes." "A better question would be why we're even walking in the first place," Charles stated. "You can fly and Kurama-san can turn into an exceed like me and sprout wings." "Because Naruto has business with one of your new friends," Kurama said. As if on cue, the bushes began to rustle and twigs snapped. Out of the brush, Urza Scarlet appeared, slightly panting from having broke out into a run to catch up with the blonde Dragonslayer and his companions. Fujin. Urza gasped out. "Urza-san?" Wendy's eyes narrowed as she jumped off of Kurama's back and in front of her brother figure. "You're not here to attack Oni-san, are you?" She gained a confused look on her face when Naruto pushed her aside. The blonde then pulled down his face mask and revealed the lower portion of his face. Urza stared at the blonde's face and noticed the whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks. "She's not here to fight and neither are we going to," Naruto said. "She and I have some familial matters to discuss." "Familial? But she's not related to you. On the contrary, Imo Uto. Urza Scarlet is in fact my biological younger sister." Wendy and Charles had their eyes wide and their mouths agape. "Be biological. S sister?" Wendy stuttered. Naruto nodded and Urza continued to stare at her brother. "So, it's true then. We are related by blood." "Indeed we are," he said with a blank look on his face. Naruto turned to Kurama and pushed Wendy towards him. "Take Wendy and Charles away from here. Our privacy is needed. And no eavesdropping before I go into the mindscape. Trust me, I'll know." "Ah, you're no fun," Kurama said as he placed Wendy onto his back once more. "Get out of here, you mangy furball," Naruto growled. Kurama turned and then headed off into the brush with Charles gripping Wendy's hair tightly like Wendy was doing to the three-tailed kitsune's fur. When the two were gone, Naruto turned back, a stoic look on his face. Urza on the other hand had tears brimming on the edge of her non-artificial eye. Why wait so long to tell me?" she asked. "I thought I was alone, that I was an orphan, that I had no family to call my own. I had only found out that we're related a few days before the guild war between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord. As for why I haven't told you, the truth was that I was angry. You were a weak, sniveling little brat who thought that just because she was raised with the morals of not being able to kill, that it gave you the ability to judge others who didn't follow your own ideologies of what is good, as being evil. I despised you for that and I denied any claim to us being related even though it was true." Urza's eyes widened at his words. "But as you grew stronger, more aware of the world around you, that it was no longer black and white and that there were shades of gray within it, I began to take a minuscule amount of interest in you. I gave you the hint needed to put the puzzle together and the reason I wanted you to figure it out for yourself is because, well, would you honestly have believed me if the words came out of my own mouth?" he asked. Urza shook her head. "I wouldn't have, but, now that I know the truth, I want answers," she said. However, her statement had no backbone to it as her voice cracked from the emotions she was feeling. "I want to know who you are. I want to know where you were. I want to know who our parents were. I want to know what happened to them." Her tears began to fall to the ground, dotting the green grass beneath her. I want a family." Naruto stared at his biological sister, merely watching her as she cried. He then began to walk towards her. "I wanted answers as well. I've been extremely busy with my own problems, mainly the problem of having a fractured mentality, that I never really got around to asking the questions concerning you, Urza Scarlet. You weren't even supposed to be learned concerning the fate of our blood family." What?" she gasped. "We want answers concerning our relationship to one another and our family. I want answers on you and you want answers on me, so we're going to get them." Naruto placed his hand on Urza's head and tilted it upwards so she was looking him in the eyes. The blonde Dragonslayer leaned forwards and Urza's eyes widened as his forehead touched hers. There was a flash of red light that blinded Urza's vision and then it all went black. Naruto's mindscape. Urza released a gasp as she forced herself into a sitting position. She looked around the area she was in. It was an endless white void with a spiral-shaped symbol that was surrounded by the kanji for the 5 elements of fire, water, earth, lightning and wind. In the center of the spiral was the kanji for soul. The odd symbol cast a red glow across the void. She rose to her feet and tried to walk towards the odd spiral, but found that she wasn't growing any closer to it after taking the first 20 steps. Are you done? Urza's head snapped to the left, but she released a hiss of pain as she felt the whiplash from the movement. Urza glanced around the area as she pulled her eyes away from her brother. Where are we? This is a mindscape. Mind to be precise. It is the inner consciousness of a person and where we will be given our answers, Naruto replied. It's rather empty. Inner consciousness, Titania. Do not aim to make such insults towards me while you are within my realm. I can make this place what I want it to be, but the void of white has grown on me, so I leave it as it is, Naruto explained. So, how exactly are we going to get answers? Naruto didn't reply verbally, merely pointing behind her. Urza's head snapped around for the second time and her eyes were wide with shock as she saw the two figures that stood before her. Minato and Kushina looked at each other and then back at Urza. You've always said Naruto was my child, but we can definitely say that Urza is your child, can't we? Minato said. Kushina nodded. Told you I'd make a hot-ass girl child, Ebane, Kushina grinned toothily. I never said you wouldn't. Urza looked between the two and she stepped towards them tentatively. Why you're Minato namikaze and Kushina uzumaki namikaze. Why you're wizard saints, the two strongest people. But you're dead. Now Urza-chan, is that any way to greet your parents? Kushina chided. But then again, Naru-chan here stabbed me through the stomach and nearly tore Minato-kun's head off. You're lucky we're just spirits in the seal, Naru-chan. Naruto rolled his eyes at them while Urza was still in shock. My parents? She asked. Minato and Kushina nodded. You too. The members of the 10 wizard saints who had powers that exceeded the 4 gods of Ishval. Are my parents? The look of disbelief on the red-haired woman's face was priceless and Kushina would have laughed if it weren't for the mood of the situation. Minato and Kushina walked towards their daughter and nodded to her. We are, Urza-chan, Minato said. To think you were still alive after all this time, and right under Naru-chan's nose too. Why didn't you tell me yourselves that I had a sister? Naruto asked. You hated us with a passion until recently, so you would have instantly denied all claims to Urza-chan being your sibling, and you hadn't come into the seal to talk with us since your bout with Makarab Drayar. You have your own problems, Naru-chan, and we cannot exactly hold control in this place since it is your consciousness. We lost what little control we had when your psyche was stabilized, Minato said with a deadpan. Minato-sama, Kushina-sama, Whoa, hold on there kiddo, Minato said with a chuckle. We're your parents. Unlike Naru-chan over there, you're actually glad to see us, so formalities are not allowed here, especially with family like us. Odo-sama. Ooka-sama. Urza was brought to tears once more before she flung her mental body at the spirits of her parents and wrapped them in her arms. Minato and Kushina looked down at their shorter daughter. Urza cried her eye out while Minato and Kushina consoled her by rubbing her back. Shush, it's okay Urza-chan. It's okay, we're here for you now, just like we're here for your brother, Kushina said softly. It's okay, let it out, Minato added as he stroked the 19-year-old's crimson locks. Urza cried for a few minutes and even after her sobs had died down, she was being steadily rocked back and forth by her mother. Having fallen to her knees, Kushina had to sit down as she continued to rock her daughter's emotional form. Kushina smiled softly at the younger redhead in her arms before tilting her daughter's head up. Let me get a good look at you, Urza-chan, she whispered. Urza's large brown eyes stared into her mother's gray ones. You still have Mito Oba-san's brown eyes. I always thought they would turn into my eye color as you got older, but I guess those recessive genes were permanent on you. They suit you well, Urza-chan. Urza blushed lightly at her mother's compliment, mumbling a small thanks. A tiny smile graced her tear-stained face. Oh, you were such a beautiful baby when you were born. It eases my spirit to know that you turned out to be such a gorgeous young woman. I've always wanted parents. Urza released a choked laugh due to her sobbing. I thought you abandoned me. That you didn't love me and so you sold me off to the Tower of Heaven, and after what happened to Kakashi ni-san and Obito ni-chan Urza-chan, those tower bastards would have had to pry you from our cold, dead hands if they wanted to take us from you by force. Kushina replied sternly. If we were alive, we would have cared and loved you so much. We would have fed you, changed your diapers as you were growing up, taught you magic. In fact, given your affinity for swords, I'm sure if we weren't separated from you with your brother, you would have been the one to take Ascalon and Excalibur as my successor. What? Naruto's eyes narrowed. Jealous of your emo Udo already, Naruto, Minato smirked in amusement. Come on, you know you deserve Ascalon and Excalibur as you are now. As she is, Urza couldn't wield those two with the same amount of skill and precision that you have now. The two wizard saints chuckled as they heard their son mumble something along the lines of, damn right she can't. Urza wiped her eyes and nose free of tears and mucus before looking up at her taller parents. What happened to you two? Why are you here with the Fujin? Why were he and I separated? I want to know everything. It would be more beneficial to explain everything from the beginning, Naruto said. He then turned to his biological sister. However, your memories will be needing some resurfacing as well, since Tu-chan and Ka-chan will only be able to remember what happened up to the point of their deaths. What happened to you before that is a mystery to them and myself. That is true, Urza-chan. Minato and Kushina agreed. Your story is just as important as ours. Naru-chan, with your consciousness joined with Urza-chan's at the moment, I think it would be possible for you to draw upon Urza-chan's memories. Urza turned to Naruto with wide brown eyes as he suddenly stepped towards her. The redhead stepped away from him and glared fiercely. Brother or not, I don't trust you. Are you really going to draw on my memories alone, or are you going to do something to this mental representation of myself? Naruto rolled his eyes and sighed. Now why the hell would I do that? Naruto asked rhetorically. I need answers just as much as you do. Not to mention Tu-chan and Ka-chan want to know what became of you when they were forced to run off with me into the unknown forested regions of Fiore's mountains where they met their untimely deaths. Urza didn't look convinced and Naruto growled at her. By the dragons. Look, I swear an oath of the dragon. I will not tamper with your mind or mental representation beyond the pop and the necessary memories needed to answer our questions. The sound of thunder seemed to echo through the mindscape and thus his oath was sealed. Urza stared into the young man's blue eyes intently. Suddenly, the strong grips of her parents' spirits appeared on her shoulders. Minato gave his daughter a reassuring smile. It's okay, Urza-chan. Naruto knows what he's doing. The two wizard saints nodded to their son and the younger blonde nodded back. The son of Acnologia reached out with his hands and tapped his three biological family members in the center of their foreheads before a swirl of what appeared to be mist rose out of their skulls. Images began to flicker in and out of existence within the mist and the three looked at Naruto as they watched it. Your memories. He answered their unasked question. Mental representations that can be played out with my mindscape due to the 5-point elemental seals, soul, element when Tu-chan and Ka-chan sealed their spiritual essences into me. Now I believe a suitable place to start would be at the time before mine and Titania's births. Naruto spared his sister a glance. Once their chain of memories has run its course, I will direct my consciousness to immediately lock onto the set of memories that you possess that are the closest to that of Tu-chan's and Ka-chan's. Minato and Kushina scanned the mist of memory images and called upon the ones Naruto requested. Very well. You and Urza-chan wish to learn about things from the beginning, so here it is. Insert music. Fairy Tale Tower of Heaven, flashback. Magic Council Fury Branch, Fury December 10th, year X 762. Minato-sama, Kushina-sama, what is your take on the situation? Michello asked. The two wizard saint members were currently seated in a circular room that was illuminated by the various magic seals that acted as barriers, silencers and detectors of foreign members of the Magic Council. A high-end security protocol for the council room that was invented by Kushina herself. We honestly have very little to work with, Michello-san. Kushina replied. Konoha is well fortified, but it will not do well to handle the onslaught of the lizard men. They are very territorial creatures as we have explained before. We have tried negotiations by sending out messengers to meet with them, but their reply was sending back the heads of our messengers and the shreds of our negotiation papers for peace treaties. They are obviously preparing for war. We would like to ask the Honorable Council for help in this situation. Minato said. We know it is a difficult request to make given your own situation. Yajima nodded. The Magic Council is currently busy with its own war preparations. Minstrel has begun sending their ships to invade Fury and we are using many a rune knight to hold them off, but currently our navy is being beaten down due to Minstrel's technological advancements in naval warfare. They have created a powerful form of underwater weapon that can fire explosive rounds from beneath the waves, even as it is submerged. It is made of a powerful metal alloy that is resistant to fire and is an electrical insulator. They call it a submarine. Bellino informed the two wizard saints. Minato-sama, Kushina-sama, we understand that Konohagakure no Sato is your homeland and that you are trying to avert your village's destruction, but we currently do not have the resources to spare, especially with Operation Blackwater being prepared. So you're actually going through with that? Minato asked with a raised eyebrow. We have sent in Makarov Dreyar and Jose Porla to take their positions at the front lines. The four gods of Ishval are in the submarine we managed to take during the last battle, and so the plan is so that once Makarov and Jose break through the submarine lines, we unleash the four gods and take out their battleships. This will clear a path for our own ships to get to the mainland of Minstrel where we will deploy the troops we have present on the ships. Org explained. We would like if you two would join the battalion. Your presence on the battlefield will boost morale and also improve the chances of success for Operation Blackwater. With your help, we can push forward to Minstrel's shores and force them into submission and end this war, said Org. I'm sorry, Org-sama. But along with the lizardmen problem, Kushina has not been feeling well for the past 2 weeks. The Magic Council members turned to the red-haired wizard saint. Putting her into harm's way, especially a war, is not something she nor I plan to take part in at this point where her health is compromised. But your country needs you, Minato-sama. Nishello replied with a stern expression. Your wife can come after you saved the lives of thousands of Rune Knight soldiers from being sent to their deaths. Minato's sapphire orbs shifted to the cat-like council member who flinched beneath the gaze of the wizard saint. Kushina and I are the most powerful of the 10 wizard saints. We may be given status by the Magic Council, Mishello-san. But despite Fury currently being engaged in war, my village is about to enter one with creatures that can copy another's magic, and my wife is not feeling well, as I said earlier. As her husband, let me make this clear. Never. Minato's voice raised abruptly, causing the council members to jump in their chairs. Never. Say that my wife is second priority to my face. The Magic Council was silent, and Minato turned to his wife and held her hand in his own. We understand. Org replied as he took note of the light glaze in Kushina's eyes that came with the symptom of nausea. Take care of your wife, Minato-sama. However, if you wish to try and stop the lizard men from invading, your best bet would be to place barriers around the village and maybe an invisibility seal, perhaps? Minato drummed his fingers on the table. Your idea does have some merit, Org-san. Thank you. The 2 wizard saints rose from their chairs and held each other's hands. Honorable Council. They bowed their heads before vanishing in a flash of yellow per Minato's usage of seal magic, Hirishin. Konohagakure no Sato, Eastern Fiorian Mountains, Fury. The sound of a toilet flushing echoed throughout the estate that was the home of Minato and Kushina. Kushina stumbled out of the bathroom, nearly losing her balance as she finished washing her face free of whatever excess vomit lined her mouth. Minato was quick to grab his wife to prevent her from falling and looked over her form. She was a bit pale from her violent release of her stomach contents. A glazed look filled her eyes to show she was still under the effects of her nausea. She had been in and out of the bathroom to pee for like 20 times in the past 2 hours, and last but not least. Minato-kun, I don't really feel so good, she whined as tears fell from her gray eyes. I'm scared, Minato-kun. I don't know what's happening to me. I think it's the flu, but it feels so much worse than that. I think I should go to the hospital. It's alright, Kushina-chan. A few minutes of rest and then I'm going to go take you to go see Tsunade and Shizune at the hospital, okay? Are you fucking mad? Kushina suddenly roared. I hate the fucking hospital, you goddamn little fucktard. I thought you knew that? I do. You don't love me anymore if you think of taking me to that hellhole. She began sobbing uncontrollably again. There were the mood swings. Alright, honey. Calm down, you're just stressed, Minato consoled his wife. Did I ever tell you I loved you? Multiple times. Now come on. You're not having time to rest yourself. We're going to the hospital now. Up we go. He picked up Kushina in his arms. Yay, UPSIES. She giggled like a child. I hate UPSIES, put me down you fat ass. Minato sighed and then the two vanished in a flash of yellow. Moving across space and time through the use of his Hirishin, the 210 wizard saints appeared before the hospital of Konoha. Minato looked at Kushina, who was groaning in pain from the head ever it was that was afflicting her in conjunction with the one that came from using the flying thunder god spell. The blood pounding in her head made her drowsy and she fell unconscious. Though it worried him, Minato was also mildly glad for his moody wife to be out of it. He couldn't imagine the embarrassment he would have felt for them both if Kushina began having those mood swings in front of the other people waiting in the hospital. Opening the doors, Minato walked in and looked around the waiting area. It seemed today was a slow day for the hospital since there were only about 10 people in the area, but most of them were basic injuries. A boy with a broken leg, a girl with a black eye, an old man who kept shifting in his seat as if he had something shove up his ass. Okay, that guy may be in trouble, the wizard saint thought. He walked up to the front desk and cleared his throat to get the attention of the young 13-year-old standing there. As soon as he did, the brown-haired girl looked up from the files she was reading from. Her chocolate-colored irises, which had been filled with an aura of seriousness, brightened at seeing the two wizard saints before she straightened out her outfit, which consisted of a long-sleeved black top with a light purple apron-like skirt that was worn over a pair of black shorts. She had on a pair of black stockings and a pair of black open-toed sandals that had a 2-inch heel to add a flare of femininity. The white medical coat she wore over her outfit was adjusted and she grinned toothily at the blonde wizard saint as she walked out from behind the desk and towards the two. Minato-sensei, it's a pleasure to see you. Same to you, Ren. He smiled at his former student. I see your career as a doctor is starting to make some progress. Ren gave a laugh to voice her embarrassment, scratching at the purple tattoos on the side of her face. Minato-sensei, I'm not a doctor yet. I'm just a desk clerk for the moment, but with Shizune-senpai and Tsunade Shisho helping me I'm sure I get into the healing mage profession soon enough. She then frowned when she took note of the fact that Kushina was unconscious in his arms. What's wrong with Kushina-sama? I honestly don't know, he replied worriedly. She's been nauseous, vomiting and undergoing very odd mood swings so far. I think it could be the flu, but I'm a wizard saint, not a doctor. I was thinking maybe either you, Shizune-chan or Tsunade-san could help determine what's wrong with her. Rin made the mental note of the symptoms Minato had just told her before nodding her head. I'll do what I can. Tsunade Shisho and Shizune-senpai are currently dealing with a few other patients, so she won't be able to assist me just yet. Follow me to place Kushina-sama in an empty room for the meantime. Thank you, Rin. Minato smiled warmly at her. The young doctor bowed her head. Just doing my job, Minato-sensei. You know, Rin, you can stop calling me sensei. You haven't been my student in over a year, Minato said to her, but the teenage brunette merely smiled at him. That may be true, but old habits die hard. Not to mention that I find it would be disrespectful to you if I didn't. I mean, you literally taught Kakashi, Obito and I everything we know before you became a member of the 10 Wizard Saints. Rin said with a hint of sadness. By the way, speaking of those two knuckleheads, you may want to look for them. They seemed a bit frantic and they wanted to speak to you. I'll do that. Rin then led Minato to the empty patient room and rested Kushina onto the soft bed. Once assuring the redhead was comfortable, Minato bent his head down and kissed his wife's forehead. Get better, Kay? I love you and I'll be back as soon as I can. He smiled when he heard the redhead mumble out an I love you too, despite being asleep. Minato then adjusted his flame-patterned cloak before heading out of the hospital. The blonde walked through the streets of the relatively large village before two teenage boys, about 13 years old each, flickered into existence in front of him. The first had spiky, gravity-defying, silver hair and a pair of coal-black eyes. He wore a black tunic that was connected to a mask that covered the lower portion of his face, long black pants and a pair of black boots. Strapped to his body was a set of gray body armor that covered his forearms, shoulders, chest, back and thighs. The brown belt that attached the sheath of the young boy's short sword to his back was wrapped diagonally across his chest from his right shoulder to his left hip. His skin seemed a bit on the pale side, which was a characteristic that always worried Minato about whether or not the boy was getting enough vitamin D. The second boy had short, spiky black hair and black eyes, but these ones were much more vibrant than the half-lidded, lazy-looking ones of his silver-haired companion. He wore a black t-shirt underneath a long sleeves, dark blue jacket with an orange trim and collar. The ends of the jacket stretched over the back of the boy's hands where metal plates were attached. He also wore a pair of dark blue pants and black boots. Attached to his forehead was a pair of goggles which had an orange-tinted lenses and was connected to a pair of ear protectors. His skin was a light tan and he was grinning toothily at the older male standing in front of him. Finally, we found you, Minato-sensei, the dark-haired boy exclaimed. Maybe we wouldn't have taken so long if you didn't wander off and I had spent some of the time looking for you. The silver-haired boy said with a bored tone, though the annoyance was present as well. Oi, what I told you was the truth, the black-haired boy exclaimed. I had to find another path because of the black cat that appeared, and just as I saw you in the distance, this little old lady nearly fell and dropped her groceries, so I had to help her with them. Just because I'm not an ass like you doesn't make me a liar. You said that you had to help a child out of a burning doghouse after that. It was on fire, she could have died. Obito, Kakashi, enough. Minato said with a hint of amusement. It's clear that Obito's telling the truth. Kakashi. Though I am a bit skeptical on that doghouse one. But it's true, Obito cried out. Why won't anyone believe me? The boy began to cry, anime tears that began to form a puddle in front of him. Because you're a liar. Obito Uchiha, do not cry in front of your rival. Kakashi Hitaki, stop calling Obito a liar. The two boys glared at one another, but then saw the older male glaring at them and they stopped. They bowed their heads lowly. We apologize, Minato-sensei. The 10 Wizard Saint member nodded in approval as he placed his hands on top of their heads and ruffled their already messy-looking hair. Good boys. Now then, what is it you two wanted to talk to me about? Rin said you all seemed pretty frantic when Kushina-chan and I had been at the meeting with the Magic Council. The two teenagers looked to each other as serious expression came upon their faces. They looked up at their sensei before pointing to the southern walls of Konoha. Obito spoke first. Minato-sensei, we were doing border patrol like you had requested to do before you and Kushina-sama left. We thought we had seen something in the forests and decided to investigate a bit. Kakashi continued. We discovered there was a small band of lizardmen setting up a camp about 5 kilometers away from the southern gates. What did you do? Minato asked. We killed them, the two teenagers replied simultaneously. I used my fire magic and Kakashi used his new lightning magic spell. Chidori or something, Obito said as he scratched his head in confusion while trying to recall Kakashi's attack's name. You did what? Minato's anger was paramount as his sapphire orbs stared at Kakashi's form. The silver-haired teenager made sure to avoid eye contact and found new interest with the ground. Kakashi, I told you that your Chidori remains to be a liability in the battlefield of the tunnel vision effect. You become way too caught up in focusing on maintaining your speed to achieve the necessary amount of thrust to pierce the opponent and kill them. If Obito wasn't with you to act as a cover for you, then you'd most likely be dead, Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent while Obito was struggling to hide the grin on his face. Kakashi was always a brilliant user of lightning magic, was drafted early into the guard squad for Konohagakure's Mage Corps, receiving praise everywhere he went. Though Obito was a great user of fire magic like all members of the Uchiha clan, he didn't exactly meet the expectations set for him by said distinguished family members, so he was just an average mage. When he and Kakashi began working together with Rin, he began to develop a rivalry with Kakashi and became jealous of his superiority. The fact that Rin, whom he had a crush on Kakashi, didn't help the situation any better. Thus, Obito was mentally ecstatic at seeing the genius get chewed out by their sensei. "I'm very disappointed in you for making such an idiotic move, Kakashi." "I'm sorry, Minato-sensei." Minato cooled his rage before turning to Obito. "Obito, what happened after you got rid of the Lizardman party?" "Oh, yeah. We stopped them from being able to make a camp and then we reported to Sarutobi-sama at the end. Sarutobi-sama said to tell you about this and then go talk to him. He's expecting you now that you're back," Obito said. Minato sighed. Everyone wanted to talk to him. He had a sick wife in the hospital, damn it. "Fine, I'll go talk to Hiruzen now. You boys remain on standby though." "Why?" The two tilted their heads in confusion, for just in case. Minato vanished in a flash of yellow for the third time that day. Hokage's chambers, Hokage Tower, Konohagakure no Sato. In the past, there were other villages where their most powerful, politically and strength-wise, mage would be elected to lead their villages. Sadly, those other 4 villages had been completely wiped out when those 4 mage-centric villages began to aim for expansion. The Magic Council had caught wind of these 4, Kirigakure and their Mizukage, Sunagakure and their Kazekage, Iwagakure and their Tsuchikage, and Kumogakure led by their Reikage, all aiming for a war with Konohagakure and their Hokage, which had been and still was, the most powerful of the 5 mage villages, and beyond. This led to the unfortunate decision by the Magic Council, and the King of Fury himself, to declare the 4 villages and dangerous parties that threatened the existence of the entire Kingdom of Fury and its citizens, and so the satellite square, Aetherion, was fired. The magic particle cannon fired 4 destructive shots that left not even a single building standing nor a single human being, mage or non-mage. Though the loss of life could be an exaggeration, it was obvious that even if there were survivors, which was highly unlikely, they would not be aiming to try this sort of thing again. The Hokage was the title given to the one chosen to be the true leader of the village of Konohagakure. This title was given to a person who would be more than just a figurehead, as the Kage title was given only to those who were seen as the strongest mage in the entirety of the village. Due to the calculations of there being only 10% of Fiore's population that could be capable of using magic, that kept the village from having too many candidates to be Hokage, but even so, that just made the mages of Konoha even stronger, as they were far more willing to train to better themselves and separate themselves in terms of power from the rest of Fury. Minato appeared in a flash of yellow, already in a kneeling position within the chambers of the elderly Hokage known as Hiruzen Sarutobi. Over 60 years of fighting had taken its toll on the old man, as shown by the tired look in his eyes. His dark-colored skin was covered with wrinkles, visible veins and liver spots. His gray hair had all but disappeared from the top of his, leaving only the spiky locks that was attached behind him. He was dressed in the red and white robes and triangular hat that signified his status as Hokage. "Ah, Minato-kun." The old man spoke with a grandfatherly tone of voice. "I trust you got the message to come from the boys?" "Yes, Hokage-sama," Minato said. "Don't kneel to this old man." Hiruzen laughed before releasing a series of violent coughs. Minato raised his head and looked at the man in worry. "Hokage-sama, you really should step down soon. The stress is affecting your health and your smoking isn't getting any better. I've had to deal with fighting against the other 5 hidden villages for over 50 years when I started out as a mage and continued to fight. Even when I entered my 60s and we were in peace times, they still craved war and were struck down by Aetherion. I think I've received enough incentive to be able to smoke, even at my age of 75. And as for stepping down..." Hiruzen looked at the 10 Wizard Saints member before him. "You know I want you to be my successor. I've been the Sandaime Hokage of this village for far too long, and sometimes, I just want it to be over. And I told you that being a Wizard Saint presents me to hold duties towards the Kingdom of Fury, and that in turn would conflict with my duties to the village should I accept to be the Yondaime Hokage." Minato replied, "It is that sense of conflicted duty that led me to come back here. The war with Minstrel and Fury was escalating and they wanted Kushina and I to be a part of their battle plan to end the war. They have already called in Makarov and Jose, but we wouldn't accept because Kushina was feeling very sick. She has been so for the past 2 weeks." Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, but ended up releasing a series of ragged coughs. Puffs of tobacco smoke came out of his mouth with each cough before he sat himself down in his chair. "Well, I hope she gets better. However, though I would like to talk to you like this longer, Minato-kun, I need to get down to business." "What is it, Hokage-sama?" As you know, Obito and Kakashi discovered the lizardmen's small camp outside our walls. The lizardmen are very territorial as you know, and though we have lived in peace with them for years, some of our spies have discovered the reason behind their sudden aggression. And what is it? Their current leader, Red Claw, named because of his red scales and claws, seeks to take the entire forest area as his own. To be king of the forest, if you will. The lizardmen have lived on these lands for hundreds of years, long before Hashirama sensei and Tobirama sensei helped found the village with Madara Uchiha and colonized it. Red Claw seeks to take the land as his own and raise Konoha in the process. We don't know when, but war is definitely coming to our doorstep, Minato-kun. I understand, Hokage-sama. I will make necessary preparations. Minato replied. I've actually had the idea to utilize some of mine and Kushina's seal magic formulas. Mostly barriers, but I also aim to bring in an invisibility matrix that will mask the village from sight. I've already drawn up the plans in my head, and once Kushina is better, I will get her to help me make the matrices. I hope that it will be effective against them, but with their ability to copy a single form of magic to use as their own, there's no telling how well this plan to stall will work. We will take what we can get, Minato-kun, do what you must. Yes, Hokage-sama. Konoha Hospital, Konohagakure no Sato. Kushina groaned as she woke up from her slumber. My head. She muttered as she held her throbbing cranium. What the hell happened? Oh, you're awake. Kushina's head snapped in the direction of the voice and her gray eyes widened when she saw Rin standing there. I'll go get Senpai and Shisho. They've been waiting for a while for you to wake up. Kushina blinked in confusion as Rin sped off to look for her superiors. The female wizard saint looked around the room and saw the WHLLS white curtains. I'm in the hospital. I told Minato-kun I hated this place, but does he listen to me? No. Kushina frowned as she huffed. After adjusting them, she leaned back into the soft pillows and watched the ceiling fan spin. However, she quickly turned away when she felt a spike in her headache and nausea again. She climbed out of her hospital bed and went to the room's bathroom where proceeded to relieve the sudden pressure on her bladder. Something is definitely wrong with me, she muttered. I never pee this much. After doing her business, she washed her hands and exited the home of the porcelain throne. As she did so, the red-haired wizard saint heard her room door open, and this time Rin returned with two older women. The first was a pretty woman who looked to be about the age of 19 with a slightly rounded facial structure and was fair-skinned. She had short black hair that came down to the base of her neck and black eyes. She wore a dark violet kimono with cream-colored trim with her white medical coat worn over it. She had on a pair of black high-heel shoes and was currently spinning what looked like a senbon needle between her fingers. The second woman was not pretty, she wasn't even beautiful. She was downright gorgeous. She had long, pale blonde hair which had two long pigtails tied up on either side behind her head. She had a slightly angular facial structure and was fair-skinned, but lighter in tone in comparison to the other woman. She had golden brown eyes, as if someone had mixed honey and chocolate to make her iris color, and wore dark red lipstick. She wore a dark gray tunic with black lines adorning it and a pair of long, navy blue pants. Like the other two females before her, she wore a pair of black high heels that clacked against the tiled floor of the room. Over her tunic, she wore a dark green coat which had a circle of red outlined thickly by black. In the circle was the kanji for gamble in ebony. The most noticeable features on her person, however, were the blue diamond tattoo in the center of her forehead and the jade crystal that hung around her neck. Tsunade-san. Shizune-chan. Kushina's gray eyes brightened at seeing the two women again. Tsunade Senju and Shizune Kato smiled back at Kushina. Hey, Kushina-chan. Tsunade greeted her. It's a pleasure to see you again, Kushina-sama. Shizune bowed respectfully to the wizard saint. Kushina sat herself down on the bed as Tsunade grabbed one of the chairs usually used by visitors and sat in it. So, Rin-chan has been telling me that Minato-kun says you haven't been feeling well recently? Tsunade asked. Kushina nodded in confirmation. Yeah, we originally thought it was the flu at first, but the flu virus tends to only last a week. I've been having problems for 2 and unless my immune system sucks, which it doesn't, something is definitely wrong with me and it's not the flu I have, Bane. Tsunade and Shizune nodded their heads. Rin-chan said that your symptoms included nausea, headaches, vomiting and excessive use of the bathroom. Shizune said with a questioning tone. Have you been experiencing anything else? Especially the bathroom one. I've been pissing a lot, Bane. It's really weird. Kushina then went into a thinking pose. As for anything else, well, I guess there would be I'm feeling tired a lot more often. I know it's something to do with the hormones because I've been having mood swings every now and then, and I've been having a small craving for chocolate. Rin raised an eyebrow, and by small you mean? I ate 2 whole tubs of ice cream, she answered, by myself, in an hour. The first reaction was for the 3 females to be jealous of their crimson-haired patient. The gray-eyed woman just ate 2 tubs of ice cream and obviously didn't put on any form of weight. She'd be gaining weight they knew, but it wouldn't be from ice cream. Or any kind of food for that matter. Shizune, Tsunade and Rin looked to each other and then back at Kushina with a knowing look in their eyes. The gray-eyed woman tilted her head in confusion at the sudden show of excitement on their faces. What? Is there something on my face? No, Tsunade replied with a chuckle. We know what you have, or at least we think we know what you have. Shizune spoke this time. But it's best to just run some tests to make sure, Rin added. Kushina nodded her head. Alright, let's do it, Ibane. And so a variety of tests were done. Progesterone, estrogen, follicular stimulating hormone, FSH, and luteinizing hormone, LH, levels were all observed as well as the rate of blood flow throughout her body, mainly in her stomach and nether regions. A few hours later, the 2 healing mages and the 1 healing mage-to-be returned with the results of her tests. Well, we've finished the test results on your hormone levels and blood work. Progesterone and estrogen levels are excessively high and are fluctuating, and your FSH and LH levels had their initial spike before dropping down to a moderate level. Your breasts have increased slightly in size and are fuller in shape, and as for your blood, there's a difference in the amount being directed to your stomach and nether regions. What does that mean? It means you have one last test to take. Tsunade replied. The busty blonde held out her hand and Shizune rested the small box into her superior's hands. Tsunade reached into the box and pulled out a small blue stick of plastic and handed it to Kushina. Pee on it. Kushina nearly dropped the stick in her hands and looked at the 3 healing mages in front of her. Huh? She exclaimed. Tsunade-san, Shizune-chan, Rin-chan, you can't be fucking serious, Ibane? We are very serious, Kushina-sama. Shizune replied. Now go into the bathroom and pee on the stick. Kushina looked at the plastic test in her hands and gulped. She rose from her bed and headed into the bathroom and proceeded to do as instructed. There was a moment of silence as Tsunade, Shizune and Rin stared at the bathroom door, and then, after a few minutes, the door creaked open. Kushina walked out with a completely shocked look on her face as she stared at the blue stick. Kushina-sama? Rin and Shizune stared at the 10 Wizard Saint member worriedly. Kushina held her free hand to her mouth before handing the stick to Tsunade. The busty blonde swiped it from her red-haired friend who was now on the verge of tears. Tsunade looked at it and saw the red stripe on the white surface. The human chorionic gonadotrophin, HCG, hormone is proven to be present in her urine. Tsunade grinned widely. Shizune and Rin's eyes widened as Kushina continued to hold her hands over her mouth and cry. Congratulations Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. You're pregnant. Namikaze home, Konohagakure Minato was currently in his study drawing up the seal tags that would be needed to protect the village from any sort of lizardman attack, whether it be magical or physical. Although, it was the extremely technical part such as trying to mix in his seal matrix from the Hiraishin into the barrier matrix itself that would pose trouble, as barrier seals were meant to be structurally sound. Any sort of mistake in the seal itself would result in the entire thing blowing up from the magic energy being inputted to the barrier seal completely breaking down from a single hit. Minato groaned as he scratched his head in annoyance. Damn it, why does seal magic have to be so fucking complicated? I don't understand how Kushina-chan can handle this. It's because I'm a whole heapin' set of SXY, badassery and awesome, Ibane. Minato whirled around and saw his lovely wife standing before him with a confident look on her face. His eyes narrowed when he noticed the practically euphoric look on her face that she was desperately trying to hide. Minato stood up from his chair and hugged the woman he loved. Are you okay? He asked as he let her go. What did Tsunade-san say? Kushina looked ready to burst, but she held it in. I'll tell you once you tell me you were doing. Having tro? She asked. Minato sighed and nodded. Yeah. Hiruzen was telling me about the lizardmen. Kakashi and Obito had found a camp of them lying a few kilometers south of the village and they killed them, but this is showing that they are getting bolder and beginning to prepare for a potential war front. I decided to take Org-san's words to heart and place barrier lock seals and an invisibility seal matrix around the entire village to protect it. The blonde wizard saint explained. Lizardmen can learn any single type of magic, but Sarutobi said the lizardmen have been around for hundreds of years before Konoha was founded, and lizardmen have much longer lifespans than humans by a whole 100 years. There's possibly a magic that one of them could use to break through the protective seals, and so I'm not sure how long this protection will last. It'll be fine, Minato-kun. Your wife is an Uzumaki, and Uzumaki are the best damn seal magic users on the face of Earthland. Kushina assured him. Now then, what are you trying to do? Trying to construct the invisibility seal and barrier seal while also mixing in the seal formula for my Hiraishin spell. Is that it? Kushina scoffed. You pussy. I can't believe the man I married is wussing out over this. Give me the magic pen. Minato did as he was told and handed her the instrument used to create his seals. Kushina began to look over the seal tags on the desk. She tapped the seal matrices and pushed a bit of her magic energy into the tags. She pulled on the outer edges of the seal formulas and they responded to her will, expanding and stretching. She then began writing the adjustments for her husband's seals. You wanted to fit it in while also assuring stability. Expanding the perimeter of the formula will allow you to do that, but just put in some chain support seals along the inner layer and the extreme outer layer. A pentagram positioning of the chain support seals will allow for better stability. Now then, we just inscribed the formula for your Hireishin in the center of the pentagram. Kushina moved on to the other barrier lock seals that covered the desk before moving on to the invisibility seal tag. Now for the invisibility barrier. You're aiming to cover the entire village, so just make it much larger. Then do the exact same thing like with the barrier lock seals and voila, you have your protective setup for Konoha all set up. Kushina gave a dramatic bow. Thank you, I'll be here until death do us part. The female wizard saint grinned smugly as she tossed the magic pen at her husband, who reacted and caught it while still wearing the dumbfounded expression on his face. How did you? Like I said before, I'm a whole heap instead of SXY, badassery and awesome. Did I ever tell you I love you? On multiple accounts. She replied as Minato set aside his seal tags and put away the magic pen in his person pocket dimension. The blonde then turned around and looked at his wife. So, now that that's done. He clapped his hands together and rubbed them in anticipation. What did you want to tell me? Insert music. Naruto Shippuden. I'm home. His curiosity grew that much more when he saw happiness brimming in her gray eyes. She placed her hands on her stomach and showed the man she loved her trademark foxy grin. Minato-kun. I'm pregnant. I'm gonna be a mother, Ibane. Minato's mind broke. His eyes were wide, he could have dislocated his jaw with how far it had dropped. I'm gonna be a father. I'm gonna be mother, Ibane. I'm gonna be a father. The two took steady steps towards each other. Kushina was the first to break out into a small run as they wrapped each other in tight embraces. They jumped around the study in pure joy. They didn't care when scrolls, pens and seal magic notes fell and were scattered across the ground. They didn't care that they knocked over the two chairs, and they sure as hell didn't care when Minato tripped and caused them to fall over. The two lovers laughed as they were lying on the ground. Kushina positioned herself so she was now straddling her husband and looked into his sapphire orbs with nothing but love and happiness, and vice versa. The two wizard saints leaned towards each other and kissed. They held it for a minute before parting. The two grinned toothily and then pumped their fists into the air. We're gonna be parents, TTEBANE. Hell yeah we are. Minato then pushed himself up into a sitting position while keeping a hold on his wife's hips. So when did they say the due date was? Tsunade-san said that because we're both mages, the length of pregnancy is going to be 10 months instead of the original 9, because mages also have to divert magic energy into the babies' bodies along with the nutrients from my blood. This is mainly to help the babies develop a stable magic circulation system. So it's January 10th, so by the 10th of October we should have our children. Kushina replied giddily. Minato nodded before a confused look came on his face. Wait, you're using the plural a lot. Kushina nodded her head rapidly as another wide grin came onto her face. We got twins, Ibane. It's that amazing? Her answer came in the form of another forceful kiss, which she was more than happy to return. The two pulled apart, but kept their foreheads touching. I love you. I love you too, Ibane. 2 weeks later, when Kushina's baby bump began to become more pronounced, Minato and Kushina had held a small party at their house. They had invited only close friends, which included Shizune, Tsunade, Hiruzen, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Shuza, Shikaku, Yoshino, Inoichi, Seiko and Makoto. Seiko, Makoto and Yoshino were also expecting children as well, and so the wives were extremely happy. And loud. When the two wizard saints announced that they were having children. Congratulations! Was the cry from the small group of guests. They then took turns rubbing Kushina's stomach and expressing their joy before Kushina was being led away from everyone else by Makoto, Seiko and Yoshino. I can't believe you guys are almost done with your pregnancies. The way you girls just described it makes me dread the day the contractions start coming in. When are you all due? March. Seiko replied, so just 2 more months. I'm in July, so that's too far away from yours, Kushi-chan. I'll be sticking it out with you for a while longer. I'll be due in September. The child is lazy like his father. Yoshino murmured. Kushina sighed still. So have you decided on names for the twins yet? Seiko asked. Kushina shook her head. No, not yet. It's only been a month, Seiko-chan and Minato-kun and I have been busy with our wizard saint stuff. However, because a month has passed, we've both sent in our letters of temporary leave until the babies are born. Kushina replied. So what about you three? Got names for your kids? Seiko, Yoshino and Makoto all nodded, causing Kushina to stare at them in shock. Oh, what the hell? How? Motherly instinct, they replied simultaneously. Mine's gonna be Sakura. Seiko replied. Oh, like that's so original. The gene for pink hair is always gonna be dominant, so you probably didn't even have to think for that one. Kushina deadpanned. Seiko merely stuck out her tongue like the mature mother-to-be she was. What about you, Yoshi-chan? I discussed the names with Noriko and Chiharu. By the way, They are busy preparing their baby rooms so they couldn't come, but they told to tell you congratulations. Kushina nodded in understanding at Yoshino's explanation. Chiharu Akamichi and Noriko Yamanka had been pregnant before her and Yoshino, so they were well on their way to being prepared for when their babies were born. Chiharu was due in March and Noriko was early September. Anyway, we've decided to keep to the Ino Shikacho tradition again. Mine is Shikamaru, Chiharu's is Choji, and Noriko is sure she's going to have a girl for some reason, so she's going to name her Ino. Geez, you guys didn't have to think at all for this shit. Kushina mumbled. Mikoto and the name, Sasuke. Mikoto rubbed her stomach. Itachi-kun picked it out. What's with you people? You say motherly instinct and you come with these bullshit reasons as to how you got your baby names all picked out. Kushina huffed. The three women laughed at their red-haired friend's expense. Minato watched from the couch as his wife continued to converse with her friends. So, fatherhood huh? Hiruzen spoke. Yeah, though I do wish Jiraiya-sensei would have been here to see this day. If he had been alive, I would have named him to be my kid's godfather. Really? Shikaku asked. The man you called Ero Sennin, a godfather? Yup. Despite his pervertedness, Jiraiya-sensei was a great man. He informed Hiruzen about Danzo's attempt at coup with his root faction, preventing the village from being internally destroyed, and he saved everyone at the cost of his own life by killing Orochimaru. That's testimony to Jiraiya-sensei's strength, and I couldn't think of any man more worthy to be my son and or daughter's godfather. Minato smiled sadly. My student would have been honored to be named a godfather, Minato-kun. I'm sure he's smiling down on you with pride. And if he were a ghost, he's probably gonna sneak into every physically attractive woman's home and peep on them. Obito and Kakashi added. A loud laugh came from the group of men as they remembered their fallen. Detecting the solemn atmosphere that came with the discussion of the white-haired pervert, Shuza tried to lighten the air. Genius as a child, wizard saint as an adult, and the guy who turned down wanting to be Hokage. Shuza chuckled. Your kids are gonna have the most badass Tuchan ever. Peeved, don't try to sell yourself short. Minato countered. You're a frontliner in the Rune Knights. Shikaku is head of their strategy and intelligence departments, and Inoichi has the torture and interrogation department at his beck and call. Your daughter is not going to have any boyfriends, by the way. He pointed to Inoichi. The long-haired blonde nodded his head stiffly. Damn right she's not. Not even your boys are gonna get through me. He glared at the three men in front of him. My son would turn out like me most likely. It'd be too troublesome for him to get a woman, much less your daughter. She'll most likely get both yours and Noriko's tempers, and she's gonna be bossy like you. Don't give me that look. I've seen how you are with your subordinates in the T&I department. Inoichi scowled at his friend. His scowl deepened when Shikaku ducked under the swipe to his head and proceeded to sit on the couch, using Minato as a human shield. I'm telling you, Kakashi, it's just plain unfair to us as men. No, Obito, that's just stupid. Boys, stop fighting. Minato told the two teenagers. Obito and Kakashi walked over to Minato and settled in front of him. What are you fighting about though? Obito chose to explain. You know something, Minato-sensei? Obito said with a look of realization on his face. What? Minato asked. When people have kids, everyone crowds around the wife and pats her stomach, telling her congratulations. So why doesn't anyone point at the husband's crotch and tell him good job? All the men looked at the Uchiha with bewildered looks on their faces. They then looked to each other and back to Obito. The boy speaks the truth, they exclaimed. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, and Hiruzen, who chose to remain silent, merely laughed at the whole scene. Are you seriously considering this, Minato-sensei? Kakashi gripped his hair in disbelief. Pointing at a man's balls and telling him good job is just plain weird. No, it's not, Kakashi. Inoichi spoke. We men have just as much a part to play in the art of reproduction as the women. We deserve recognition. As troublesome as it is, Obito's statement does have merit. Indeed. Shuza agreed. We will then go to the women and tell them to give us the recognition we deserve. Minato raised his fists to the ceiling. We do this, now. Yosh. Kakashi and Hiruzen sweat dropped while Obito was trying not to laugh his ass off. As the group of four rose from the couch, Shikaku's brain kicked in and overshadowed his male pride. Wait, he exclaimed. The other fathers to be turned to their nakama. If we bring this up, we're going to end up arguing. Then everyone's gonna gang up on us because women somehow managed to circumvent the cause of the argument to something else entirely and unrelated to the topic at hand, and thus end up with more arguing. We're going to end up sleeping on the couches, and despite how comfortable my couch is, I like my bed. Minato looked to Inoichi and Shuza, and the three men nodded. We do this, never, Yosh. Insert music. Bleach power to strive. Outer Walls, Konohagakure no Sato, October 10th, year X 763. 10 months later. Energy Make. Rasengan. Minato slammed the sphere of pure Eternano into the belly of a lizard man. He then ducked beneath the swipe of another's claws and grabbed the humanoid reptile by its outstretched arm and hurled it into the body of another. In a flash of yellow, he was already in their faces and delivered swift dual uppercuts to send them upwards. Kakashi, Obito. Hi. The two teenagers followed their commander's orders and struck. Obito took a deep breath as a red magic seal appeared in front of his body. Fire magic. Odama Hausinka, giant phoenix flower. Multiple fireballs about the size of basketballs spewed out of Obito's mouth and exploded against the bodies of the airborne lizardmen before they crashed into the remainder of their small force. With the burning bodies being used as a distraction, Kakashi struck forth and gripped his right wrist with his left hand. A blue magic seal ran over his right arm before lightning and magic energy sparked to life. The sound of 1,000 birds filled the air and the dark-eyed mage sped forth, leaving a trail of dust behind him in a way to showcase the power of his attack. Lightning magic. Chidori. The lizardmen didn't even have time to react or scream as their flesh was torn from their chests, their hearts completely vaporized by the high levels of heat and electricity made by Kakashi's attack. The bodies fell to ground, covered in blood, and Kakashi glanced back at his sensei and teammate. That's the last of them. Minato nodded his head as he looked down at the bodies. They're getting bolder. The invisibility seal is working only half of the time because they know exactly where the village is, and now they're trying to break through the barrier locks. I'll use my seal magic and fix some of the damage done to the barriers. You too, get rid of the bodies. Yes, Minato-sensei. Kakashi and Obito burned the bodies with their magic, and Minato knelt as by one of the seal tags which had been torn during the skirmish. He removed the tag and turned it to shred with his own lightning magic before making a few hand motions to activate seal magic. Pocket dimension. He removed a piece of paper and his magic pen and began to draw out his formula for the barrier, but paused when he felt a small spike in magic. His eyes narrowed as he ran into the brush and rested atop a tree branch. His blue eyes scanned the foliage for the magic energy signature, but as he was reaching out with his senses, a pulse of magic entered his cloak. He cursed as he lost the foreign signature, but answered the communication seal when he removed it from his cloak pocket. Yes, Minato-sama, Kushina's ready to enter labor. Shizune's voice entered his head. What? Minato-sensei, hurry up, she's starting to throw tantrums and is cursing you. Plus, we have some news. Minato didn't like the way Rin had paused, but he nodded his head. I'll be right there. He hopped down from the tree, replaced the barrier lock seal, and then turned to his two other students. Kushina's in labor. You two continue to keep watch and kill any lizardman you see. Yes, Minato-sensei. The Kiroi Senko vanished in the manner that earned him his moniker. Hospital, Konohagakure no Sato Rin were all sitting around Kushina as she was breathing heavily. Her skin was rather pale and she was sweating profusely. It didn't help ease her stress, nor the pain in her husband's hand which she was gripping tightly, as she listened to what the two healing mages and one trainee said. Minato-sensei, there's a complication with the twins, Rin said. What is it? He asked seriously as he squeezed his wife's hand out of worry and to ease the pain in his own hand. Shizune spoke this time. The twins have grown rather well, but the problem is that one of them, the girl, she is underdeveloped physically and her magic circulatory system is still under construction. The boy twin has been taking the majority of Kushina's nutrients and magic energy and resulted in your baby girl's condition. However, not only that, but your girl is not in a position in the womb that suggests she is ready to be delivered, and so we can only birth the boy. Is my girl going to die? Kushina asked with tears in her eyes. Shizune shook her head. No, she stated seriously. Your girl will live. This is just a condition known as a delayed interval birth. It's rare, but it happens to mothers who have twins. One of the twins is born after the other, and there are even rarer cases where one of the twins is born months after the first. This is one of those cases. Your daughter will live, but you will have to endure another labor process in the months to come as her magic circulation system and physical body continue to develop in the womb. But then what about the boy? Minato asked. How will you get him out? Do you need to do a C-section? We can birth him through normal means. It will not affect your girl fetus in any way, Tsunade assured him. Minato turned to Kushina and the redhead nodded with determination blazing in her gray eyes. I don't care. I've carried them for 10 months. I can manage to carry one of them for a few more. Kushina replied through gritted teeth as she powered through another contraction. Insert music fairy tale Kazuna. And so, after enduring the painful effort of having to clench her vaginal walls for an hour, which took forever in everyone's minds, the screams of encouragement to the red-headed mother were replaced by the screams of one baby boy. Severing the umbilical cord and cleaning him, Tsunade wrapped the boy in a blue blanket and handed him over to Minato. Kushina-sama, we're going to make sure the birth didn't complicate your other fetus. Don't worry, it will only take a few moments and then you can see the boy. Rin said to her. Kushina was panting in exertion and only managed to nod her head as she planted her head harshly into the pillow. Once all was said and done, Minato walked over to his wife with tears of joy in his eyes. Look at him, Kushina-chan. He's so beautiful. Minato bent down to his wife. She took her son from her fellow wizard saint and sniffled as she blinked to hold back her tears. Damn right he is. The most badass baby boy on the face of Earthland. She released a choked laugh. Do you have a name for him? Tsunade asked. Minato and Kushina looked at each other and nodded. Minato reached into his pocket and whipped out a small orange book that had the words, Tale of the Utterly Gutless Mage, on the front. Naruto. That was the main character as Jiraiya sensei's book, who fought with determination and refused to ever give up no matter how bleak the situation. My little boy is gonna be just like the character in this book. Isn't that right, Naru-chan? Minato lightly kissed the forehead of his son. Kushina looked at the head of blonde hair on his head before they watched their baby boy squirm in his mother's grip. A yawn escaped the boy's mouth before his eyes opened. The wizard saints gasped when they gazed into the large orbs of sapphire. He's definitely your boy, Kushina chuckled. Minato kissed the top of his wife's head. But he has your face. Minato then tilted his head in confusion when he noticed the two trios of lines on either cheek. Tsunade-san, what are these marks on Naruto's face? Tsunade raised her head up from the birth certificate she was busy finishing before placing it into a folder. Oh. Those are just birthmarks. Nothing to worry about, but I think it's cute how they look like whiskers. He's like a cat. Shizune laughed. I say fox if his grin is gonna turn out like Kushina-sama's. Rin interjected. You hear that, my little fox? You're gonna have your Okawa-chan smile. Kushina rocked her baby boy back to sleep, his beautiful blue eyes closing once more. Welcome to the world, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. My little Naru-chan. We did good, Kushi-chan. We did good, more than good, we did absolutely badass work. Can't wait to see how our little girl turns out in a few months. Time skip 7 months later. Forests, Eastern Fiorian Mountains, Fiori. May 10th, year X 764. Magic energy flowed into his cloak pocket and he took out the communication seal. What? Was the stress-filled answer. Minato-sensei, she's in labor. Damn it, Rin, tell her to hold it in. Minato-sensei, that's a horrible thing to say. Well, when you're trying to fend for life while fighting hordes of giant bipedal lizard men who are using your own lightning magic and energy make against you, then maybe you can tell me how horrible things are, he replied as he ducked under the snapping jaws and slashing claws of his attackers. Rin was silent for a moment and Minato mentally sighed. Look, I'll move as fast as I can, but there's a few hundred of these guys here. I understand. I'll tell her. The connection was severed and Minato vanished in a flash of gold. Lightning magic. Heaven's arrows. The horde of lizard men surrounding him didn't even blink before they found their bodies engulfed in lightning. The resulting explosion finished them off before their bodies were crushed by Chao's giant form. The Titan magic user slapped the 3 giant lizard men with his staff and looked down at Minato. What's the verdict? His booming voice echoed through the air. She's in labor, Minato yelled. Really? Now? Inoichi commented as he manipulated the minds of a few lizard men to attack their own. The group was then speared through by several threads of shadow. Troublesome delayed interval birth. The scarred shadow magic user mumbled. Go, Minato, we'll handle them. But there's hundreds, even the uchiha are having trouble with them because the few that possess the Sharingan are being copied. The Sharingan was a special magic that was only found in the Uchiha clan of Konoha and was able to be awakened when the eyes of a fully realized Uchiha underwent a great emotional stress. Mainly anger or sadness. A magic technique that was truly all but invincible, but due to the peace times, the users of the Sharingan were lost and only 1 out of every 10 Uchiha members were able to unlock the dreaded eye technique. And these lizard men were pulling it off just by copying the magic of their copy wheel eye using opponents. Bad enough they were replicating other forms of magic, but now they had Sharingan using ones to deal with. We'll be fine, Kakashi and Obito exclaimed. The way I see it, Minato-sensei, Kushina-sama is way worse than these guys. Obito shouted out as he burned a lizard man's face with a large fireball. Minato gritted his teeth, but surrendered to peer pressure. Fine, but let me give you guys a last helping hand. Seal magic. Hirishin. Minato leapt into the air and tossed a great deal of tri-pronged kunai knives from his weapons pouch, decorating the field with them. On each handle of the kunai, the seal formula for the Hirishin was inscribed. It helped when a few of them pierced the flesh of some lizard men. Flashes of gold and blue tore through the battlefield before Minato took down every single lizard man within his reach before firing off a Cho-Odama Rasengan. You've done more than enough here now, Shikaku said, now go. Minato nodded and he didn't even blink before he found himself rushing through a wormhole in Spain. Stopped to register that he had reached his location before he burst through the door of his wife's hospital room. The blonde was panting heavily as Tsunade, Shizune and Rin turned to him with frowns on their faces. Insert music. Fate, Stay Night Kazuna, shish. Minato's sweat dropped before the 3 healing mages moved away from the bed where Kushina was rocking both her children in her arms. The 7-month-old Naruto gurgled as he lay with his mother, staring with wide blue eyes at his newborn sister. A few strands of red hair poked out of the pink blanket she was wrapped in. Minato walked towards them and looked down at his new daughter. Said daughter looked up at him with deep brown eyes, making him tilt his head in confusion. The baby girl did the same action, causing the 3 healing mages and his wife to stifle their snickers. Now that is your child, he joked. Kushina nodded her head as Minato took her into his arms. However, as soon as he did so, Naruto started to cry. Kushina held her son and bounced him in her arms. Shush, it's okay, Naru-chan. Tu-chan just wants to see your new imouto. Technically, they're twins, Minato said, causing the gray-eyed woman to give him a deadpan look. Really? Sorry. He looked down at the brown-eyed baby in his arms. She has your great-grandma Mito's eyes. Yeah, but my genes are completely dominant in everything else. You got the lion's share for Naru-chan, but little aka-chan is mine. Is that her name? Minato asked. Kushina shook her head. Nope, but she has red hair, so aka-chan is just what I'm calling her until we find a name. Kushina then looked to Naruto. What do you think, Naru-chan? What do you want your imouto's name to be? What do you want little aka-chan's name to be? The 7-month-old toddler stared into his mother's eyes, sapphire meeting light gray. Suddenly, the blonde blurted out a sound. Za! Naruto cried out. The adults in the room blinked in confusion. What? Kushina asked. Za, 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 he chanted. Minato and Kushina looked at their firstborn and chuckled in amusement. Guess he wants za as a syllable, Minato said. But what about be a good name with za in it? There was a period of silence before Rin spoke. Urza, she looked at the baby girl in her former sensei's arms. Urza. Truth be told, the real name is Ezra, which means help in one of the ancient languages of Earthland and is masculine, but Urza sounds like a good feminine version. You just switched around the Z and R, Shizune deadpanned. But it works, Minato and Kushina said simultaneously. What do you think, Naruto? The 7-month boy clapped his hands together. Za, za. He approves. Kushina laughed. Minato then bent down to his wife's level. Well then, Naru-chan, thank you for helping us name your imouto, Urza Uzumaki Namikaze. Timeskip 5 months later, Magic Council Fury Branch, Fury. October 10th, year X 764, Minato-sama, Kushina-sama, it's a pleasure to have you all back with us. Org smiled at the pair. I trust the children are doing well? Thank you, Org-san. The two bowed to the head of the Magic Council, and yes, Naruto and Urza are doing quite well. Naruto's already knocking down all our crap since he started walking, but he still hasn't made his words. And Urza's been our little trooper, definitely Minato-kun's child in personality. Except when she's angry. Both of them have Kushina-chan's lungs, all you that. Minato scratched at his ear canal and Kushina slapped his hand away, causing Org, Yajima and Bellino to laugh at the scene. So, would you mind telling us what you've called us here for, Org-san? Not to be disrespectful, but given how old they are, we'd rather not leave Naruto and Urza alone, and Konoha and Kakashi and Obito aren't exactly the best influential figures on my boy. And what about Urza? Urza has Rin and she can only do so much to protect Naruto from Obito's idiocy and Kakashi's apathy. Good point. So, you were saying? She gestured to the council. Yes. Michello cleared his throat. As we were saying, we called you here to tell you that even though you both haven't taken part in the operation itself, Operation Blackwater was a success. It was? The two wizard saints exclaimed. The 4 Magic Council members nodded. Aye. Yajima replied. Makarov Drayar and Jose Porla completely decimated the enemy naval force with the 4 gods of Ishval, as expected of the Titan of Fairy Tale and the Ghost King of Phantom Lord and the mages who aren't considered human. Though we did come across a problem in the form of a cult of the Black Mage, Zareth, manipulating the King of Minstrel. They were trying to spread the word of their master, but Jose and Makarov stopped them. Stopped? Minato questioned. Not killed? Well, Maki was always a soft-hearted one despite his brash personality. Fairy Tale was raised with the ideology that killing was only a last resort option to conflict, but eventually that became twisted and warped to where it is now Fairy Tale's belief that killing is never an option. As a former member of Fairy Tale, I was there when that ideology change came about and was proud of how Makarov managed to adhere to it, but he's followed the creed he made much too closely. Killing is a necessary evil in some cases. You old friend is being stupid then, Tt Ebane, Kushina stated. Indeed. Yajima spoke. The fact that Fairy Tale stopped doing what was once needed to be done is the reason I left. But I lied to Maki telling him that I was old and tired. But I came here to the council to keep an eye on the old bastard. Anyway, Operation Blackwater came full circle when we ordered Jose to kill them off. Though he and Maki are now conflicting with each other more and more. The two wizard saints nodded. So is that it? Well actually, there's something else we need to discuss with you. Org said. Or rather, what Tomoe Fury wishes to discuss with you. The king wants to talk with us. What about? Kushina asked. Org reached into his robe and pulled out a rolled-up piece of parchment. It was held in its cylindrical form by a beautiful golden ribbon and had the seal of the Fury family, a stylized F, with the king's crown in the background, stamped on it with red wax. He wishes you to read this first before you are to head to the castle in Crocus. Minato and Kushina took the parchment from the first seat of the Magic Council. Also, Michello spoke up, his cattail swishing behind him as he tapped his cane. Concerning the lizard man problem of yours, with Operation Blackwater successful and the kind gom of Minstrel now under control, we hold that thought, Michello-san. Minato reached into his cloak and pulled out a communication seal. He pumped some magic energy into the slip of paper and the seal glowed with violet light as it activated. Minato's cerulean eyes widened in shock before he turned to his wife. We're going back to Konoha. What's wrong? She asked, her alarmed tone mirroring his own. The lizard men have launched an attack on Konoha. The Magic Council and Kushina released gasps. They've breached the walls and somehow there was word of an attack from the inside first. The Uchiha district is gone, Kakashi said. Obito was with him so he's still alive, but flashes back, Kushina ordered. Minato nodded, ignoring the cries of alarm from the council and their barks to ready the Rune Knights to help their most powerful wizard saints. Insert music. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood Crisis in the North. Konohagakure no Sato, Eastern Fiorean Mountains, Fury. Minato and Kushina reappeared in front of their home. Their eyes were wide when they saw it was in the middle of being attacked. Lizard men were tearing through seal-guarded doors and windows. Get the fuck off my house. The rage-fueled mother roared. The lizard men turned around, but were prevented from doing any more when Kushina stamped her foot on the ground. Blades magic. Spear. 3 spears came out of the steel-gray magic seals that appeared in front of her under the humanoid reptiles, killing them instantly. The 2 worried and angry parents then rushed through their door and saw the dead bodies of lizard men lying on the floor. They were all burnt to a crisp. Ignoring them, the duo rushed through the halls of their home and entered their study. The heads of Kakashi, Obito and Rin snapped in their direction where they currently trying to quiet Naruto, who was wrapped in an orange blanket, and Urza, in a red one. Minato-sensei. Kushina-sama. The 3 exclaimed with relief and joy. Kakashi, however, was quick to revert to a serious mode as he held up a Chidori. Wait, he stopped them from coming closer. When did you 2 become wizard saints? What? Answer the question. January 19th, year X 750. Minato and Kushina replied simultaneously. Kakashi deactivated his spell and the sound of 1,000 birds was once again replaced with the sound of burning buildings that surrounded them. I'll explain. The lizard men launched an internal strike first. It turns out that for the past few months, they have been capturing our spies and then copying their transformation magic to turn into them. No one would have questioned returning scouts since they had been giving us accurate information on the lizard men, but even so, this allowed them to bide time and strike. We've been cautious when we learned of this. Kakashi explained. I see. Continue. What happened to the Uchiha district? What happened to Makoto-chan, Itachi-chan and Sasuke-chan? Kushina's worry was paramount and Obito looked away as he gritted his teeth in rage. They took it out. Red Claw took out the Uchiha district with his battalion of lizard men that managed to survive the last attempt on the walls on the day Urza-chan was born. The Sharingan users fought against the Uchiha ones, but they fell due to the lizard men's numbers. Red Claw then proceeded to tear the place apart and burned it with the lizard men that had copied fire magic. Mikoto Oba-san, Itachi and Sasuke. They're all gone. Obito yelled. Kakashi placed a hand on his best friend's shoulder while Rin tried to quiet the crying twins. And what about everyone else? Minato asked. Shuza-san, Inoichi-san and Shikaku-san managed to do what they could and evacuated as much of the members of their clans along with some civilian families. We don't know which ones, but Kushina-sama, we are hoping the Harunos were among them. Also Hokage-sama is currently fighting Red Claw with the rest of his guard squad. We don't know how long they will last, but I doubt Hokage-sama will survive given his age and health. Rin spoke from a realistic point of view. Alright, well here's the plan. Kushina said. From what you've told us, the lizard men have completely overrun the village. It's beyond saving so we're going to run. You 3 will take Naru-chan and Urza-chan while Minato-kun and I fight any and every lizard man that blocks us from reaching the gates and beyond. Rin, you're a supporter as a healing mage so you carry them while Kakashi and Obito handle the fighting in case you 3 get separated from us during the fights. The 3 teenage mages nodded their heads. Kushina turned to see her husband opening a large chest and stuffing any and every piece of paper he could find. He opened a seal-locked drawer and removed a book titled Photo Album and a toy drum rattle and dropped them in the chest along with the message from the King of Fury that they would most likely never get to read. Shutting the chest, Minato applied the intersecting tetragram seals along with barrier locks and a few other precautionary trap seals. Just in case we get out of this alive, I'd like to have some things protected to prevent us from losing everything we have. We've lost the house, but like hell are we gonna lose that stuff I put in there?" Minato then kicked the chest underneath his study desk and the group of 7 proceeded out of the house. The magic-made fires that had been spread throughout Konoha had then reached the namikaze estate and were beginning to eat away at the protective barriers. The group didn't look back as they heard the wood cracking and the house began to collapse. As they ran for the gates, a number of lizard men suddenly appeared as they broke through the ruins of Konoha's buildings and from the northern gate where they were headed. Lightning magic. Dynamo. A pulse of lightning raced out of the magic seals made by Kakashi and Minato and forced the lizard men into states of literal shock. Fire magic. Blast wave. A wave of fire from Obito washed over the electrocuted lizard men and resulted in a massive explosion that circled their forms. Rin held on to Naruto and Urza, making sure to cover their ears so they wouldn't grow up to be deaf via explosions. Minato and Kushina then went complete overprotective parents mode on the humanoid reptiles. Minato punched 2 lizard men in the throat before pushing up on their shoulders to lift himself into the air and delivered a strong dual flying knee that sent them stumbling backwards only for 2 swords to impale them through the throat. Lightning magic. Blade of Zeus. A massive sword of pure lightning formed above everyone's heads and with a cry of effort, Minato swung his arms down and the blade mimicked his movement. A powerful explosion of lightning erupted from the attack and the lightning continued to rip apart the earth before tearing apart the northern gate. Lizardmen bodies flew everywhere, but just as quickly as they died, more replaced them. It was like fighting the grunts of hydras. However, that didn't deter the group as Kushina then slammed her hands on the ground and a massive magic seal formed around her and the lizardmen. Blades magic. Forest of steel. Bladed weapons ranging from small knives to giant broadswords rose up from the earth as if they were planted sprouts that were growing into trees. Blood and gore rained down from above as the enemy forces were impaled, dismembered or decapitated by the sudden eruption of blades from the ground. The 2 wizard saints saw the oncoming army of lizardmen as they broke through the northern gate area and entered the forest. Minato held out a hand and a large spheroid of Eternano hovered in front of him. Energy make. Odama Rasengangan. The giant spiraling bullet raced through the air and slammed into the earth in front of the lizardman horde. Kushina turned back to the 3 teenagers as Minato continued to fire off explosive energy bullets. "Run! We'll catch up with you 2, Kushina exclaimed. Minato-kun placed Hirayishin seals on the blankets. "We'll meet up with you 3 when we've killed these scaly bitches, TT Ebane." "But, go!" the 2 wizard saints roared. The 3 teens nodded before running off. The lizard men aimed to follow, but were stopped when a trio of battle axes flew through the air and tore through their flesh. Kushina leapt after her weapons and caught one battle axe. She twirled it in her hands and swung it in an upward arc to bifurcate one lizardman before dropping low to avoid the swipe from another's claws. She spun with the duck and chopped it in half, letting the axe go so it could fly through the air and slice apart as many other lizardmen as it could. She then kicked off the chest of one lizardman to get at the air magic using ones that hovered in the air. She summoned a spear and jabbed it through the reptile's heart and used the spear as an anchor to rocket off towards the other hovering lizardmen. She grabbed one by the head and in an amazing show of strength, placed it in a suffocating headlock before twisting the head sharply to snap its neck. As the body fell, Kushina leapt towards the third, but it was wise enough to dodge. However, Kushina summoned a trident-tipped chain weapon. She flung the chain and the lizardman was impaled through its spine by the mid to long-range weapon. Cushion flipping in midair as she fell and swung the lizardman into the ground, forming a crater in the process. She then landed atop her recent kill and her body pulsed with magic energy. Seal magnergy chains decorated with sharp spikes grew out of Kushina's vertebrae and stabbed through a large number of lizardmen before vanishing as quickly as they came. The bodies rained down from above, but none had the pleasure of hitting the ground as a large lightning dragon burst out of the earth. Lightning magic. Dragon's Maw. The lightning dragon was massive and easily swallowed the falling humanoid reptiles before it gave a roar and smashed into the earth. A massive explosion of lightning tore the earth asunder and electrocuted the lizardmen caught in its blast radius, killing them. The wrath of the 2 most powerful members of the 10 wizard saints held no equal as they ripped through flesh, stabbed through scales, electrocuted and destroyed bodies in explosive displays of power and made the lizardmen know why they were worthy of their titles despite their young ages. The Kiroi Senko flashed through the battlefield after scattering a few of his marked kunai and in a yellow flash. Many fell to his Rasengan Renden while Kushina unleashed her bloody feminine fury as the Chishio no Habanero. Blood as red as her hair covered her body as well as Minato's and soon, hundreds of lizardmen were now laying on the ground at their feet. Panting, the 2 parents looked around the battlefield, observing the results of their parental fury. But it refused to end. A few hordes of the humanoid reptiles appeared from every single available angle and surrounded them. Minato and Kushina glared at their opponents and one lizardman tried to take a shot at the 2 humans, but was grabbed by one of Kushina's Eternano chains and slammed harshly into the ground, shattering its skull. Kushina snarled at her enemies with Minato. However, before the two could continue their path of carnage, the lizard men in front of them parted to reveal a figure clothed in white and red robes and wearing a conical hat with the kanji for fire on it. Hokage-sama, Hiruzen. Their looks of surprise and mild relief were replaced with shock and anger when they saw the robes and hat fall away to reveal the crimson form of the leader of the lizard men. Red Claw? Kushina exclaimed. No, then that means. Indeed, Minato namikaze and Kushina uzumaki namikaze. I have killed the old man that dared to lead a village in the middle of my domain. The forests belong to the lizard men, and as their king, it is my duty to remove any and all foreign presences. Red Claw chuckled darkly as he raised his head. His golden eyes then flickered and revealed the crimson irises decorated with 3 tomo surrounding the rounded pupil. The Sharingan helps with that, and maybe if you give in to my demands, maybe I'll spare your lives. What do you want? Kushina asked. We're not going to submit, but it would give more of a reason to tear you a new one in your scaly ass when we hear it. A feisty one. Red Claw chuckled. Well, Kushina-sama, as you may have known, my soldiers have been spying on your village for the past few months, and thus we know many things about this village, including your children, Naruto and Urza. Red Claw's toothy grin grew wider at their angry expressions. We want them. To have the power spawned from the union of 2 members of the 10 wizard saints could ensure that my rule over the forest will last for eons, and being capable to take over the areas beyond the forests will be an added plus once those 2 brats are able to use magic. Like hell you're getting them, Kushina and Minato roared. Insert music. One Piece Let's Battle, Blades Magic, Metallic Flurry. Lightning Magic. Dynamo. A flurry of blades appeared per Kushina's will, and Minato coated them all with a great deal of golden and blue electrical energy. The storm of electrified weapons fell upon the lizard men. Unison Raid. Electromagnetic Murder. Sharingan, Electromagnetic Murder. Minato and Kushina watched with wide eyes as Red Claw's tomo began to spin, and suddenly a magic seal not unlike their own appeared in front of the lizard man king. The electrified weapons were mimicked down to the last blade in its hilt, and soon weapons clashed against another. A number of lizard men fell prey to the weapons that managed to break through their leader's counter, while the 2 wizard saints had protected themselves with a wall of lightning. Once the 2 unison raid spells ended, Minato and Kushina went on another rampage, aiming to get to their red-scaled target. However, once they finished ripping through their enemies and got to Red Claw, the lizard man leader used his Sharingan to summon a copy of Minato's lightning wall to defend himself from the Rasengan and energy chains that aimed to erase his existence. Sharingan. Dragon's Maw. The lightning wall became a massive dragon, but Minato quickly utilized his magic and caught the flow of the electricity and redirected it into the ground. To redirect a spell like that, you truly are a genius, Minato namikaze. 'Tis a shame you won't be alive for anyone to relish in your skills. Now then, I think by now is when I should have gotten your children. What? Yes, didn't you notice? While you were distracted by my hordes, I sent a small party to go after your little children and the tykes they had with them. Your children will live, but those 3 other humans are nothing less than filth. Red Claw growled. Minato and Kushina's eyes widened before the 2 latched onto each other and vanished in a flash of yellow. Naruto Orochimaru's theme, Forests, Eastern Fiorean Mountains, Fury. The 2 wizard saints appeared in front of Rin as she was busy running from the 10 lizard men on her tail. She didn't even have time to yell out to them when they rushed past her and ended the lives of her assailants. Minato and Kushina then turned to Rin and saw her holding a bundle of orange and red cloth. The 1-year-old Naruto released a mixture of gurgles and random noises. Rin. Where's Urza? Kushina snarled as she noticed the lack of her female twin child. There were too many of them, at least 40, Rin replied. I did as you said, hung back and let the boys do the fighting. However, Kakashi and Obito were being beaten back, and so I tried to help, but then the lizard men were about to take the twins. I handed Urza to Kakashi and Obito and had them run away while I took Naruto. I panicked, so I wasn't thinking clearly. Please don't kill me. Rin's eyes were releasing tears in large amounts, and the brown-eyed healing mage watched as the 2 adults released loud exhales. They were pissed. Beyond pissed. But they knew that having 3 teenagers, especially one not completely bred for combat, take on a horde of lizard men was not exactly a winning situation. It's alright, Rin. But listen, with Urza's blanket lost to them, we don't have a seal to use an anchor to use the Hirishin and reach them. Do you know which way they went? Rin pointed east immediately. Good. Now then, we'll go after Kakashi and Obito and get our daughter, but you need to run. Doesn't matter where or how far, just keep running. Don't look back. Find any form of civilization and stay there, understood? Rin nodded before handing Naruto to his mother. I'll keep Urza's blanket to use as an anchor for you all to flash to me when you get Urza back. And with that, Rin took off and Minato and Kushina headed east. The 2 wizard saints raced through the trees, moving as fast as they could to try and reach their daughter and her guardians, but suddenly a massive crash echoed through the forests. A flash of yellow blinded them and their eyes widened as they saw the leader of the lizard men standing before them. Red Claw's Sharingan spun wildly as the afterglow of the Hiraishin left his body. "You used the—" "I did." Red Claw laughed at the shocked parents. "With a name like Copywheel Eye, it was pretty idiotic of you to use such a spell in front of it. To be able to flash to any location or object that bears the seal formula. I can catch you both and your little bastard son as long as I want. Not to mention the forests are mine to command. We liz areas outside of your village for hundreds of years and so." Red Claw unleashed a bestial roar to the heavens. Minato and Kushina paled when they heard the choir of roars that were returned. "You're out of luck, humans. Hand over the boy and we will be merciful in killing you." The two wizard saints gulped. No doubt there were more lizard men with a Sharingan for their eyes, and Red Claw merely had to have them glimpse the Hiraishin's use before they could successfully copy it for themselves. The forests were filled with them, and even if they killed Red Claw, the lizard men would still go after them as Red Claw would be an on-the-spot martyr. So they did the only logical thing they thought of. They turned and they ran. Time skipped 6 years later. Rosemary Village, Fury, year X770. "Urza-chan, come on," Obito called out. "Lunchtime." Coming Obito ni-chan. The 6-year-old Urza Uzumaki Namikaze ran across the small yard towards the door of the small house. "Kakashi ni-san, hurry up." Yeah. The silver-haired 19-year-old replied with a lazy wave of his hand. Kakashi adjusted his face mask as he followed after the vibrant red head and entered the small house. Obito stood at the table with a small meal of onigiri, fried fish and miso soup set out on the table for the three of them. Urza swung her legs excitedly as she and Obito sat down. Kakashi sat down as well before they clapped their hands together. "Itadakimasu," they said before digging in. "So Urza-chan, anything new you did this morning?" Obito asked. With Rin gone, Obito was more suited to being the mother figure to Urza. He didn't like being called Mother Hen by his silver-haired teammate, but it was necessary in order for Urza to receive the best kind of fake parenting she could get with the loss of a mother, father and twin brother. "Oh, well, I met a new friend today, Urza." Obito and Kakashi looked at the girl with narrowed eyes. "What did we say about meeting new people?" "Don't trust them, but Kagura-chan's different, she's—" "No," Kakashi said sternly. "You stay with us, and though socializing is important for a child, do you remember what we had to do to get to live in this village? We had to sign a contract saying you would be a candidate for Rosemary Village's heir's wife. Now obviously we aren't going to let that happen, but for you to survive we needed to make a necessary lie. We'll kill anyone and everyone if it means protecting you, but Urza-chan, do not trust anyone in this village. Am I clear?" Obito said. "Yes, Obito ni-chan. Kakashi ni-san," Urza said with a dull tone. "But then why don't you just keep me inside if you don't want me to go outside? You need vitamin D and exposure to the outside world. Don't worry, Obito and I are always gonna be 3 steps ahead of your every move to make sure you don't hurt yourself." Urza nodded and she finished her lunch. She helped her 2 guardians wash the dishes and then sat with them on the small couch while playing a game of chess with Kakashi. Obito was merely being a dummy head, as Urza would call him, by pelting Kakashi with the pieces that were removed from the board. Urza stared the board as she remembered what she could about what Obito and Kakashi had told her. She was told that she was born in Rosemary Village, but her father and mother passed away due to health complications. She had no siblings and Obito and Kakashi were assigned to be caretakers for as long as she was a child. Adulthood in Fury was found at the age of 17 and Urza was just waiting for that day to come. Anyway, for the past 6 years, ever since she was born, Kakashi and Obito did whatever they could to keep her safe and happy with them. But only with them. Socializing was a no-go. It was as if they thought everyone, including the children of Rosemary Village, were monsters in disguise that would snatch her away. She loved her older brother figures. She really did, but being overprotective wasn't helping her fit in. Having bright red hair earned her the nickname, Tomato Head, from one of the local boys, who was then slapped silly by Obito and then dragged to his mother's to be scolded. Urza was removed from her thoughts when a sudden boom rocked the small house. Obito, Kakashi and Urza looked at each other and then ran outside. However, that was all they could before the sound of an object whistling through the air met their ears. The 3 looked up and saw a bomb lacrima flying from the catapult of one of the nearby boats that Rosemary Village was under attack by. "Look out," Obito shouted. He grabbed Urza and Kakashi before moving in a blur of speed. Obito and Kakashi ran around to avoid the exploding houses, the screaming men, women and children and the bomb lacrima that landed near them. Urza's ears were ringing from the explosions and suddenly she found herself being picked up and placed in a wooden crate. "Stay here," was the order from her guardians. She nodded her head, holding her hands over her head and shivered with fear. She continued to hold her position, not even daring to look up until a pair of shadow covered her body. Her brown eyes brightened as she looked up. "Ni-chah." Her scream pierced the heavens as she was grabbed by the mask-wearing, robed individuals. They tied a gag around her mouth to muffle her screams. Her chocolate-colored eyes widened. She saw was the image of Kakashi and Obito laying dead on the ground as their corpses were being feasted upon by the odd-looking dog beasts that were controlled by the invaders. The trauma caught up with her and finally, she lost consciousness. End flashback. Insert music. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood Trish's lullaby. Everyone was silent as they looked at one another with wide eyes. Their answers were found, but not the answers they were expecting. Obito and Kakashi are dead? Minato asked. Urza looked at her father before nodding. Yeah, was all she could say. What happened to you, Urza-chan? Kushina asked. After that, I was taken to the Tower of Heaven and forced to be a slave for the next 2 years before I escaped. Minato and Kushina hugged their daughter tightly and she welcomed their embrace. The three then turned to Naruto, who hadn't reacted in any way after seeing the truth. Fuji. Naruto? Urza spoke hesitantly. She received no response. Onisama? The redhead suddenly found herself being dwarfed by the massive frame of her twin brother as he suddenly appeared in front of her. His blue eyes stared into her brown ones and they held the stares for a moment and Naruto's eyes narrowed. The area around them shattered and in a flash of crimson, Urza found herself back in the real world. However, when she regained her bearings, she found herself in the same position she was in back in the mindscape, with her older twin staring her down with narrowed eyes. You are no sister of mine. His words were not what she was expecting. What? The children of 2 deceased members of the 10 wizard saints, their 2 most powerful members at that. Our parents recognize us for who we are because they are meant to. The love of a parent to their child can be unrequited and or unconditional, but you and I, we are not siblings until you prove yourself worthy of it. Why must I seek to prove myself worthy to be your sister? We share the same blood, why can't you accept that? Because Erza, you are indecisive as of now, he roared. Let me ask you something. If you were to choose here and now, will you retain your name of Scarlet or will you take on the true last names that you would have had? Urza glanced down at the ground. I don't know. Next question. We are bound by familial duty and by blood to one another, but yet are willing to say that with pride? I don't know, she answered. Are you willing to abandon your family at Fairy Tale and be a family with me? I don't know, are you my sister, Urza? I don't know. Urza walked up to her brother and held onto his cloak as tears cascaded down her cheek. I don't know, Naruto. ICSWER anything. Why? I know the truth now and yet. I can't do anything. I said I wanted a family. I wanted to know my parents. I got both, but I also want recognition. Please, Naruto. If you can give me that, I know I can be your family. I'll know if I can be your sister with pride. I already have someone who can say she is my sister with pride and she isn't even my sister my blood. We share the same blood yet I have done things that I know people cannot be proud of, but yet they are necessary for me to accomplish my goals. Your approval as my sibling does not matter in my eyes because to me you are not my sister. Urza hiccuped as she released another choked sob, but her head snapped up in surprise. If you wish to be recognized by me, if you wish to find yourself, then continue to find yourself and grow stronger. Continue to fight and aim for your goal. Aim for me if that is what you wish to reach to. Will you be Urza Scarlet or Urza Uzumaki Namikaze? Being one or the other is not an easy choice to make, Urza. Believe me, I know. Urza's eyes widened when she saw his eyes take on a bright white shine. But I made my choice as to what and who I wanted to be. If I can do it, then I know you can as well. Huh? She asked innocently. You're the daughter of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. We share the same blood. Naruto stepped away from her. Choosing who you really want to be is one of the greatest obstacles any person can face, whether they be human or not. However, the choice you make, Urza, is the choice that will determine if I recognize you as my family or not. You're a grown woman, Urza, and you are old enough to make your own choices. In the end, I know you will make the right decision. How can you be so sure? She stuttered as she aimed to calm herself down. Naruto raised a hand and Urza flinched as she expected him to lash out at her, but instead she became confused as she looked up at him. The tall blonde gave her a fanged smirk as he rested a hand on her head. Because I believe in you. Urza's eyes widened as she looked up at her brother before smiling back at him. She nodded stiffly and Naruto returned her nod before vanishing into the wind.